Hi everyone, welcome to JLL Live. We're here at DisruptCRE in New York today. DisruptCRE is a conference series that focuses on bringing together real estate professionals and startup companies to talk about technology and how it's changing the commercial real estate industry. If you're here in New York, you can join us today starting at 1 o'clock at 180 Maiden Lane in the heart of the financial district. But if you're not here and able to come today, you've got us for 5 hours talking about what are the hottest trends in the market and what's going on. I'm your host for the day, Pushpa Gowda of JLL. I'm the Executive Vice President of Global Technology Presence. And I have here with me today my co-host, Stephen Hopkins, who's the Chief Marketing Officer for Real Liquidity.
Hi, everyone.
We're going to be with you talking with a lot of different real estate professionals, some from JLL, some from elsewhere, as well as some of the startup companies that are here today to talk about what they're doing changing our industry. So it's pretty exciting, right?
Super exciting. I'd just like to say from the Real Liquidity side, we really like to thank JLL and DisruptCRE for putting on this live programming. It's going to be a lot of great content for all of you out there that are interested in becoming educated, seeing what kind of technologies that are going to be advantageous for you and your company. And again, it's just great that when you see in the industry someone at the powerhouse like a global JLL that puts their foot forward, really embraces the technology in real estate, not only for their company, but more importantly, their customers and their clients. So, again, really excited to be joining Pushpa and the JLL crew at Real Liquidity here for an awesome day of content.
Just you and me.
Just you and I and the crowd for 5 hours. So, yeah, super excited.
So what are we going to do for 5 hours? Let's talk about that.
Well, I think, what we're going to start with is really for everybody setting, what are we going to do today for 5 hours? What kind of content? A little bit more about DisruptCRE. And pretty soon we're going to have the co-host and CEO, Marielle LeBron, join us, tell us more in detail about the conference, how she got started. And in the meantime, we have some really interesting and cool subjects to talk about. So yeah, I'm really excited for today.
Yeah, we're going to dive into things like virtual reality, artificial intelligence. We've even got, spoiler alert, a robot coming to hang out with us later
really
today.
Exciting.
Right?
That's great.
We're going to talk about data, big data, dark data, shadow data, all that kind of stuff that people talk about. But we're going to talk about how do you actually take that and what do you do with it and how does that matter in our industry as well. We've got speakers from all over. Stephen mentioned coming up first is Marielle, who is the co-founder and today's host of DisruptCRE. We've also got a bunch of JLL experts here locally in the New York market to talk to us about what's going on here and how are they helping our clients adjust to all the changes and what's going on. We've also got some of the disruptors, as we call them, which are the companies here that have these products or services that really do change the way that not only we as real estate professionals do business, but also how our clients are affected as well. And what do we do that helps make that difference? So either what is JLL doing or what are these tech companies doing? And then what's the perspective on why does that matter?
Huge, right? Yeah, context. It's going to be really important, right? So we really appreciate you all joining us out there live. Again, what to expect is going to be a lot of educational content because what we want to take away, or you all to take away, is really, if we've done our job right today, we've given you some fantastic programming that really kind of breaks the industry from the technology and commercial real estate down. Helps you, depending on what you do, figure out where you've started, kind of where you fit as far as the so-called tech stack, which is what technologies you're currently using for your building or yourself personally. And then, the last piece is what you're not doing. You're going to see a lot of great examples of some great technology from the leaders that you're going to get to meet.
Right.
And and that I think is a lot more special than just reading about it or seeing some kind of advertisement somewhere. So.
And something else that we'll do is here at DisruptCRE. By the way, this is just the first one. You're here in New York with us today. You're going to see us on May 4th in Chicago and September 14th in San Francisco. So stay tuned. More time with me and Stephen. How about it? But what you're also going to see today is DisruptCRE. There's a bunch of panels, and the panels are focused on tech tools. We have some executives that will give their opinion on what's happening in the industry. And so as part of JLL Live, we're going to bring some of those panelists here today and talk to them and get some of the feedback from them on what is the hottest topics that they're thinking about and what's going on in the rest of the conference today. And that's all around us for the next afternoon.
That's right. And I think one of the things that DisruptCRE does a really great job is they bring in industry professionals like folks at JLL who are out there doing it, right? They are implementing these technologies, they are trying it, and they're gonna come and they're talking about their success stories, but also things that they could, some pitfalls that maybe some people could avoid, which is always really, really important.
And that brings us to a good point. One of the examples of what we're doing is actually something we call Project Renew. You can check it out on projectrenew.com.
Is that JLL? I'm sorry.
Yes.
JLL, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good distinguishment there.
Of course.
Appreciate it. So JLL, we've noticed, and as many people have, right? I mean, there's lots of generations now. I think 4 generations that are in the workplace, all coming together. Everybody works differently, different styles, different needs. And we've noticed in the past however many years that that really affects our headquarters space in Chicago, which is 200,000 square feet. So you're talking almost 250,000 square feet. And we decided that it's not quite meeting all of our needs. And so a few years ago, we embarked on a project, and we're calling it Project Renew. So we're renewing our headquarters. It's a bunch of floors in Chicago. You can check it out on projectrenew.com, and it essentially will give you ideas, actually, on what makes a difference, what factors matter when you're looking at how your space is designed. And this one happens to be about office space.
That's fantastic.
And it can get comical at times. If you check out the website, there's some videos on there that will show you,
Are we going to get to see some of those videos today?
We're going to show some of those today.
We are going to see, I've got to see them all. We're going to see some really great JLL workplace videos on top of some other things too. So it should be fantastic.
And it's all about how do you change your space to be the most productive for your employees?
That's right.
How can people better collaborate and be innovative together and those kinds of things? And so it's no longer just about having a bunch of offices with desks. It's other kinds of space that you need, right? It could be these really open floor plans with just a big whiteboard in the back. We have some of that. If you go to our London office, or one of our London offices, I should say, we have like the creative zone where it's just this big, semicircle that people can just sit. There's no assigned seating. If you happen to be in the office, come hang out. If you don't have to reserve a conference room to be able to meet together. It's just whatever happens, happens. So check out projectrenew.com and you'll see a lot of other ideas and get some inspiration there on how you could maybe change your own office space.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Well, I was going to say, I'm sorry. I wanted to say, let's talk about, or give me some topics that we're going to hear today that we can discuss, because I know that we've been talking off camera, that JLL has really taken a deep dive into on behalf of, again, for themselves, but for their clients more importantly.
Yeah, and I think one of the newer things is probably the artificial intelligence, right?
Ooh, one of my favorites, super cool.
So we've seen lots of movies through time talking about robots and the machines will take over. The Jetsons, I mean, depending on how old you are, if you watch Cartoon Network late at night, I mean, you'll see the Jetsons, right? They had robots, and like I mentioned before, we're going to have a robot. I don't know if we know his name. Her name?
Do we know the robot's name?
We got a robot. Anyway. But it's real now, right? And self-driving cars is real, too. So it's not like this is behind, what these futuristic things are. These are here today. And we also have another company that's going to come talk to us, Leverton. That's how JLL is really taking advantage of artificial intelligence and machine learning to look at leases and really abstract a lease and understand what are all the different terms in a lease instead of just one person sitting and reading.
That's fantastic.
We now have a robot doing this pretty quickly.
Okay. So we're going to talk about artificial intelligence, I think virtual reality, augmented reality, data visualization. We got a lot coming up for you folks today. And again, coming up in the next segment, we're going to have the CEO of DisruptCRE, Marielle LeBron. She's going to, again, break it down a lot more, give us the details, her founder story. I love to hear the origin story of founders, because in a lot of cases, they typically
Here's another spoiler alert, though. It might include you. I think that story might include you, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, maybe. We'll see,
Just a little.
if she's so nice. So that's fantastic.
I think
really excited.
we're also going to hear from your company too, Real Liquidity.
That's right, and coming back after that,
it?
we're going to get a great interview with our CEO, Kevin Guy, where he's going to talk about Real Liquidity, the problem that we're solving and the solution that we've come up with.
What else are you excited about today?
I'm excited about, for me, it's always meeting people, meeting new people, and that's what it's really all about.
Because we got a lot of those coming.
Back up after this commercial.
What happened?
Thank you, Susan.
What's going on with our chairs?
Oh, corporate says sitting is the new smoking, so each one gets one of these. Try them out. Yeah, get those balls out of here. Thanks, Susan.
What's going on with our balls?
Oh, they say that balling is the new sitting, so yeah, give these a go. Christy. 2 skates for each one, Susan. Thank you.
What's going on with the trampolines?
According to corporate,
Surprised with the end result there. Yes, I was so much for all the hard work.
Oh, thank you.
You bet.
Lose an hour when you go back, it's 1 forward. So if you leave here.
What are these?
Dwayne?
I'm just trying to get a file. Okay.
Hey everyone, we're back at JLL Live here at 180 Maiden Lane, DisruptCRE New York City. I'm here with my co-host Pushpa Gowda from JLL, and we have the pleasure of sitting here with the CEO and co-founder of the DisruptCRE conference series, Marielle LeBron. Thank you for joining us, Marielle. Welcome.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
We're really happy to be here too. So tell us a little bit, what is DisruptCRE and what's going on today?
Yeah, so DisruptCRE, we're a national conference series all about the latest and greatest in commercial real estate technology. We bring together top real estate decision makers to really tell us about what they're implementing within their respective companies, their portfolios, where they're spending their dollars in terms of technology, and how it's going. And we have the pleasure of sitting back, listening to their insights, and really learning from them.
And how long have you been doing this? How did it come about?
Yeah, so we founded in October of 2014 in Boston, really just as a way to bring our peers together, talk about the technologies that we were learning about. Stephen actually co-founded DisruptCRE, a fun fact that our audience watching may not know. Pushpa, I believe you are informed of that fact. And we saw a big major disconnect between our colleagues and peers and the commercial real estate technology that was, 3 years ago flooding into the marketplace.
Right.
And it was a way for us to really gather our friends and peers and talk about what was going on. We did not expect the demand for this kind of education and community to be so strong. And it's really been a beautiful journey over the last 5 years, just being able to be on the front lines and learn. So it's been a fun ride so far.
I mean,
great.
Obviously I've enjoyed it, right? I mean, I've
Yes.
been around for a couple of years now too.
Absolutely.
But what we're doing here today, this is brand new, right?
It is.
JLL Live, and yes, I'm with JLL, but I know that, it wasn't our idea to do this. So talk to me about how JLL Live adds to what DisruptCRE is doing
Sure.
and why.
Sure. Over the last 3 years, we've hosted 14 conferences nationwide. We can continue to host, and we certainly will.
mostly
in
just the
local,
two of you, by
in
the way.
local cities, which usually just the two of us, in local cities nationwide, all across the United States. However, this live stream was so important to me to be able to reach our global audience of followers from wherever they happen to be, not only here tuning in right now and watching us live, but also being able to have each segment be produced into a video, which can be shareable, can be actionable, can be debatable later on and for future, and hopefully discoverable on the JLL.com site forever thereafter.
Yeah, and Marielle, one of the things to that point is I think you've done a fantastic job of breaking down the industry for folks, right? Because I think one of the big things is, to your point about why it's really important about the live stream, is that as everyone out there who is in commercial real estate knows, you are some of the busiest people on the planet. Right, so if you can't make it, if you can't make it physically to a beautiful space like 180 Maiden Lane, this is a way for the DisruptCRE crew to reach, the rest of the people who can't make it,
Absolutely,
right? And
Steven.
I think that's great.
And there's so much information out there, quite frankly. I have the pleasure of learning about all of it every day as my full-time job, but we all don't have that luxury. So the way that we've broken down the DisruptCRE format is in light of making the information easily digestible and extremely organized for our audience. So
can you touch on that a little bit?
Absolutely. So our two big categories that we talk about when we talk about commercial real estate tech are building technologies, all of the technologies serving the built environment. So everything down from construction and development technology up through technology supporting facility management, operations of the building, and then ultimately landing in a workplace strategy and design, or it could be retail strategy and design. We've even had industrial strategy and design. Depends on the expertise of the panelists participating and the folks who are here at DisruptCRE.
And let's be clear, I'm sorry, and so you're talking about around the built environment, these are physical pieces of tools or technology going into the building, and it's also mobile apps and things for those same professionals that will operate the building.
Absolutely. We have hardwares, we have sensors, we have softwares, we have the Internet of Things now, which puts it all together and allows the systems to talk to each other, and hopefully taking it one step further in the near future with artificial intelligence, where we can actually have systems and machines learning from one another and creating actionable insights to improve a user's experience in our built environment.
That's fantastic.
So that's building tech, category number one, if you will. Category number two is tech tools, and this is really where we touch on the transactional technologies that support the individual professionals. So whether it's conducting a better workflow, using data and analytics to create actionable insights and make better decisions. We often talk about fintech, financial technologies such as crowdfunding, alternative financing. Certainly the real estate-centric secondary market, like real liquidity, is one that exists today, but in the future could be many that change the way we buy and sell real estate. We'll talk about virtual reality technologies, things that are bringing us closer to spaces when we can't physically be there. So tech tools has a whole host of different kinds of technologies, but really tech that focuses on the transaction.
And I think one of the best things about this conference, by the way, is we hear so much about technologies disrupting our industry, but what's the best way to actually see, touch, feel, and understand for people, whether they've been in the business and they're just starting out, or they've been in it for 40 years.
Absolutely.
It's what can I take advantage of? And with, you were just talking about how they're some of the busiest people, I don't know about in the world, but we'll just say they are.
Well, the ones out there are, and that's why they're watching and not here today, right?
Kiss up. They are some of the busiest people, and it's all about, for all of us, right? Because of technology, it's both a blessing and a curse, because we're on 24/7, because we have it always available to us. But on the other hand, you still want to maximize your time. And so coming to conferences like these really opens people's eyes to what could make me more efficient, more effective, what could I do better for my clients, or just what do I not have to do anymore because technology takes care of that, right?
What can I automate in my life? I think that's a big question we all want to know.
Right.
How can we automate more of our systems?
And it's not, you don't have to be a tech enthusiast to be researching and looking at all these different things going on. But conferences like DisruptCRE really bring it all together. I mean, organize it in different categories in ways that you can understand, okay, let me see what matters.
Right.
And not have to be overwhelmed. I think that's
very overwhelming.
For me, that's when I'm in technology.
Whether you're a young millennial, and there's a lot of stigma around being somebody who's young and just joining the industry, about maybe they have expertise in using apps and mobile technology, or you've been a 40-year industry veteran, we're all learning together because the space is so new.
Right.
Half of the companies here are pre-launch and just popped up in the last 6 months. So we're always looking to bring what's new, what's the latest and greatest from really around the world. We have a lot of international companies here too today. So
yeah, we're going to meet a lot of companies from around the world here. Australia, where's Tomas
New
from?
Zealand.
New Zealand. I want to give one plug for DisruptCRE, especially for those out there and those watching. What I think you do, Marielle, another great job at, which adds to the experience and the educational programming, which is again what I think drives a lot of people here physically, but also online, is the fact that you don't pay for play. And that when people are here, the speakers that you bring in, there is no money involved. It is you are who you are, and you've done something in the industry.
We selected you because we're interested in your insights.
And we've done the research, and
Absolutely.
exactly. I think that's really valuable and important.
Well, thanks for having me here, you guys.
Thank you,
I'm excited to
Marielle.
catch up with
Looking
you
forward
at the
to a
end
great
of the day.
afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, we'll bring her back later today. Stay tuned.
Let's go ahead and submit it without pricing.
There's a book that's like a...
Hey, I had a business-related question about the business we conduct.
Oh yeah, let's find a room.
I think that you could have synergy.
There's an empty conference room.
Oh, great.
Okay, the conference room just opened. So.
Oh, did you guys need this?
No.
You're fine.
I'm gonna work from home.
I'm good.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Kevin Guy, the founder and CEO of Real Liquidity, which is one of our sponsors today as well. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you.
Now,
Glad to be here.
we've seen each other over the course of a bunch of these conferences the last couple of years. I think we even did a panel together.
We did.
This time last year.
You were the moderator.
There you go.
Yes, I remember.
So tell me about Real Liquidity. How did you come about doing this? What problem did you see?
So I've been in commercial real estate 15 plus years. And really going back to 2008 when we saw the financial crisis, the effects on real estate. People were primarily focused on the residential side, but what we saw on the commercial side and what became very evident was the lack of liquidity. Folks that were in real estate deals that simply could not get out. And it really started to germinate the idea behind that where
they were desperate for you in some ways,
They
right?
were desperate back then. And so the idea started to germinate. How do we create a liquidity pool for those investors that want to get out of these private real estate deals? And that's really where it started. And so as of a year and a half ago, we went down the path and started to develop our platform. We became a broker-dealer and really set it up properly, the framework behind it, so that investors in these private deals essentially could come to the platform, go through our process, and then on the other side, provide access to investors that have never really had access to these types of investments before.
And when you say that, what kind of investors are you talking about? Are you talking about me? Are you talking about companies? Are you talking about, REITs?
Sure,
Who
absolutely.
matters?
So maybe it's best, let me take one step back. So the problem typically, the way this originates is typically 10 people will get together, they'll put up $100,000 a piece, they'll pool their money and go buy $1 million building.
Yep.
Okay? Everything's rosy at the beginning.
Right.
But at some point during the life cycle of that investment, one or two of the limited partners and sometimes even the general partner may want some level of liquidity in that investment.
Okay.
But because it's private, it's very difficult to provide that type of liquidity. Mm-hmm. And so what we've done is built a platform
or a
where
buyout.
Correct.
Right.
You know, a lot of these situations are such that if you're a limited partner and you want to sell your share in an investment, your only alternative is to go to the GP and the other LPs and really ask those folks if they would like to buy your share. Well, if they don't want to buy your share, you're sort of stuck.
Right.
Or alternatively, you're going to take a big haircut on your investment in order to get out of it.
So you mentioned that you've been in the industry 15 years. What were you doing that allowed you to have insight into this happening?
Well, I come from a background of technology, and I've been involved in real estate investments, and so I've seen the problem firsthand. I've spoken to hundreds of different people that have also now have been involved in these types of investments, and there's just no solution. There's no way to get out.
Right.
So for those folks that have been involved in these investments to date, there really hasn't been much of a solution until now.
And so how do you do something like that? Like for people that are, we always have these big ideas, right?
Sure.
And sometimes it's just silly ideas that people think would change the world, and other times those silly ideas really do change the world, right?
Well,
but how do you make it happen?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an entrepreneur to the bone. So it's in my blood. And so I see the problem, I want to figure out what the solution is. And if I see friction, I want to try to reduce friction. And so when I took a look at the problem and saw the difficulties with regards to finding a solution, I really understood and dug in even further, to figure out how can we do this and make it effective.
So that gives us a great lead in. We're going to take a short break right now, and then when we come back, we're going to hear about, that was the problem. How did you actually solve it?
Sounds great.
We'll be back.
Morning, Jill.
Good morning, Amy. Where would you like to work today?
The office. What's the weather like today?
The temperature is 18 degrees with a 57% chance of rain. Are you ready to start your day?
Give me 10 minutes.
Okay. How would you like to get there?
I'll walk.
Do you want to ride?
No, I'm good.
Thank you. Careful, Amy. Obstacle ahead. Nearly there. Good time, Amy.
Good morning, Amy. Welcome to JLL. You have one message from William Douglas.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Your first meeting is at 10:30. Please proceed to the elevators. Have a good day.
And you.
Lisa is in today. Lunch?
Good for me.
Invite sent. Have you seen the latest report?
No.
Your coffee will be ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
Tip sent. This building uses sensors to make your day more productive. Need a desk?
Maybe later.
Sure. How's the temperature?
It's fine.
Ready to start your meeting with Eloise Dupont?
I am indeed.
I'll let her know.
Bonjour, Amy. Ça va?
Bonjour, Eloise. Hold on.
Auto-translating.
Vous avez vérifié le document que je vous ai envoyé?
Yeah, all looks great. Thanks very much. Au revoir.
Bonne journée, au revoir. Merci.
Are you happy to share your building usage data today? Have a great evening, Amy.
Plan for route home?
Stop navigation.
Navigation off.
Send a message to Tom. Are we still okay for the meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock?
Message sent. Would you like to switch to personal mode?
Yes, please.
Personal mode. Work mode returns 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Confirm.
Have a nice evening, Amy. Enjoy the sunset.
Good night, Jill.
And we're back. And a couple minutes ago, we were just talking with Kevin Guy, CEO and founder of Real Liquidity. And we talked about what problem did he see in the commercial real estate market. Kevin, rather than me do it, I'm going to let you recap it and then talk to me about how you went about trying to solve that problem.
Sure, and just to sort of recap the problem with real estate is with real estate investments in particular is that there's a lack of liquidity in private real estate deals where a group of investors pool their funds to buy a piece of real estate. You typically have to wait for an exit in order to recoup your capital. However, there's many circumstances where an LP or a GP may want to liquidate all or a portion.
LP, GP?
Sorry, a limited partner or a general partner in that particular real estate asset would like to liquidate partial or their entire interest in that asset without having to sell the property. So what we did is set out and embarked upon setting up a platform and a marketplace where limited partners and general partners in these real estate assets could essentially put their interest up for sale. And then new investors, accredited investors, can come in. They can review the material that we've compiled on that particular investment, and they can decide, is this the type of investment that I would like to invest in? And they can make an offer for that particular share in that particular real estate asset.
And your website's realliquidity.com. That's simple, correct?
Correct.
So if I went there and just, I don't know exactly what property I want, I just have an idea that maybe I want to invest in a certain market. Which markets do you cover? What types of property do you have? How would I go about doing this if I was someone, and how much money do I need to be a player in this?
Sure, no, great questions. And so think of Real Liquidity like a stock exchange for trading limited partner and general partner interest in these private investments.
Okay.
So we go through a process where we onboard a property, we do a lot of the background checks, the due diligence around the property, and we compile that information and assemble it so new investors can come in and review it. Okay? And so, like a stock exchange, somebody can make a bid, somebody can make an ask. When those two prices meet, then our team goes to work to complete that transaction.
Okay. And whereabouts is this? Like, which markets do you focus on?
And so the markets that we focus on right now is typically every market in the U.S. So we're U.S. based right now. We're focused on the U.S. marketplace. Property types range, from multifamily, retail, office, industrial, pretty much across the spectrum.
Nice.
Yeah.
And how many years has this been going on?
This has been going on for the last year. So we're new, we're a startup, but...
And you're based out of?
We're based out of, we have people, being a startup, we have people based in Boston, New York, Florida.
Shout out to Boston, my hometown, by the way.
Shout out to Boston.
Can't leave that out.
Go Red Sox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please. Yeah.
Nice plug.
Good job on that one. And what are you most excited about? What do you have coming up, or what are you working on right now? What's going on?
So what we're most excited about is the traction that we're gaining, the new properties that we have coming onto the exchange. Because what we're seeing is that, and I mentioned this in the previous segment, is that typically, with investors that are in these private assets, if they want to get out, typically they're taking a reduction in the value, a haircut is what I call it.
Okay.
With our exchange, we're seeing that we can get them a lot closer to market value than you could in a private situation. And so, because we're exposing that opportunity to so many new accredited investors, the demand for those types of assets is incredible. And so we're seeing the value stay a lot closer to market than you would say in a private deal.
So people aren't losing out as much as they would in a traditional world, so to speak.
Exactly.
They're able to be made a little bit more whole by getting out of a situation they don't want to be in for whatever reason.
Correct. And it's really a supply demand, right? It's having the exposure not just to one potential investor, but to literally thousands.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you're also giving people, again, I'm going to go back to the opportunity here that's available, which is not only for the people who need to leave their investment for whatever reason, but opening it up more so for how many people that wouldn't be able to invest.
You're
right?
100%, and I couldn't have said it better myself. We're really solving two problems. One is the liquidity, but simultaneously, we're solving the problem of access for those investors who are looking for these types of investments. You know, right now, we only offer properties that produce yield. If it's not a yield-producing investment, we do not carry it on.
So there's confidence for someone like me going onto the site.
You can look at it and you can go, you know what, this is a great sponsor, it's a great property, great market, and it's producing a 7% return. Fantastic. And it's a passive investment. You're not involved in managing the property in any way, shape, or form. And so this is sort of revolutionary from the standpoint that you're providing access to individuals who can now diversify their own portfolios. Right. You can own a piece of an office building in New York. You can own a piece of a multifamily building in San Francisco, and so you're able to participate on that level now, which is a very, very interesting dynamic.
Well, I appreciate you sharing all of this with us today.
Great.
And thank you for Kevin Guy, CEO and founder of Real Liquidity. And we'll be back after this short break. And the short break, I should add, is going to be a video that we have. We were talking earlier about artificial intelligence and robots, and we're going to show you a video that comes out of our EMEA office on workplace and home, and how does all of this really make a difference in your lives day to day. And we're going to bring Stephen back in with us as well.
Hey, Kevin.
Hello, my friend.
Hey, Bush. Hey, everyone.
What's going on?
We're back. So we have a robot? I'm super excited to see that robot come in. We saw the robot come in from virtual apartment about 20 minutes before we came on.
Yeah.
And what did you think?
I mean, I want to see what it does.
Yeah, I can't wait for you all to see the robot when it comes on, because it's, you know, I'm actually excited to learn what it does, because, you know, I get distracted enough. I don't know about you in the office when I'm working, and now we have this incredible 5'10" robot that's going to be going around your office, and, you know, again, I can't wait to talk about that with those folks. So. And
they said it can do anything. So we'll have to see what we come up with. You can tweet us, ask us maybe. We'll see if we can fit that in.
That's right. That's right.
So we were just talking with Real Liquidity, and that's
Real Liquidity.
Happens to be where you work, I think, maybe.
Yeah.
So you know a little bit about
Hopefully
that.
they're going places.
So Kevin told us a bunch about what Real Liquidity is doing, why it matters to our industry. Let's talk about some other things that are happening and how that's changing our industry. And I'll use that as a self-plug for JLL for a moment, actually, because Real Liquidity was talking about the investment side.
Right.
And if you're investing in a property or an asset of any kind, how can you get out of it if you need to? How can other people have an opportunity to get in on these kinds of things? At JLL, we saw, and our clients actually told us more than what we saw, right? Which is on the flip side, and that's not the investment side, but on the leasing side. We saw that there was an opportunity here where people were losing out. So either investors who had empty space that just was small space, though. It's not like we're in 30,000 square feet today.
Right.
And that's the kind of thing where a company would come in, and especially on the 29th floor with these beautiful views, people would come in and they'd take a whole floor or even half a floor. But there's a lot of other times when there's much smaller space, and it's not as easy.
I'm sorry, it's a majority of the time, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's
it's
true.
a majority of the time. It's far and few between with the whole floor plate or half, but you know, a big part of the business is the smaller companies, right?
And sometimes you lose out on money because you can't find the tenants in their traditional, again, traditional is becoming not even the right term anymore, right? Because everything's changing and there are new traditions and new standards. But let's just talk about the fact that whether you're a company that doesn't need all your space for whatever reason, right? I mean, we have a lot of people who are now working from home. I work from home and I just travel as needed. So
I'm sorry, when you say that, a company that doesn't need as much space, classically what my mind goes to in this industry is a lot of law firms, right? In these big spaces that will take up 2-3 floors, you know, traditionally going back decades. And now it's folks and firms like them that are recognizing that we don't use all this space, and how do we not lose the money? And
yeah, but it's affecting every industry. right? I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
as our generations blend and we switch out and we have millennials more and more, I mean, there's just this whole trend of people don't need to be in an office. And if you are in an office, you don't need a 300 square foot office all to yourself.
That has
nor,
gone away
Nor are
recently.
you given one. I mean,
Correct.
let's be honest, right? Some people still want it, but you're not necessarily given one. So what does this leave us with? This leaves us with a lot of extra space that's not necessarily these big, contiguous or all together spaces. And so how do you make sure the landlords aren't missing out, or tenants that have this space aren't missing out by paying rent on empty space?
That's right.
And so we've come up with Hirise, Hirise, hirise.com, that allows these kinds of companies, whether you're the ones with the empty space or you're the ones looking for the empty space, to be able to come on, and it's really like the Airbnb of commercial real estate. So you
That's
can
really
use
cool.
different criteria, and I don't know how much you've heard about this, but definitely in our DC market, and you can do this anywhere in the country, but particularly in our DC market, which is our first one, we have it where people can go on and they just like filter and choose the criteria you want, and then have a credit card and complete the entire transaction online.
Sure. Now that's amazing. And when you say people, right? Because and number one, I think that streamlining processes is really, really important in
Right.
today's business climate. So it sounds like that's when you say people, you're talking about small businesses, people who are looking for space.
Right.
They're in the business of space.
And
Okay.
you know,
just
we're
wanna
going
clarify.
to go back to a theme that you brought up earlier about people being so busy and working a lot,
Right.
right? If you're not in the real estate industry, how much do you really care about real estate? How much do you focus on real estate?
Well, great point, Pushpa. You don't until you recognize, let's say, as a startup, and you're about to get your space, and you see that it's the number 2 line item on your monthly expenses, which right behind payroll.
Right.
It becomes a monumental issue for you when they come across that, right?
And to be honest, your regular working hours aren't necessarily when you're going to have time to do this.
That's right.
Right?
Right.
And so the other thing about Hirise is that it allows people, whether it's late night, weekends, when you finally get around to that kind of stuff, you don't have to worry about waiting for someone to return your call during traditional hours or
That's
anything
amazing.
like that. You go on and do it at your pace when you need it. And quite frankly, that's the way our economy is these days, right?
That's
I mean,
right.
it's all about, you can tell me everything that's out there, but until I'm ready, I'm not going to really pay attention. And
Right. That's on demand.
maybe
It's
I'm
the on-demand
generalizing
economy.
how I feel as
No, I
pushing
agree
that
with
onto
you.
everybody else.
I
but-
totally agree with you. I think
Right.
that we are in an on-demand economy right now. When we see big companies like Uber, right, that pop up, and
Right.
that's what people's expectations are. You pull out your phone, you open an app, and here's the information that I want when I want it. And if I
Yep.
do reach out, the expectation is to get back in touch with me pretty quickly, right? So I want to
Exactly, by the way.
not transition, but you bring up a bigger point about Hirise with JLL. One of the things amongst many that I'm impressed with JLL is that they've chosen to in-house build a lot of their own technology. And
yeah.
yes, and I think that that's really valuable, again, not only for JLL and their employees, but also their clients. And I think it would be important to kind of touch on, from a high level, how you went about choosing to, let's go down this path for ourselves and for our
Right.
clients and build this, and what are some of the advantages of that?
Well, and I didn't realize this. I mean, we've done some prep for today,
Sure.
right? And I didn't realize this, but I'm going to apparently keep saying traditional a lot because
Well, we're a traditional industry,
because
so that's okay.
traditionally,
Absolutely.
right, JLL would build our own things. And I think, that's how conferences like DisruptCRE come about, which is there's more and more companies dedicated to doing things
That's right.
that we would have normally been building, right? And so instead of our default of, well, we don't have it, let's build it, that's not necessarily the competitive advantage. It's not always in building. So yes, with Hirise, we most definitely built, and that was largely because nothing else out there existed. Now, in other cases, and more what the norm is now, and I think JLL is not the only one, and nor is our industry the only one, but it's more of a buy if we can. Maybe we'll see a company out there that we should just acquire them.
Right.
And
you're open
make
to that.
them a JLL company. Not
Sure.
only are we open to it, what did we have? It's well over 20 and closer to 30 in the last 2 years of acquisitions.
Wow, so you guys are busy.
Not just technology, right? But there were quite a few of those that are related to technology. And then we also have where we partner. So VTS is a great example, right? Where we have clients that are asking us to use technology, asking our professionals to use that. So in this case with VTS, I mean, we have where investors are using them as a platform and they're asking our real estate people, brokers, to use it as well. And so that's in a situation where the more that we get asked to use it, well, maybe we should partner with them.
Sure.
And actually see how far we can take this. And then in other cases, yeah, we're gonna have to straight out build it.
Yeah, no, you brought up a great question, or at least it created a great question for me, and I'll ask this question and then let we'll wind down to the next break, is, going back to JLL deciding to build stuff versus acquire, if what I pull out of that reading between the lines is that you folks are very proactive. And I think that that's really important when it comes to being a leader in any industry, is not waiting and sitting back, right? To see what trend is going to develop. And that's why, again, I've been really excited to partner with JLL on this, is that you guys are not only building your own technology, but you're also, like you said, you're finding what's out there, meeting those founders, making sure it's what your clients want, which is really important, and then going from there.
And think about it, I mean, do you invest millions of dollars? But if you do, then you basically have to become a product owner and a product manager.
That's right.
And you can't necessarily keep up with the companies that are out there getting that funding and then being able to really keep on top of what these products are. So, the old school industries of real estate, legal, insurance, all of that, we have to face the realities that there are a lot of other companies out there, and it's not facing reality in a bad way. It's a good thing to have this many companies to choose from.
That's right.
Doing all these kinds of things. So I think that's a really cool place that we're at today.
That's awesome. Real quick before we go to break, what do we have coming up?
So coming up, I talked about projectrenew.com and how JLL is looking at our headquarters space in Chicago. So on that website, we have all the kinds of tips and tricks and just being able to get an inside view of how JLL's handling it, how it might affect you in your office space or wherever you're working. So we have the first of a few videos from that site and that experience, I should say.
All right.
And like I said, I think people will really enjoy some of those things and how they're going to go down.
Awesome. And I think you also have from Matterport, Vincent Frasca, who's going to be joining you shortly. And from there, I think we'll take a break.
Hello?
Hi. Is there any chance that you can make this client meeting?
Oh, sure. Where at?
We're at the Northwest Eastbound Conference Room, B South. See you soon.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Northwest Eastbound Conference Room. Northwest Eastbound Conference Room. Here we go.
Hey, we're in here. Yeah.
Hi everyone, we're back at JLL Live from the floors of DisruptCRE here in New York City. And my next guest is Vincent Frasca, and he comes to us from Elite CAD Designs, but we're actually going to talk about Matterport and virtual reality and what Matterport really does in terms of property marketing. And we can also talk a little bit about how JLL is using Matterport, quite frankly. So welcome, Vincent.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
So tell us about Matterport. How does it work? What does it do?
Well, Matterport makes a 3D camera. It's a 3D capture camera. What it does is it generates a virtual reality tour of any space. It's used primarily for real estate marketing, both residential and commercial. The deliverable set doesn't just end there. I mean, it's a rich platform.
But what does that mean? It's a camera that delivers. Just because I'm very practical, break it down. What does that mean? So do I point and shoot? Do I put it on? What kind of experience is this? And
so it's a hybrid sensor camera. So it's several different sensors. It shoots an infrared pattern, and based on how that pattern distorts, it extrapolates distance and generates a poly mesh model. And then it also captures HD imagery. It's
got to be all video terms, huh? Poly mesh and stuff like that.
I guess so. A poly mesh model is just a faceted model.
Okay.
It's used in the architecture, engineering, and construction industry. It's used in a lot of different industries.
Okay.
What they do then is they take this HD imagery and they stick it to that model, and they're able to deliver a virtual experience, a tour, whether you put it into headgear or you just do it in the 2D plane of your computer screen. You can visit any site as though you had gone there.
And do I need a special headset? Like, so once I use the camera.
The system, the product, the walkthrough tour will run from any smartphone, tablet, or PC with no additional software required.
Really?
Yeah. You can share a link to a walkthrough tour with anyone, anywhere on Earth, and they can visit the site as though they had traveled there.
And I will say, I think, I'd like you to speak to it a little bit more, but I think from what I've seen of Matterport and what I've heard about what Matterport's doing for JLL in particular, investors, our clients, is that it's really making virtual tours much more of a standard, much more available, right? I mean, and at a cost-effective price.
I would say yes. So the product is quite unique. I mean, there are other 3D capture tour products out there. However, none are as elegant or robust a solution, and it's just seamless. It's really quite an experience. It's changing the real estate industry. You can more effectively market a space, whether it be commercial or residential. I also use the instrument in the construction space.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and the benefits are so many, it's difficult to list them all.
And so, do you need, is this something that if I had a Matterport camera, is this a full process of I use the camera, I take all the video and the pictures and whatnot, and then who puts it all together? Who makes that happen?
Well, the process is really quite effortless as well.
Really?
So you bring
out a little bit of a self-serve model?
Yes. You know, what's special about Matterport, from my perspective, is that you bring this camera out. The camera really isn't, it's an excellent thing, but what's even better than that is the software that processes. So you do your captures on site, you upload that information to their server system, it processes it into the walkthrough, it produces all the other deliverables that go along with it, whether it's the poly mesh model you want, the point cloud model you want, and you get all of that back. And virtually...
Just through one process. You don't have to go through and even decide which ones you want, it just happens?
And it takes such a short time to process as well, which is the thing. With other similar technologies, there's office work to do.
Right.
With Matterport, it's effortless. You upload the data, then you just tune the information that's presented to people.
So talk to me about, because I don't know the exact process from before. I just know that it was something we couldn't do very often because it took a lot of effort. So if we just talk about efficiency and productivity, for example, how long do you think it used, how many people and how long and what kind of expertise did you need before compared to now with Matterport, where it sounds like it's as easy as, just doing what you would do with your iPhone or something?
Right. Well, there are photogrammetry technologies out there where you go and you take a series of photos and those get stitched together into a model, a tour. And you transit from one 360-degree position to another. there are so many products just flooding the market. You don't know where to begin.
Right.
The Matterport is special again because you know, it's an all-in-one solution. I mean, you go, you capture the space, you upload the data. Within oftentimes less than 24 hours, you have that virtual tour back.
That quickly.
You can post it online. You can share links to it. You know, another interesting thing about it is that you can hyperlink to any web-based content from within the walkthrough. Hugely valuable tool for both real estate marketing.
What does that mean? Give me an example.
So what I mean is if you're in a space and there's features in that space that you'd like to call out, for example, the view or a stove or you know, some special woodwork,
okay.
You can annotate the walkthrough and put a message within the walkthrough that when people turn
like a little
through
pop-up that comes up?
You can pop up and they can see that. But additionally, you can link to external content. So for example, if you wanted someone to be able to purchase the furniture that was staged in a space, you could enable that transaction right from the Matterport walkthrough. In construction, what I do is I link directly to any specifications or cut sheets or user manuals for the equipment that we're dealing with in the space, so that, you know, my modelers don't have to research. They can just go through the walkthrough, look at one more thing, and pull up the user manual for this device or that. It's a visual database navigation tool, independent of being a brilliant real estate marketing tool.
So if I was, you know, a retailer or an interior design or something like that, where I had all these different showrooms, that's the kind of thing where you could choose, okay, I want to look at this bedroom type, and then I like that, so I'm going to click on it and buy it?
Yes.
Like that?
Yes, it's possible. You can configure that with a Matterport walkthrough.
Wow.
Yeah.
What other cool stuff does Matterport do? Because, you know, clearly I'm a newbie to this. So tell me a little bit more about some of the cool features or industries that you touch.
Another interesting feature for me is measurement. You can take off measurements from the walkthrough. Additionally, you can snap the walkthrough into a 3D view or a dollhouse view and understand the layout of the space, looking at a model of the space from that perspective. You could snap it to a 2D plan and look at the floor plan. You can annotate the floor plan. You could take off rough measurements for estimation. It's just...
so it's not just virtual reality and creating tours.
It's so much more.
Yeah.
It's so much more.
Now, I will say, some of the stuff I do know about is particularly for JLL, and my hometown is Boston, so I know a lot about what we're doing in Boston and things like that. And 4 Burlington Woods is a great example of a suburban office property where, you know, I feel like because of things like what Matterport is doing and with virtual reality, it's becoming, I think you mentioned this earlier, it's becoming much more of a standard part of property marketing.
It should be.
And if people look at 4burlingtonwoods.com, you can actually see in action what Matterport has done, because that all the floor plans and the just visuals that are out there for people to go and really understand, it really ups the game of how does first impressions, everything, right? I think what Matterport does is really help investors put that best foot forward online for what their property can offer to tenants.
I think so.
So I would say also, just in terms of Matterport and the number of uses that we're finding, I think we have Matterport cameras now in over 9 or 10 of our markets around the U.S. So we greatly appreciate that and appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
And Matterport's partnership with JLL. So thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to a quick break right now, and after that, we'll be meeting a bunch of our JLL local office people here today, and there'll be experts talking about all different kinds of trends and how that's affecting today's market and what we're doing to solve that problem.
Here I am, wielding a hammer. The turkey's looking up at me like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Like that. And I wield the hammer, it's Thanksgiving. Grandma's in the corner. She's wondering, what's he gonna do with that hammer?
Hello?
So what I did is I nailed up
Oh,
a nice
hi,
little
how's it
hanger
going?
for the turkey's feathers. Just kind of hung it there? Hung the little feathers up there.
My Thanksgiving, I spent it in front of the TV.
Oh, of course you did.
Yeah.
Flop down.
That's it.
Listen, let me find a little more quiet place to talk.
Oh my God, dude, the queso.
It's
Excuse me.
wild.
Arf, don't forget about doggy.
Okay, I think I finally got a spot. Yeah. Finally got a spot. So you were saying? Yeah.
I'm printing 1,000.
Okay. Can you hold? Yeah, I can find another spot.
I'll see you later.
Nobody came to my meeting, and it was really embarrassing.
More authenticity. Sell it. Sell it. There you go. A little more transparency.
So sorry about that. I think I finally, found a spot. So, you were saying? Hello? Hello? Oh.
No.
I think I finally found. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at JLL Live from the floors of DisruptCRE in New York. And for this second hour, we're going to be talking to JLL experts that are here in New York locally from our offices on a bunch of different topics that affect either the way that we do business as a real estate company or what we're seeing our clients are facing and how we're helping adjust and help them. My first guest is John Wheeler, who's the managing director of our New York office. And John, welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Welcome. We're going to talk about co-working,
Yes.
right? So first of all, I know we hear a lot about different companies out there that do this, but for those of our viewers who might not know, what is co-working? Because in some cases, it almost sounds like you and me work together, and that's co-working.
It's a great question because it's really a trend that's developed out of the temporary office facility. So we're all familiar with Regus, who was the largest temporary office provider, but as the workplace has changed, there became a need for an environment that had flexibility, and that pertains to length of term that you could occupy space and be fluid in terms of the scale of the envelope that you're operating your business in.
So what kinds of companies does co-working space most matter to?
Right. So the co-working image, if you will, grew out of the initial tech-oriented kind of temporary spaces, the programmers, if you will, but the
for people who can't necessarily commit to a full lease.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes. So these would be startups. These would be people who may have left their larger company workplace to start a new venture. Oftentimes, the beginning members of these types of facilities really were startups and sole practitioners. What's happened in the last 5 years is a dramatic diversification of the profile of that user.
Okay.
So today, a very sizable portion of co-working membership is represented by mature corporations. So they are often
That's a surprise.
Yes. So the reason for that is what is going on within the co-working facility. So there's a tremendous amount of networking, collaboration, leveraging of other people's talents within that network. So if you're a member of a co-working company, your ability to connect with others that have skill sets that you might require is enhanced, and it's actively managed for you to be able to connect with others that you may want to do business with or have a need for their services. So oftentimes a mature company, they may get a license or a membership for a group that's off to do a special project.
Okay.
Or they may be out there generating new concepts and ideas, and the companies think that they'll benefit from being in that sort of fluid environment with having these serendipitous collisions of ideas and talent. So you've got everything from banking institutions, large accounting firms, down to your single practitioner startups and everything in between.
So what are the typical sizes or number of people before you can actually do something like this?
Now it runs the gamut, and the reason it runs the gamut is because all different types of mature companies have found value in these environments.
So there could be lots, we're not just talking a handful of people anymore.
Exactly. By way of example, we have a large institutional banking client down here in Lower Manhattan. They leased a whole floor from a co-working provider, and it was because they had built within their space sort of a free-form space, and people were using it for ad hoc kind of meetings, brainstorming sessions, just to get away from their workspace and go get together. And they said, we're not going to recreate this through all the floors of our building, so they ended up contracting for an entire floor.
And real quick, John, how does that affect the landlords? Because that's got to be a bummer for them.
Interestingly enough, I think the conventional wisdom was that these types of facilities could be detractive from their target occupier, but it actually is enhancing their environment. So if you have a co-working environment within your building, if it's just the floor or floors that they lease from the landlord, that's an amenity for all the other tenants in the building, because a significant amount of the clients, the co-working environment's activity are curated events.
Yep.
So you may have a company that decides to set a topic up, and they'll do that within a co-working space.
Well, I really appreciate you being with us today and talking about that, because it is something that is affecting a lot of people, both from, like you said, all industries that need space, as well as the landlords. So Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Appreciate your time. Thank you to John Wheeler. And up next, we have Jim Wenk, also a managing director of our JLL New York office. We're going to talk about what's really driving the New York office trends right now. So welcome, Jim. Thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon. It's actually Mike Denamer. I'm with the Smart Buildings team.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
They switched up on me a little bit.
That's all right.
All right, well, let's talk about that then. Nice to meet you, Mike.
It's good to be here.
So tell me about smart buildings are all over the place
Smart
now,
buildings,
right? I mean, we haven't introduced the Internet of Things topic yet, but this falls right in there with IoT, whether it's sensors, name badges, it's all these different kinds of things of what you can do with it, right?
It is.
So,
it is all of that and much more. And you know, one of the things that people often wonder about is, you know, smart buildings, green buildings, sustainability. Is that the same thing? And it's really two different topics. Green buildings is one aspect of smart buildings technology, but it's not the only piece. A smart building takes into consideration so many more things: safety and security of individuals, the experience that the occupants have, the engagement of employees and tenants in that space, as well as the operational efficiency of the building. But it's much more than just energy and green and sustainable.
well, let's talk about how smart buildings is part of energy and sustainability. Which aspects of that? Because I've heard that, you know, through sensors there are ways to see where we maybe wasting lights, or, you know, the AC should be turned down. Are those the kinds of things you talk about when you say like the energy and efficiencies?
That's absolutely a piece of it, and I think there's been a lot of attention paid to energy over the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
The part that's been encouraging to me is that the last 3 years or so I've seen and heard much more interest in the occupant experience. And when we really think about this, energy may amount to $3 a square foot in the space. The real estate cost may be $30 a square foot. The people costs are $300 a square foot. And so if we can impact the people costs by a couple of percentage points, or even a portion of a percentage point,
it adds up.
It's it's a greater leverage than even the energy. And not to take anything away from energy, but there's been a lot of attention paid to energy over the last 20 years. So clearly when we talk about smart buildings, we want to schedule the building properly. We want to understand what the heating and cooling set points are. We want to do the right things with the window blinds and window shades to lessen the HVAC load.
Right.
But we want to get beyond that. We want to get to the point of using a smartphone device to be able to interact with the building in a commercial setting, just like people interact with their homes in a residential setting.
And then away from energy, I mean, there's a lot of other things, right? So talk to me about some of those other things too, in terms of smart buildings.
So, one of the main items is getting employees and tenants interacting with the building itself. So rather than just coming into the building and occupying a space, can we interact with it? Can we, when I reserve a conference room, can I set that conference room up and order catering at the same time, all through a simple app? Can I use wayfinding to help me find the place where I'm going to meet in the building?
That's a big deal. That's
Absolutely.
a really big deal.
Absolutely. So even if you're an employee of the company, but you may not be there every day. So you show up at a place, you need to know where to go, how to get there. I might want to find out, are you in the building today? Because I might want to have a meeting with you. Can we use technology to help me find a colleague who's in the building?
And would that be through the badges and the fact that the badges are tracked and those kinds of things? Or what are some ideas around that?
So presence detection is a big piece of it. Presence detection beacons that tie into your cell phone will help to identify who's in the building. And that can be anonymous, as well as you could opt in to say that, I'm Mike, I'm in the building today, so that you could find me. Or it could be anonymous. And even the anonymous information then we can use to help us with space utilization. Okay. So how many people are in the conference room? How often is this space utilized?
And what is JLL doing to add value or help our clients figure this all out, whether it's on the landlord side or the tenant side?
Yeah, well, you know what, that's the big opportunity. Everybody hears about IoT, they all hear about smart buildings. I think everyone appreciates that at some level there's something in all of this for them and for their business, but they may not know how to go about it. So JLL has created a consultancy practice inside of the firm to work with our clients to help them understand how to go about this, understand what it means to their business, create strategies, create technology roadmaps, and actually go ahead and implement projects that help them achieve their goals.
Terrific. Well, thank you, Mike. We
Very good.
appreciate you being here today and
All right,
talking
my
to us
pleasure.
about especially IoT, right? Everybody
Yeah.
keeps hearing about that.
Very
Thank
good.
you for your time.
Thank you.
So I have to admit, I'm not really sure who's up next. So I'm going to let my next guest introduce themselves, if you don't mind. Hi.
I'm Matt Astrachan. I'm a vice chairman in the JLL New York office.
Hi, Matt. My understanding is you're going to talk to us today about some of the tech tenant trends.
Yep.
Right? And specifically around densification and amenities. But talk to me a little bit about what densification even means.
So as costs have risen for real estate, there was a push to fit people into less space.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of companies found that they went too far and the environment wasn't conducive to collaborative workspace. So densification has emerged, which really is a combination of, yes, less square foot per permanent seat, but more amenitized areas that people can share.
And so as you work with some of our top tech companies around the world, what are the kinds of things that you're hearing from them in terms of what they need, and how is this affecting how we find space for them or how they occupy space?
So first of all, I think it's across all industry segments, not just technology.
Okay.
I think any company, it's the backbone of their operations somehow tied to technology. So I think it spills over into many different kinds of user groups. But what most are looking for is a space that enables small meeting interaction, privacy, but also ad hoc interaction. And how do you create that? So that you have people that are running into each other that weren't necessarily planning to. Hopefully that creates synergy, discussion, leads to a business opportunity, who knows? And the high walls, high cubes, lack of line of sight that tied to many of the older installations, all are coming down. But that costs money.
Right. I was just going to say, who's paying for that?
So what I thought would be interesting to bring forward, and we were actually asked by a prospective client who was in an older installation, had a very high level of attrition. They said, if we spend all this money, what's it really going to be worth? How do you measure the value? So this particular group had about 1,000 employees. Their average salary was somewhere around $100,000 a year, and they had 25% annual attrition. What we see as an average across most industry segments is somewhere in the 10 to 12% range.
Yeah.
So that differential was costing them $15 million a year based on the metrics of basically like a 2.5 time cost of each $100,000 salary. That's for finding someone else, retraining them, the disruption to the workforce, and the like.
Okay.
So now we have a tangible value with which we could take forward and say, if you spend all this money to re-outfit your workplace and it costs you $25 million to do that, well, you're paying yourself back in close to 2 years, and you have a 10-year lease. We think it makes sense.
The math is there.
So we'll see if they go forward.
And you're seeing that a lot.
We are. And I think it's also because the way people want to live and work and the environment that they want to be in, it's all changing. And that it's also that people are spending more time and more of their avoiding the outside, inside of the office. Mm-hmm. How do you attract and keep the talent who have choices these days? It's really the employee has the upper hand against the employer. And if you want to get the best, you've got to have these amenities. It's everything from food to private workspace to flexible areas around the floor and technology.
And real quick, when we talk about amenities, which one's the most surprising to you that people seem to be wanting more and more?
I think it's private seating inside of the workplace, outside of your permanent space, but private seating elsewhere, a quiet space to go.
Right. I get you. Thank you, Matt. We
My
appreciate
pleasure.
you being
Thanks
here
for
today.
having me. Take care.
Thank you. So, going to keep it rolling, and next we're going to talk about Blackbird. Hi, Aaron.
Hi, how are you?
We have Aaron Lee, who's a senior GIS analyst in our JLL New York office, here to talk to us about data visualization and a tool that JLL has created called Blackbird. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you. Glad
So,
to be here.
I've heard about Blackbird for a few years now. I've heard that it helps us a lot, but help break it down in simple terms of why did we do this, what does it do, and who are we helping?
So JLL has invested a lot in Blackbird in a way to better understand client portfolios and make decisions by integrating the specific client requirements, our market knowledge, and then third-party data sources where we can really come to a consensus on certain location decisions, mostly applied to major headquarter location or consolidation plays, or broader retail strategy, where we are doing more analysis on the back end and customizing these solutions with the client in mind.
So tell me how it used to be done without Blackbird.
Before
Right?
Blackbird,
I mean, we're talking about when people are trying to figure out where to go. So site selection,
Yep.
right? So how did it used to work?
lots of long paper surveys about what types of characteristics you're looking for within the
We're
market
talking trees
for real
worth,
estate.
aren't we?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So there's a lot of different platforms that we're collecting data on in those stages,
Mhm.
and now Blackbird is really a place where that all comes together and informs singular, cohesive decisions.
And we're talking also that people don't have to go out to buildings anymore, do they? So not only are we saving trees, so to speak, right? But we're also saving a lot of time and energy, or even just helping people not have to get on a plane and go places, right? How does that work? How is Blackbird helping that?
So yeah, as we have more work with more global companies with distributed workforces, we're able to get all the stakeholders in to one room, their own respective room, and we present and can be on multiple screens and multiple continents at the same time. And it's a huge travel cost savings. Clients really like when we give that presentation prior to tours even,
Mhm.
so you can cut down even the length of a tour. So instead of going to look at 10 buildings, maybe 2 or 3 will be of interest, but you can narrow down to those 2 or 3 in one session via Blackbird.
And that's because of all the data sources we bring together and data visualization, right? But what does that mean, data visualization? How is Blackbird helping with that?
So the three-dimensional nature of Blackbird allows us to take a broad look at markets, understand what the economics are in various submarkets, but also take us within the building and see what a floor plan would look like in a particular market. Where does that building look like within that city? And you really get a sense of the entire feel of the space rather than looking at a static photo of that building without respect to what's going on around it.
And what kinds of information do we bring in, right? So you were just talking about floor plans and being able to dive deep and that kind of thing, but what kinds of things do we really, beyond that, that people, because one aspect of it is that we're saving people time from going from building to building to building because they can see everything here. But what other kinds of information that even if they went building to building to building, they still wouldn't get, right? Or they'd need separate reports. What are those kinds of information that you see our clients benefiting the most?
So our team is working hard on this now, and how do we bring Blackbird from just visualization to a business intelligence tool. So we have analysts and teams working together to compile those data layers, such as we'll bring in commute analysis of employee. We identify labor pools that particular clients are looking for, and we can overlay that. Various infrastructure, transportation networks. So we can talk about how far away something is from particular subway lines, or if someone's driving, the commute times and whatnot. Exactly. Yep. It allows for very specific data collection, and we have analysts across the country that are specialized in identifying through demographic analysis where those populations live.
So thank you, Aaron, for talking to us about Blackbird. And I think the really nice thing is that in addition to hearing about Blackbird, you're now going to get to see a video about how Blackbird actually looks. So stay tuned for that. And then afterwards, we're going to have our first panelist from DisruptCRE come give us a little bit of a summary about what they're talking about here in the world today. We'll be right back.
Your organization's real estate decisions will make an enduring statement about your brand, whether helping to collaborate with clients, penetrate new markets or prospects, even helping to determine productivity of your employees after their morning commute. JLL professionals are armed with a combination of the industry's best research and technology to help you optimize those decisions. Our proprietary intelligence tool presents a virtual market tour, integrating visually every data point that matters to you, whether it's analyzing options across the country or in a single block, all without leaving the boardroom. We call it Blackbird.
Think of Blackbird as a 3D mapping methodology with vast layers of diverse data. Starting with macroeconomic trends, you'll be able to compare markets by looking at workforce demographics, tax incentives, access to transit, and even look at buildings before the shovel even hits the ground. Then zero in on your favorable sites to view architectural renderings, stackable floor plans, neighborhood amenities, and comp data. Everything you've identified as important. Blackbird puts you there, reducing site visit time and expenses, and building consensus with transparency.
Our platform delivers a cohesive experience of true experts, deep data, and innovative technology that brings everything into focus, giving you a holistic understanding and redefining how you view real estate.
Hey, live streaming crowd from, we're here live at JLL Live at DisruptCRE. Again, we're back at 180 Maiden Lane. I'm here with Jim Wank, the Managing Director of the New York brokerage at JLL. Hi, Jim. Welcome.
Doing great. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. So we are going to talk to Jim today. He's very experienced, as we've just been chatting a little bit, on the leasing side. So he not only gets to see, internally what tools JLL is developing, they're bringing on to use for the company and his people, but also maybe arguably more importantly, we're going to get into some of the technologies that your clients on the leasing side, when they're going to look for space, what are some of their expectations today? And maybe we can get into even talking about, some of the things that you may see in the future that the clients are going to be looking for. So
sure thing.
Let's start with the tech tools that you all are using at JLL to, streamline your processes, make things more efficient.
Yeah, great. So At JLL, we feel like we're on the forefront with adapting technology into our business, and obviously for the betterment of our clients.
Absolutely.
From a customer relationship management perspective, we've
or CRM for those that are out there.
Yep,
right?
Yep, CRM. So we've been integrating with VTS, their tenant rep platform, and they have a great mobile platform as well. So that allows us, just from a client touch perspective, to update key leasing data, market data, to all have a great systematic workflow between our team members, whoever's working on a particular project.
That's fantastic.
So we find that to be an efficient tool. And what's great about VTS is they listen to us as we're a customer of theirs. So when we have questions or we think there can be improvements, they've done a good job adapting to what brokers need. On the client side, I think more and more I think as time goes on, the virtual reality, AR, is going to be integrated for floor plans and visualization of spaces.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, we're starting to hear those requests from clients to not just get a 2D or 3D mock-up of a particular space, but and see how the workflow is, but they want to see actually how visualizing themselves, literally walking through the space. So I think that technology is evolving, and I could see 2 years from now it being day to day.
Okay, so that was where I was going, and you already went there. So you think we're maybe there from the hardware standpoint, but from the adoption standpoint and getting people to use it in the mainstream, you still think we're a couple of years away?
I would say so. We're not quite there yet. Look, I have one of my clients is Snapchat, and
it's fantastic! Congratulations!
Yeah, thank you.
And, hopefully, you had some stock when they went public a couple weeks ago.
Yes, so it's been a good run with them. But literally, when one of their first executives came out scouting out spaces with us, he was literally snapping the spaces with Evan Spiegel,
wow,
their CEO. And look, nothing's going to replace the physical walkthrough, touching, feeling the bricks and mortar, and knowing really what's happening around the asset, within the asset in the physical space, and looking to an advisor to tell them what's going on with the hotel market, what's going on with retail. Tell me about the residential population.
Right.
Our clients are looking to us to give them that data, not just the physical brick and mortar.
That's right. And I think we've seen, and it hasn't been recently, but especially now more with tech than ever, you all are not brokers just leasing space. As you're saying, you're advisors, and they're coming to you now with a lot more complex problems involving real estate that you are using these tools to help them.
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes. And listen, clients are demanding more transparency. They're requesting more data. So aside from what the lease obligation is going to cost with all the capital, and they want to know, tell me about the shifting dynamics, again, in that residential population. Tell me about what's going on in the hotel market. Tell me what's going on in the retail market, because a lot of these clients, like the Snapchats of the world, they don't really care about the white tablecloth steak restaurant. They want to know the upscale grab and go type places that really cater to that crowd. So they're looking for us to have that data on hand and to provide to them quickly.
That's important. So, and I've talked with Pushpa about this, and this is one of the ongoing themes, is that we've been excited to work with JLL in folks like yourself, because it's easy to watch others lead and then, see what mistakes, their successes, and then follow. You all have chosen, and again, I think it's on not just for your company, but on behalf of your clients, you have decided to be a leader in the pack with some of these things. And is that how you get to work with some of these younger companies, if you want to call them hipper than your traditional, maybe what you're used to?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we acquire clients all different ways, and obviously the best way is a referral from another client or a third party. But when we go out and we have to pitch business competitively, they want to know that we're at the forefront of technology adoption. And going to a presentation and showing them that we have tools that our company has developed or that we've acquired or we've partnered with great third-party providers, they want to know that we're making that investment. And in turn, that investment in those tools will give them the better data quicker, faster.
Absolutely. I want to come back to something that you brought up as one of the first items as a tech tool, which is the Customer Relationship Manager, or CRM. As you know, I think a lot of industries are relationship industries, but maybe no more than commercial real estate, from my estimation. So a CRM, how important is that? And then, a thing that you mentioned is how important is it not only having that CRM to manage the relationships, but then integrating in with things like VTS. Do you see that as more and more things being integrated in?
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, personally, and I'm not a millennial, but nothing's going to replace the relationship and building the relationship. But the relationships only take you so far. And the clients are more sophisticated, and whoever we're dealing with on the client side, they report to a contingency. They require backup data. And from the CRM perspective, not just knowing when the client's lease expires and when their renewal option date is, but if we know what they're paying and that the rents have dropped 13% in the building, maybe their lease isn't up for 4 years, but there could be an opportunity to recast their lease.
Right.
And they may choose to do it, they may not, but without having that type of data mined and easily available, that's the whole key, is having the data easily available. And it's not just from VTS. A lot of it comes from, we have a very robust research department. And
great support team.
Yeah,
yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
so they're really pushing out data and tools to us, either on demand or proactively. So they're tremendous with us, and then in turn to our clients.
Interesting. Now, expanding on that, an organization like JLL, and you have these research, you have this great support staff that's out there, they're crunching this data. What is it between the broker coming to the client and saying, hey, or with the client saying, hey guys, we need this tool, and also is it also the research team seeing and unlocking things, and do you have that relationship and communication?
Yeah, so our research team definitely will customize data the way our clients want to see it on a specific basis. I would say 90% of the time our research team has already anticipated how they're going to want to see it.
That's
so I think they do a really good job in that respect. We have quarterly meetings, monthly meetings where they present trends in the market, and they'll unlock trends that we as brokers, we might have suspected, but they prove it to us.
Interesting.
And a lot of the business was, years ago, was sticking your thumb in the air and just saying it kind of feels like the market is pulling back or it's hot. But more and more, the data and analytics are a lot more current and
Sure.
On demand. So they've done a great job anticipating what our clients would want, and in turn what we would want.
That's fantastic. So what I hear you saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have this interesting dynamic now where the clients are asking for this data. You guys are providing it in the custom way that they want in a timely manner.
Mm-hmm.
And is that as simple as the success for the future when it comes to this relationship?
Yeah, I think it's. I think we have to continue building on that. I feel like there's going to be third-party providers that will be able to augment information, and some will be very useful, others may not be. But I think so whether JLL, we're going to continue to develop the resources in-house, the tools in-house, and other times I'm sure we'll partner with third-party providers. But I think it's melding that information with the broker savvy and the broker know-how, and the broker also has to, really, I think at the end of a process when a client is down to choosing 2 buildings, when they have all the data in front of them and they go to the broker, what do you think?
What do you think? Interesting. Right.
And that happened to me recently on me and my team members on a couple of projects where we gave the client so much data. They were very intelligent people, but at the end they do want to know our opinion. What do you think? If you were in my shoes, what do you think?
Right.
And it's hard to put a value on that, but that's where the advice the advice and consultation never leaves our industry.
Yeah, interesting. And also, I think what I hear you saying is, in my experience, the brokerage industry and a lot of commercial real estate has been traditionally without data. It's been through experience and through your gut, right? And so what I hear you saying now, and this is why I'm sure you guys continue being a successful global leader, is that you're matching your experience and your gut with now data that backs it up.
Yes.
And that, I think, is what, why I think you guys will continue, and a lot of people they're just not doing that in the industry yet.
Yeah, and I think, again, we are, I see it, and I can tell you it's #1 priority of our company at our national conference from the top down, that we are investing heavily in technology. We have been, because our clients demand it. Ultimately, it comes down to what the clients demand, and you're always going to have that relationship part of the business, but they're just expecting more and more. They want melding that advice with data and analytics.
Right. Let's go to, you brought up, and I love this topic, 3D, AR, VR. Especially in a place like New York City, right, where it's massive, right? We went from Long Island into this venue yesterday. When we got to Penn Station, it took us an hour to get over here, right? So, I can't imagine, as I'm thinking, a leasing broker that has multiple clients that are looking at multiple spaces, it must be physically impossible for you to get to every single place. So a tool like AR, VR, how important is that, right, before you go and show it at the end, before they actually make the decision, how important is that to kind of pre-qualify, get rid of a lot of stuff, and save your time, which equals money?
Yes, so, personally, I haven't adopted it to date. Where I see the business going within the next couple years is utilizing that resource to basically make the process of site selection more efficient, and as you mentioned. So, right now, we might curate a top 3 for a client, a top 3 or 4 opportunities, and say, and that's why they hired us, to pre-qualify opportunities for them based on their parameters. But, a lot of times we have to also show clients the 2 or 3 that we know are not going to work, so they really see the contrast.
Sure.
And that's time consuming.
That's right.
And they say, we're happy you showed us that. Don't ever show me that again. But I think the AR, VR component can supplement that part of the process, and I think it all depends on who your customer is. If your customer is of the millennial generation, I think they will trust that once you show them that technology, that they're like, great, I don't need to physically see it.
Right.
But maybe someone who is a bit older, that they still want to physically see the brick and mortar and say, great, thank you for showing me that. Now we can disqualify it. Or secondly, I think when we're finalizing down to a few opportunities, that it could be the AR VR can also be shared with all different stakeholders in the process.
Right, yeah.
And they might be on a board of directors, and they might be sitting overseas. So instead of them having to jump on a plane, unless it's absolutely critical to see it, that they can get a very good sense from the physical technology that, okay, we understand, and then that goes with the data.
Sure. And let's, I would love you to come down this road with me a little, and let's paint a vision from your perspective for the audience. Let's say in your scenario, in 2 years, what does one of your brokers, how do they use the VR with your client? How do you see that playing out? Is it the client coming into the office and actually putting the headset on?
It might be.
Is it you shipping out the headset to a client?
It might be. It might be. And again, I don't know enough about it, but it might be there where you send them the hardware. They might have the base hardware, and you send them the adapter that has the content on it, and they just load it on. So it's going to happen. I don't know if it's 2 years, 3 years, but I think it's within 5 years that this is going to be adopted, and technology, it's changing so fast. I mean, it's tough to keep up with.
That's right.
But I think it's apparent that JLL is they're on the forefront. They're looking out for what's next latest and greatest, and they're making the investments.
That's fantastic. And Jim, I feel like I have you here. I should ask you, since as someone of your caliber, let's talk about trends in the New York City marketplace. What are you seeing? Why is this still the financial and real estate capital of the world, and why does everyone like Snapchat need to be here?
Well, listen,
and call Jim to get this space, right?
Yeah, of course, of course. Good plug. Look, at the end of the day, it's the talent capital of the world. It has the most financial resources in the world. It has the most media in the world, and obviously we think it has the best real estate in the world.
That's right.
So companies, no matter where they're headquartered, they're headquartered and they start in different places and grow, but almost inevitably, New York becomes a major hub. If they're not headquartered here, they have to have a major league presence. What I think is happening is, traditionally, if you were a bank, you would be in a certain part of the city, maybe mostly in Lower Manhattan years ago, and Midtown proper. But and that's just financial services. Those walls and those boundaries have dissipated, and we worked on a project for...
Why do you think? I'm sorry. Why do you think?
Yeah, well, I think it's because the city has evolved, and there's really no more underdeveloped areas. And there's just been such a resurgence from a population growth perspective, from a retail and amenity perspective, that because of the way people are living and working, there's just almost on every street corner, there's a really cool, hip fitness facility.
Right.
There's every type of place you'd want to eat, from formal to the most fast casual, is almost on every corner. So the city has just filled in so incredibly over the last, I'd say, 10 years. And then also what really I put a stamp on New York was the resurgence of Lower Manhattan post 9/11. People see now that what has been rebuilt in and around that area, and really throughout all of Lower Manhattan, but really the World Trade Center, not just from an office perspective, but again from a retail, from a residential perspective.
They did some sort of placemaking, around that area once the memorials and all that, because I hear a lot of residentials coming back as well.
Oh, the residential has been incredible, and it's the residential has been converting for years on some of the old Class C type buildings on Wall Street. They were converting to high-end residential condos, but in and around the World Trade Center, there's been an significant increase of residential development, and with that, with the infill of great retail, with great infill from restaurants, it's like the place to be. And then you have the development on the west side of Midtown, the Hudson Yards, which is like the largest development in the United States, I believe. And that is going to, you walk there now and it's happening. 10 Hudson Yards is open. It's got bellwether tenants in that building.
Already.
Bellwether. But there's been just enormous commitments to other, buildings that are being constructed by the who's who from media, law, finance, and it's here and it's happening. So there's definitely a shift going on around New York, whether it was down to Lower Manhattan, to the west side, and I think that's going to continue.
That's fantastic. While before we wrap up, I want to talk about, because we brought up the tenants that you're working with now. Let's take, you brought up Snapchat. What are they looking for as far as technology, amenities, when they're coming in and making a final decision?
Listen, they want to make sure the building is wired certified and it has all the bandwidth, the fiber.
So internet, critically important.
Critical. Now, they don't have data centers on site. It's all done within the cloud.
Right.
But they're curating videos 24/7. But it's really less about the technology within the space. It's more about the amenities, the access to transportation in and around the building.
Right.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Jim, I really appreciate you coming and spending time with us today. You've been a wealth of awesome information, and I think you're going to be going and doing a panel soon.
Yes,
so
yes.
If we don't see you later, then good luck with that. And
Yeah,
thanks
should be
again.
fun.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Take care.
Great.
Morning, Jill. Good morning, Amy. Where would you like to work today?
The office. What's the weather like today?
The temperature is 18 degrees with a 57% chance of rain. Are you ready to start your day?
Give me 10 minutes.
Okay. How would you like to get there?
I'll walk.
Do you want to ride?
No, I'm good.
Thank you. Careful, Amy. Obstacle ahead. Nearly there. Good time, Amy.
Good morning, Amy. Welcome to JLL. You have one message from William Douglas.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Your first meeting is at 10:30. Please proceed to the elevators. Have a good day.
And you.
Lisa is in today. Lunch?
Good for me.
Invite sent. Have you seen the latest report?
No.
Your coffee will be ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
Tip sent. This building uses sensors to make your day more productive. Need a desk?
Maybe later.
Sure. How's the temperature?
It's fine.
Ready to start your meeting with Eloise Dupont?
I am indeed.
I'll let her know.
Bonjour Amy, ça va? Bonjour Eloise. Hold on.
Auto-translating.
Vous avez vérifié le document que je vous ai envoyé?
Yeah, all looks great. Thanks very much. Au revoir.
Bonne journée, au revoir, merci.
Are you happy to share your building usage data today? Have a great evening, Amy.
Plan for route home?
Stop navigation.
Navigation off.
Send a message to Tom. Are we still okay for the meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock?
Message sent. Would you like to switch to personal mode?
Yes, please.
Personal mode. Work mode returns 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Confirm.
Have a nice evening, Amy. Enjoy the sunset.
Good night, Jill.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We're here at JLL Live at DisruptCRE New York City. We are so excited because we've been talking to you guys about the robot, and Pushpa and I are so happy to introduce Brian Colin, the CEO of Virtual Apt, and he is going to introduce us to the robot. So
Playtime.
Yeah, playtime, baby. So without further ado, let's turn it over to Brian and let's meet the robot.
Sure.
Well, let's meet you first, Brian.
Sure.
Tell us about yourself a little bit, and then we'd love to talk about the
My
robot.
name is Brian Colin, co-founder and CEO of Virtual Apt, and we build autonomous robots that are able to exactly recreate a walkthrough tour of real spaces. So it's able to have somebody anywhere in the world on any device be able to look and get the tour of an apartment or commercial space. So because it's web-based, it's just a link. So it'll work in multiple languages. So somebody in China can view a space watching it on their mobile phone in Mandarin.
And Brian, we were just off camera talking about, I think it's really important, your situation for why you created the robot. And can you tell people, because I think a lot of people probably share the same frustration.
Yeah, so originally it was a problem that I had experienced. I didn't like the whole going around the city, looking at 10 different apartments, the bait and switch, and the pictures, and all the issues with the existing technology that was out there. I originally came in and tried to use existing technology to figure out how I can give myself a walkthrough tour, how I can look at 10 apartments in 20 minutes from the comfort of my home, and realize that the technology didn't exist and we need to invent it ourselves. So we built a whole team of scientists and engineers, and it's all proprietary software and hardware to be able to give that full tour of a real space.
Unbelievable.
And what other things is the robot doing other than the tours and whatnot within either commercial real estate or elsewhere? What do you see the uses for it being?
So we do most of our work in 3 different sectors. Commercial and residential real estate is the biggest. We do a lot in retail as kind of the in-between of Amazon and actually going to the store itself. So we're able to have
Sorry,
people...
I got distracted because
No,
we got
that's okay.
We've
Yeah.
been waiting.
Sorry. Yeah.
Does the robot have a name? We'll come back.
This is the VR2.
Okay.
So the VR2 it's a mobile supercomputer. It's filming from this level, so we're putting somebody in the position of the robot, able to walk through.
Okay.
And we're able to live stream it with a 0.2 second delay, or we're able to have it fully produced in 4K or HD with a 0.2 second delay in 4K within 5 minutes.
Wow.
So we're able to get really quick turnaround time. The whole system's unique. It's processing it below, so it's an all-in-one solution. And it's processing the VR3, the next version, is actually doing somewhere around 45 trillion floating point operations per second.
Wow.
So it's a real
I don't know what it sounds like, but
supercomputer.
45 trillion something sounds right.
It's a big number.
That's computing
So,
fast.
so we have this robot here. Do you use a joystick? How do you,
Yes.
who's moving that?
Tell us about this. Let's break it down.
So we go into a room cold for real estate. We'll walk into a giant open space or a small room. It doesn't really matter. We will drive it around with a Xbox controller. And we're able to map out up to 500,000 square feet within 30 seconds. And what we're able to do is...
500,000?
Correct.
Wait, do we have
any
one of those
space.
controllers here?
Yeah,
in the
that's a
room?
controller.
Can we, can I
yeah,
just, I'll
we'll
be
show
right
the
back.
controller. So it's just a regular Xbox controller. And what we're doing there
How cool is this, parents? How cool is this? Your kids could have one of these tomorrow. It's a new...
We don't sell the robots. They can't have
Oh,
them.
oh, sorry. I apologize. I thought that was really cool,
Well,
though, that
not
this
to
is
mention,
really an Xbox
how much does a
controller.
robot like this cost?
For us to make it originally with all the different versions, it's well over $100,000 in development. For us to recreate it, somewhere around $20,000 for each robot that we build. The VR3 is a little more expensive, our next version, but what we're doing is we're able to edit frame by frame with depth. So you're able to zoom in, zoom out on any device worldwide, all web-based.
Oh, wow.
So what we'll do is we'll go into a space, we'll drive it around, we're able to see where every table, every chair is, and build out a floor plan within that 30 seconds of any size space. It's using LiDAR technology, very similar to self-driving cars. So this is sending out millions of lasers out of it to get the depth of every single item that's in the room at multiple different levels, and then to be able to exactly draw on that path how you would want to walk through a client through that space.
Yeah.
And then just press go, we leave the room, it goes autonomously on that exact path, and you've given that walkthrough tour experience. Well, you could have a broker in there talking about the space. Oh, we have the Empire State Building over here to look out, or whatever else you want to describe, or you can do it in voiceover and then give people the choice to play it in multiple languages.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And
so-
what do you have coming next? What kinds of things are you either working on, or does VR2 wish she could do?
Does VR2 have a name? Do you name the robots?
I made her a
different
female just
version.
now.
This is the
Did you notice
VR2,
that?
the next one's VR3. We don't have a nickname yet. We'll figure it out. It's not really our... As a technology
Yeah,
company,
yeah.
we don't worry about the naming too much. It's,
Sure, no,
It's a
yeah.
B2B service provider. Nobody ever sees the robot, so it kind of just does what we need it to do.
So what's next for the robot?
Well, I mean, this is fully functional, built out. We do work with many of the largest companies. We work with large multinational companies primarily. We prefer to be a technology company and work with few clients that do large scale rather than kind of doing smaller size.
Sure.
But like, will V3 have a head? I mean, I'm starting to picture Short Circuit. You remember that movie?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
With Johnny, I think.
It will look very
25.
similar. The base has different suspension. So this one was built for inside spaces, so it'll work really great on flat ground. The VR3 will be able to go on bumpier ground. There's other technology advances that we've made that are going to be into it. For instance, with the shakiness, you have the stabilization. You don't want people to get nauseous when they're watching it. So we have something that we invented that on any amount of bumpiness will stay exactly the same and flat and smooth as you're watching it. So as long as it's not some crazy pothole or water or mud, then it'll seem like it's completely smooth. Even though you'll be able to look down and see a big bump, you won't feel it as you're walking through.
Sure. Now let me ask you this. Once you have all this content, right? Because you're capturing all this content and you're doing a very practical thing, which is fantastic, right? It solves the problem that I think we've all had, which is a terrible leasing experience. On the commercial side, I'm sure people share the same sentiments. As far as you're gathering all this content, are you having other ideas on once you have this great library of content? What you can do with it as far as extracting data and other things out?
So we have a custom web player which we embed. We do it all white label for the client. So we embed it on the client's website for their clients to go to their site, spend more time on their site, view their locations more.
Oh, fantastic.
So it's not coming to us. Nobody knows our videos, that they're out there. And so they're able to have it for them to increase their web traffic. There's analytics within the video so they can see that people are watching the videos.
Oh, nice.
That's critical.
They're on the
right?
site for much longer. Their bounce rate is 1/6 of what it was before our videos are on there. So those are the kind of stats that they're able to see that, hey, this is not just an expense. It's not a gimmick. We're getting a really good return on our value. We don't have to do broker incentives. We don't need to.
Right.
We don't have our inventory. We're having fewer days on market. Those are kind of the tools of why we think and we have the results we believe to prove this is a better technology. It's not something new and different. It's actually better.
That's right.
Here's a little bit more of a practical question, though.
Yeah.
How do you transport VR2? I mean, do you lie it down on the back? I mean, that's got to be a little bit of a
No, we
very
were just in
sensitive
Florida
thing,
for
right?
a job, so I mean, I'm a little peeling. Probably see that, but
I didn't know
I'm
that
not usually burnt. But no, it breaks down to two parts. The base is one part, and the top tripod separates into another part. So we're able to fly with it. We've gone London, Florida. We can drive it. We don't put it in the subway, but yeah, I mean, take taxis everywhere. That's our primary travel expense when it's in the, driving it around, renting a car, or flying it. We just call the airline and TSA, and they're like, cool,
Oh yeah, I
go
bet
through.
you got to tip them off.
Oh my
Who
goodness.
knows what they think it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Brian, for being here with
Thank
us,
you.
and thank you for
We really
introducing us to
appreciate
VR2.
Version
Thanks for your
3
time.
go gadget helicopter. I love it.
Maybe
I
flying
really
someday.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. This
Thank
was
you,
great.
Brian.
Very
Thank you
cool.
so much. Thanks.
Up next, we've been talking about OfficeRenew.com and how JLL has been transforming our Chicago headquarters. I mentioned there was some comedic relief on that website. We're going to show you a video right now called Have Meetings, Not Waitings, and we'll be right back after that.
Thank you.
Third quarter results are really something. As you can see here, actually, sorry, that's not.
Oh, is that over Bluetooth?
Maybe it's the VGA cord.
Oh, try checking the input.
Ethernet.
USB, USB-C, USA.
Maybe it's a landline.
Oh, PCs and Macs seem to be different computers.
Yeah. Oh, sync it with your Apple Watch.
Ethernet.
ClickShare?
Over HDMI.
HTML?
DisplayPort.
802.11d.
Thunderbolt.
Minesweeper.
Ethernet.
Did you try turning it on?
What's the Wi-Fi password?
Hi everyone, we're back from JLL Live in New York at DisruptCRE Real Estate Technology Conference, and I'm really happy to have my next guest here. Has become a friend actually over the last couple of years. It's Margie Sweeney from Accrete, principal and founder actually. So Margie, thank you for being with us today.
I'm so happy to be here.
And more importantly, thank you for making this all happen today.
Well, that was certainly a team effort.
I know that's not all you've done for us, but I will say that this production, direction, programming, everything has just been a really great experience, and I'm looking forward to Chicago and San Fran.
Absolutely.
This hasn't even felt like a trial run at all or anything like that. This is going
Well, we're in New
amazing.
York City. If you can't do it here, you can't do it anywhere.
Very nice. So tell me a little bit, or maybe a bit more than a little bit, about Accrete and
Sure.
what do you guys do?
Yeah, so it's what we're doing today is an extension of what we do every day for our clients. We make commercial real estate and financial services come to life. That's the way I like to think about what we do.
And you specifically focus on those two industries.
Absolutely. So everything we do has something to do with either commercial real estate or financial services.
Yeah.
We're a very focused content marketing and public relations firm. Actually, our people joke that we're the nerd herd. So, you know, it's a little bit true, like everything that's a little funny.
I haven't noticed that, but I'll
we
roll
get
with
excited about ghostwriting for CEOs who want to talk about topics for the first time, or who have these brilliant ideas, but they don't have time to sit down and write everything out themselves and things like that. So,
and is that a bit where your company tagline of business articulated comes into play?
It does. We've worked with some investment bankers, and I was listening to them early in the first year of my business, and they were talking about how important it is for a company that wants to sell themselves to articulate their business story.
Right.
And I thought there's real value in how you communicate in today's world. And the better you can make
and
your
get people to listen.
value proposition.
Right?
Absolutely. People are, in this world of real-time communication, people do not listen past the first 7 seconds if you haven't sold them on your idea. So all of the disruptors here today who are startups, who are looking for venture capital, have 7 seconds. You know, here at DisruptCRE, they're given 45 because they have the floor.
Right, right. but for people walking around and stopping at the different stations and whatnot, that's so true,
Exactly.
right? We have so much coming at us constantly, more so than ever before.
Yes.
It's hard to turn it off, quite frankly, but
Yes.
to actually get at the good stuff. So
Right.
give us some examples of success stories of where that's
Yeah.
really worked.
So after today, I hope today with JLL Live is absolutely one of them.
I don't think we
but-
need to wait till the end of the day, but that's my personal opinion.
You know, one of the stories that I think really puts our value proposition together well is we've been this year working with a commercial mortgage broker. So
Okay.
it's getting to that time in the commercial real estate cycle. It's getting the capital providers are pulling back a little bit, and we ghost wrote an article for this commercial mortgage broker. And it was published within a week because the online communications, it isn't just social media. Every traditional media outlet is now primarily
Right.
online as
You
well.
don't have to wait for the monthly, quarterly, or any of that, right?
Right. So someone he'd known for 20 years, but he hadn't talked to in probably 10, called him, and they are now doing a deal together.
No way.
Yeah. So it's...
And they didn't really have to do much except explain to you what was going on and let you take over from there.
Exactly. They attended the Mortgage Bankers Commercial Real Estate Conference.
Yeah.
And they came back with their ideas and takeaways. And we have media relationships, of course, and then we can also help create the content. So we put it all together. We plan, produce, and promote content in financial services and commercial real estate.
And how much more do you do? You know, obviously we're here today and there's this kind of
Sure.
production, right? And you help us with a lot of general PR things as well. But
We do.
What's sort of your favorite things to do? What do you get most excited about?
You know, there's a report that we've worked on with JLL since 2011. It
wow.
was actually the first thing that we did when we started working. And 2011 is also the year I founded my company, so big
No
year.
way.
We publicized the life sciences, at the time it was called, in 2011 it was the Life Sciences Cluster Report.
Yeah.
Now it has been brought under the umbrella of all of JLL's research. It is the Life Sciences Outlook. And we publicize it every year. We've worked with Forbes. We've done bylined articles for just about every trade publication in the life sciences and biopharmaceutical space.
That's amazing.
I told
we
you we were
appreciate it.
told you we were nerds. I mean, I put it out there.
And you know, you founded this company. What made you do that?
I was inspired to start a company because professional services firms, whether they're law firms or PR firms or accounting firms, lose a lot of women employees in their 30s when they want to start families.
Yeah.
And so there are tons of, some of the best PR people I know don't want to work 60 hours a week. They want to work maybe 30 or 40 hours a week. Go figure, a 40-hour week. Many of us have not seen that for a while.
Again, not when you're on constantly because of technology and like access, right?
Exactly. So I figured out that with a liquid workforce model, I could get some of the best
liquid
people.
Workforce model.
Yes.
I haven't heard that before. I like it.
We talk about it a little bit in Office Renew, to be honest with you.
Very nice.
JLL's facility management group that talks a lot about how facilities are changing because of how workforce and the nature of work is changing. And I sort of got in front of this trend 6 years ago. And I have some of the best people in the B2B PR world.
Which I can testify to. Yeah.
They want to be part of a team. Thank you. Thank you. They want to be part of a team and have a life too. And that's the basis of our model. So we don't say, oh, somebody's leaving early for the day. We say, these are your hours. This is what you do, and this is what you work, and we assign work accordingly.
Especially because we know inevitably people are logging on later.
Absolutely.
Anyway, it's not. It's just the new version.
Exactly.
Right?
And it's just more flexible.
You know, one last question for you is that earlier we were talking about the co-working trend and how that can help different companies as temporary space. But yours isn't so temporary. I mean, you've been around 6 years now, right?
I joke that we're an anchor tenant for a co-working center. We office out of CoLab Evanston in Evanston, Illinois. About half of our employees come in and out. They come in when it makes sense. They work from home when it makes sense. That's part of the liquid workforce model actually as well. In our co-working center, we have desks for 3 or 4 people. We have an area that's our own. And I have a month-to-month lease. It's beautiful. Tech companies who are founders don't want to make long-term commitments to leases. And as a founder myself, I can tell you, in 2011, I didn't know I'd still be here talking to you in 2017. You know, so having that flexibility is incredible. I love our co-working center. As we now have 20 employees, so we're getting to that point. We may graduate soon, and you know,
but no rush apparently, because these do exist for that reason, right?
Exactly.
Well, thank you for being with us today,
Thank you so
and
much.
also thank you for putting all this together. I see JLL Live keep going for the future, and we're very happy with that. So thank you.
It's an exciting day.
Next up, we're going to have a video called about Red, which is a JLL product. It's the first of its kind for the commercial real estate industry and talks about data visualization and how that can really help our clients. So we'll be back after that.
Data. It has revolutionized entire industries, from music to travel to finance. Corporate real estate is no exception. Definitions of the workplace are changing. With home working, hot desking, and mobile working, constantly evolving smart building technology means data plays a bigger role in how real estate professionals adapt to a new and exciting landscape. JLL realized there was a huge competitive edge for clients if technology could enable us to analyze, understand, and leverage the mass quantities of data in real estate. Welcome to the platform, people, and processes that came together to form Red. Clients across the world told JLL what they wanted: more effective benchmarking, modeling of future scenarios, data integration, better analytics, and mobile-friendly apps. What they wanted didn't exist, so JLL decided to develop it. We wanted to create an optimized ecosystem of best-in-class applications, letting clients connect their preferred tools as well as the best specialized apps when they needed them. Our vision is every client with their own individual app ecosystem. We recruited a global team of data scientists from finance, academia, and leading tech firms. We sought out the leading thinkers in big data and partnered with the best developers. With the best data governance in the industry and the highest level knowledge management, the Red platform delivers new ways of doing smarter work with the best quality data. Sharing and analyzing data across real estate, sales, workforce, and finance. Revealing insights that help clients realize their bigger business goals. The road to Red wasn't obvious or easy, but JLL has created a different approach to the big questions posed by big data in real estate. We followed the principle that every challenge we overcame was one less challenge for our clients. They are benefiting from everything JLL has learned on the journey to Red, as well as from a world of insights drawn from data helping them with their business goals.
Hi, welcome back to JLL Live, sponsored by also Real Liquidity. We're here to talk about, I'm here with Pushpa Gowda, my co-host, and we're here to talk about, in this segment, a very cool thing that DisruptCRE does, which is a segment called Meet the Disruptors. And a disruptor being one of the tech companies that have decided to come into the industry and make a great leap on behalf of all of us and what they're doing.
Yeah.
So what they do is they give a 45-second pitch. It's very fast-paced for the people in the audience. It's really fantastic. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring in many of those disruptors where we're going to interview them for you, so you're going to get a great chance to see who they are, meet the founders, again, if it's applicable to you or your clients, which I think will be very valuable.
Mm-hmm. And this is a great way for us to see, we talked earlier at the beginning of the show about how there's just so much out there, and how do you figure it all out?
How do you digest it? Context is really important.
And if you're like me, you're a little bit overwhelmed by stuff, and a lot of times just want to turn it all off and not necessarily be looking at website after website after website. So coming to things like this, dedicating yourself to a half day and just seeing what's out there, what problems does it solve, what opportunities does it provide, this really helps. And so again, for people who can't be here live today in New York, we're bringing some of those people here today to talk to us.
That's right. So, I think we're really excited to bring you this segment. I think you'll really enjoy it, especially with some of these really interesting people that decided to, get into the commercial real estate industry to help us all out. So, without further ado, I think we'll be going to our first disruptor coming up.
Yeah. We have Mari from Turning Art. Come on in, Mari. Stephen, we'll see you in a little while, though.
Take care, everyone.
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you too. We met in Dallas.
Yeah. So Mari's out of Turning Art, which is, again, shout out to my hometown, Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how are you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah. A lot of
Happy to
action
be
out there
here.
on the floor today?
Well, yeah, it just started, so.
I can hear a lot of the rumblings in the background.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to look too much and get distracted, though. But tell us about Turning Art. What do you guys do?
So Turning Art is a 100% turnkey artwork subscription service for office-based businesses and commercial real estate. We partner with thousands of artists across the country to deliver fresh local artwork, whenever you want it. Take care of all the different aspects like design and curation, installation, rotation, and just keep the space fresh.
And I think the beauty of what Turning Art does, just because I've spent a little time talking to you guys over the last couple of years, I think the beauty of what it does is that it allows a company to be able to choose and switch out artwork without it just being an investment that then has to stick around for years and years, right? And go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, instead of spending all this capital on a permanent fixture, it really does kind of become a fixture. You stop sort of noticing it after a while.
Yeah.
A lot of businesses and commercial real estate ownership groups, property managers, et cetera, are finding it more suitable to build it into like the operating budget. So to have artwork as a service so that, from a practical standpoint, you can, if you're renovating or you're getting a huge new tenant, you can change things up if you need to.
Right.
But also for fun.
Right.
It improves the experience of the space.
And you have a cool way, by the way, of people being able to select. So talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so Turning Art, we're startup, always very client service minded. So we were thinking of, sort of remembering all these client conversations and how difficult it is for some people with art because it's so subjective and kind of difficult to marry opinions, figure out what they're going to choose. And so we developed a collaborative voting software that people can use, again, on the practical side if they just kind of want all the owners to be happy or whatever, or on the tenant side to just get people engaged.
So employees can scroll through and click like or make comments.
Exactly.
It's almost like a voting thing,
Exactly.
right?
It's exactly a voting thing.
And what's a success story of how that's kind of changed? I know we're coming short on time here, but I want to give you an opportunity here to talk about that.
One story that comes to mind, there's a multi-resident high-rise in Chicago, and they do the tenant voting, with every rotation. And there's been one artist who's based in Chicago who I always include in their voting gallery. And one of the tenants knew that artist. And so now he visits, he does his little tweets. It's just like
Very
ways
nice.
that are actually drawing the community into the space.
Much more involved and personal.
Exactly.
Well, thank you for being with us
absolutely.
today. And
Thank
tell
you,
Jason I
Pushpa.
say hello.
I will.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Up next, we have Tomas Novotny from 720 Degrees. Welcome, Tomas.
Hello, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So you are an IoT, or Internet of Things solution for, what is it, indoor air quality? Is that what it is?
Yes, indoor air quality and
Tell me about
extended,
that.
so also environmental quality.
Okay.
So we are helping large organizations like GE, IBM, Danske Bank to analyze the quality of their working conditions and how does it affect the satisfaction and health well-being of their employees. So we monitor things like thermal comfort, chemicals in the air, particles in the air, noise, and many other things.
How do you do that? What do you use?
So we use small sensors which are put around put around the buildings. They stream to our cloud all the data, and then we analyze the data, we train the algorithms, and then we provide recommendations to our customers.
And why is this important in terms of the air quality? I mean, or am I just taking it for granted that the places I go have the proper air quality? Or what kinds of things do people end up finding out about their?
There are many, many things. So the most important part is that to give you assurance, right? So even if everything is, and you assume it's perfect, it's good to know, right?
Absolutely.
That you're in the good environment, that there are no chemicals or nothing which can harm you, either short term or long term.
That's right.
Then of course there are sensitive people who are much more prone to have
asthma, those
exactly,
kinds of things.
exactly.
Yeah.
So you want to also come forward and help them, right? So they
Yeah.
are not handicapped towards at the workplace.
Yeah.
And of course, generally, there are sources. You cannot control everything, so things can happen. And it's good if you are operating a building. It's good to know upfront so you can prevent the issue instead of waiting until something happens and you see it on the people.
Right. So you can see it at the first sign of it, as opposed to waiting for people to feel the effects of it.
Exactly, exactly.
So how are people doing this before sensors and before 720 Degrees was here to offer this?
So basically the users of the space, the occupants, they were the sensors, right? So once you saw someone having effects, someone complaining,
Right.
then you would be like, okay, is it one person or is it 20? Do I need to
And
react?
even then, you wouldn't necessarily say it's the air, would
Exactly.
you?
You wouldn't know, so you would invite few experts, you would
Right.
pay a few thousand to each of them, and then you would see what they have measured or found out, wrote down in the report. Instead, we just do everything continuously, proactively, so once something's emerging, we can tell you and we can give you recommendations how to optimize.
So tell me a little bit, like a success story. How are you really out there and in the commercial real estate industry?
So let's pick some example. We are working here with a developer
Here in New York?
downtown Manhattan, and they had some concerns about indoor air quality. They invited some experts, but because they come in certain time, they cannot see 24/7 what's happening in the space, right?
Right.
And many of these events are occurring just in a short period of time, and you want to know how.
It's
Is
hard
it
to
serious?
capture it at the
Exactly.
moment it's
You want to
happening,
capture
or
them.
know when
Exactly.
moments it will be happening.
Exactly.
Right?
So we put sensors all around, we stream it to our platform, and then we could pinpoint that it's happening early in the morning and late in the afternoons when the building gets more occupied, right? And we help them to find the solution to actually
And
fix
maybe
it.
this is a little gruesome or a curiosity on my part, but what kinds of things do you find out?
Oh, well, there's anything from human-induced things like bringing food to workplaces, which is a little thing but can be disturbing, perfumes, which can trigger allergic reactions, to material emissions from the building materials.
So you can figure out if someone's cologne is causing somebody else to be sick, or
Yes, we cannot be, not always we can be exactly conclusive to say this person is affected this much, but on aggregate over
What's in
longer
the air?
time period, we can pinpoint these are the areas where something is happening, this is how often it is happening, and it's caused by occupants or by the building or by the materials, by outdoors, and we can recommend you what can be done about it.
That's terrific. Thank you for being with us here today,
Thank you so
Tomas.
much. It was
Appreciate your
pleasure.
time.
Okay.
Up next, we have our next disruptor, which is Buildout and Vishu. Welcome.
Vishu, hi.
Nice to meet you. So tell us about what Buildout does.
Buildout is a marketing platform that's built specifically for commercial real estate.
Okay.
So we went into commercial real estate brokerages and we looked at the kind of works that they were doing to manage their listing process, producing and publishing all of those marketing materials. And we built tools specifically around the works that they were doing to make it more efficient and more brand consistent across the whole organization.
So what does that all mean in terms of what were people doing that you saw, and then you saw a way to improve that?
Absolutely, great question. So if you look, one of the things that's really special about our software is that it's actually built around the work that's happening in the brokerage. So I'm not inventing these tasks from out of nowhere. People are sending out emails, right? They're updating websites, they're producing flyers and brochures and offering memorandums and proposals.
Yeah.
So we looked at the work that they were doing to accomplish that and said, hey, we can do this in an automated way and in a more effective way. So we built a database to hold all the listing information. You can manage it from proposal to on market to close, and you can produce and publish your material right from there. So with one click, you just make a flyer and put it on your listing.
So that's what I was going to ask. Is it about, you know, that whole process you just described, and having been around this for over 20 years now, and in my early career as an assistant,
so you're familiar with this work. Yeah, right. So I'm not making all of that work up, right? It's like the stuff that people are really doing.
And it's a really repetitive process for no good reason, right?
Exactly.
So is this the kind of thing, and please don't let me put words in your mouth, but is this the kind of thing where I put in information once and I can repurpose it with a click of a couple of buttons?
Once your information is in electronic
different
form, you shouldn't have to enter it over and over again.
Right.
You should put it in once, and all of your marketing should be driven from the same place. That's exactly right.
And so, what's the you know, how far do you go? I know you said you're based out of Chicago, but where are your clients? And
we're mostly national. We have a couple international as well. You know, Poland and Jamaica, but mostly we're all in America.
Be nice to visit the ones in Jamaica.
Yeah, it sure would, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. And so what kinds of things are they seeing? Like, do people use this for all of their marketing, or is it the kind of thing where you would only use it for, you know, really special projects? It sounds like it's just easy.
It's just easy, right? So the way that I think about it is, you know, you were talking about how all of that work is so repetitive.
Yeah.
Right? Some of your marketing work is art, and you should do the art. And some of your marketing work is production.
Right.
And the work that's production should be treated as production, and that frees you up to do a better job on all of the art.
And what are you guys looking at next in terms of where you're going or what you're most excited about?
Well, I'm very excited about the future of commercial real estate technology right now. I think that there's this notion that commercial real estate tech is behind or lame or not adopted.
Yeah,
and I think
we hear that all the time.
You hear that all the time, right? That's like, it's a cliche at this point. People just say it all the time. I think, and I've seen that start to really change.
Yeah.
So if you look, you know, in the last few years, finally technology has become good enough to use. Right? Like the old tech wasn't worth it, and people are, you know, these are brokers, right? They have to go make money, and they're not going to use something that's crummy.
You know, you're hitting right on what I think about in terms of why people don't adopt technology, whether it's our industry or not.
Yeah.
If you need training,
yes,
it's probably too hard.
It's probably too hard, right? Like
because apps you just download,
deals.
and a 2-year-old doesn't need instruction on how to use an app. So how come we have to spend 2 half-day sessions on how to learn something that I'm not even going to use for another few weeks? So I'm not going to remember.
You can't remember something 2 weeks later. You have to be able to open something up and learn. And you know, that's one of the things I think is that kind of change in attitude happened outside of commercial real estate.
Right.
So you know, from LoopNet to now, maybe not much happened. But stuff was happening outside of commercial real estate. Apps were getting easier to use. The cloud was happening. And so all of those technologies all of a sudden came to us, right? And now people are adopting technology. And so you asked what I was excited about. I think that initial adoption is setting the foundation for a massive, massive, massive disruption that's going to come now. Because now you've got people actually using technology. So whether it's a CRM or a leasing management or a marketing solution, you're actually using software, and those things are integrated. So all of those pieces of software can talk to each other. Everybody knows there's a data issue in commercial real estate, right? But if you have an application that you trust that can share data with another application that you trust and another one that you trust, then they can build a graph, and there's no one big place where all the data is. You've just got things that are providing value. And that thing I just described is an ecosystem.
And without knowing it, that's exactly what JLL's strategy is right now, is that we're not trying to have one thing that does everything, but we're also not trying to have all these separate things that don't talk to each other. So
integration is key.
Yeah.
And then, so I think that the initial adoption that we've had, plus the integration that's occurring, really does set the stage so that's somewhere from where you can iterate.
Right.
Right. If you're not using technology, you can't benefit from technology. But the second you are, it
Your
can
world
explode.
changes.
Exactly. And yeah, I got one last thing on this, and then you can get rid of me. But I think that I not only that, I think that the relationship with technology is changing. So until very recently, we were the laggards, right? Everything was happening outside, and then it was pulling us along. If you look at the new disruptive technologies that are happening outside of commercial real estate, we're not talking about the cloud anymore. We're talking about artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
Right? And
you might have seen our robot bit a couple minutes ago.
the guy running around, yeah, I did. That was cool. And so, but commercial real estate is very much on the forefront of virtual reality, for example, right? That's not a technology that's being developed outside and being used here. This is like the initial real commercial applications of a technology that we've been talking about for 30 years.
Yeah.
And it's happening here, so I'm very excited about what's happening.
And it's funny you chose that, because up next we have Vincent Frasca from Matterport and talking about virtual reality.
I'm
so
gonna look forward
thank
to
you for
hearing it.
being here with us
Thank you.
today. Welcome back, Vincent.
Hi.
I know we talked a little bit earlier today, but wanted to dive in a little bit more about Matterport and virtual reality in general. So if you wouldn't mind just telling us a little bit about that.
Well, Matterport is a virtual tour platform. It's really a system. You capture the space with a camera, and then it produces a 3D virtual tour that you can share with anyone, anywhere, and it's easy enough for anyone to use. It's a real estate marketing platform.
And where are you finding it most beneficial?
Most
Or
beneficial.
most applicable in changing things, yeah.
Well, certainly it's a tremendous value in being able to market a commercial space or a residential space to potential buyers further afield. Virtually anywhere on earth, you can send them a link and they can tour the site as though they had visited it. There are many other benefits to the system. So many benefits, it's hard to enumerate them all. While it's an excellent marketing tool, it's also an excellent coordination tool.
How so?
Well, different teams in different locations can discuss particular issues looking at the same thing, and there's no mistake. It reduces the risk of an error in dealing with whether it's a commercial real estate space or a construction site.
Mm-hmm.
It facilitates the communication process is what it does.
And how has it changed your world?
Well, for me, it has changed a lot of things. When I picked up the instrument and the system, we were doing a certain amount of work. Now I would say that it's helped us increase our throughput by a factor of 4. So we're doing 4 times as much work simply because we don't need to revisit the site. Also, some of the sites that we work in, getting access is a challenge. So not even needing to go back again is a benefit,
you
because
captured everything, and you just need to look at different angles when you need it.
exactly.
Right?
There's always one thing you didn't look at or missed, and what a powerful tool it is for that.
Now, we talked about it earlier and a little bit just now, right, about in property marketing. But what about when it comes to construction?
Well, I'm representing Matterport today. I work, my group is called Elite CAD Designs.
Mm-hmm.
We work in the construction space. In particular, we're a mechanical systems modeling group. We model to a high enough level of detail to facilitate prefabrication in many cases. We're a coordination group. What a powerful tool it is for this space.
Makes sense.
I could speak about that all day long. It facilitates communications with our customer. Also, we brand our Matterport captures. We use the Matterport system on every project. It reduces our risk ultimately, because it's a capture, it's a snapshot in time of the existing condition that we walk into.
Yeah.
Often congested, so many details. We take off measurements from our Matterport tour, an estimating tool like you've never seen before. And this also gets at not having to return to the site.
Well, from all your examples, I can really get why it's an exciting thing. And I know that from JLL's perspective, we've been using Matterport, and it's really helped us in our property marketing as well. So thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Up next, we have David Hay from Spacecraft. David? Hi.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
So tell me about SpaceGrab.
So SpaceGrab is unique in that it's the only online marketplace for users that want to sublease all or a portion of their space or
Okay.
assign it over. So similar to swap a lease for cars, somebody that gets into a long-term obligation and they either want to expand their business or contract it, they're able to list it on our site. And on the other end, people can come and search for space that's turnkey, move-in ready, and usually at a discount. And they can come in and just take over the space and not have to deal with the headaches of building out a space, searching for vendors and contractors and the like. So
this is ready to go. Come on in and grab it.
typically it's ready to go, come on in, but it's also eco-friendly in the sense that it's a recycling of the space.
Yeah.
So, and the landlord gets a seamless transition from one tenant to the next.
Right.
So there's no downtime. It's it's an efficient way to deal with the current state of the market, and with all the structural changes, I think you see companies downsizing and shifting focus, and this allows for flexibility.
Right.
Yeah. So.
And so how are people previously dealing with it without SpaceGrab?
Well, there's no one that really had the option for both subleasing and assignments. There's been some subleasing sites in the past, and there's options on certain sites to have a sublease listing, but generally no one is looking for sublease space on any site right now. And I think people have just been suffering in silence and just waiting it out and dealing with it.
And that's that shadow space that we talk about, right?
It's a shadow space, yeah. You see a lot of dark space out there, and people are just paying for it and suffering, and they'll call their broker who listed their space, and brokers don't really want to deal with it. And our service, right now is a free service. So
yeah.
Brokers are getting paid. We're enabling brokers. We're getting tenants out of the space they don't want to be in, getting people into spaces that they don't have to rebuild out.
So it doesn't have to be the tenant using your site to sublease their space. It could be, if I'm a broker and I've been hired to sublease space,
Right.
I can use SpaceGrab as
Absolutely.
one of my marketing platforms.
And you're going to be paid, by your client for that, and we're facilitating the transaction, and we're trying to incentivize brokers to make money.
Very nice.
So
how widespread are you in what markets or countries?
We're launching most likely next month, and we're only in LA right now.
Okay.
So we've been building
So
up.
it's not even live yet.
We're live, but we're not launched yet. So
Okay.
we haven't officially launched.
So seriously hot off the presses
Hot
here
off the
today.
press, and we actually have met with JLL's Los Angeles office, and they were very receptive to us and posted some listings on our site. So we're building up inventory in anticipation of our launch. So we're hoping to get everything going very soon, and then go nationwide, which is our focus.
So we're going to be looking for that. How soon?
As soon as we can get it to you.
So we'll be looking for SpaceGrab. Is it just SpaceGrab.com?
SpaceGrab.com. Yeah.
And so can people, use the different filters and really, how do they get at what they need?
So it's very simple, the same search as you would do on any other listing service, LoopNet, whatever. So you'd basically go on a search by zip code or location, city, whatever you'd want, type of property. It's a super easy way to search for it, and also listing is very easy.
Right.
Takes a couple minutes, and there's the plan is to go nationwide. The plan is to go nationwide, yeah.
Well, good luck. We'll be watching out for you, and thank you for
very
being
much.
here today.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anthony from Mythic VR. Please join us. So we've been talking a lot about virtual reality today, and Mythic VR. Well, VR is in the name for virtual reality, right? So tell us a little bit, Anthony, and thank you for being here today.
Sure, no problem. So what we do at Mythic Virtual Reality is we provide high-end photorealistic and immersive experiences for your clients. So the idea is you have all this office space that you need to sell. We can populate it with furniture and different designs so your potential buyer can visualize it. Instead of it being a raw space, they see it looking like an office. So it's much easier for them to actually understand the possibilities if they choose that space.
It sounds like it'd be something great for me, because I sometimes have problems visualizing the potential of a space,
Exactly.
or I mean, just in real life, not even in commercial real estate, right?
Definitely.
But you know, like and people do that all the time. Like they see something that's either yellow and they don't realize like, oh, well, it would look so much better with just a different color, right?
Right. You bring up a great point. So one of the reasons we started Mythic is for that exact problem. We were dealing with a lot of clients that just couldn't really understand what we were offering. So with virtual reality, in a couple seconds, you can go through different kitchen finishes and all of that just with the press of a button.
Makes it fun, doesn't it?
It's very fun. Everyone has a really good time.
And how were people doing this before Mythic VR was around?
Right, so before we existed, and this is kind of how they've been doing it for the past 30 years, you would build a sales office or a mock-up space, and you would have all your materials laid out, and you would say, oh, this is what your floor is going to look like.
I see a lot of those.
Yeah, this is what the walls would look like. And they give you like a small little swatch, but the difficulty is combining the floor materials, the kitchen cabinets materials all together in one. So that's where we come in and we build it for you. So you see everything. Total client comprehension.
And I live in Miami, which is where there's a lot of construction going on with high rises and whatnot. So when you talk about sales centers, I see those everywhere when I'm walking around. And it's the same sort of thing. I'll walk in and there'll be some models that are set up, right, in a glass case, and then a couple of examples of how a studio would look like or a one bedroom. And you've used some of those examples in terms of the kitchens and whatnot. Are you focusing on more residential and high end, or is it commercial? Where do you play?
Right, so originally we started out with residential, but then once we started playing in residential, we saw that a lot of the ideas from residential do carry over to commercial. There is some overlap. You're dealing with spaces that are unfurnished and that are raw, and they need to be sold immediately because your developers and your owners are losing money. So in terms of just working in one of those spheres, it doesn't really matter for us because we can play in both. And with our backgrounds in architecture, we can easily work in both.
And who hires you? Is it the owners and investors of a property, or is it the tenants, or how do you end up in this mix?
Right, so on large projects, typically brokers, the developers, and even the agents will hire us to help move inventory. So if you have an agent that has like a really nice buyer, but they're not too sure if they want to actually pull the trigger, we go in, we do a full-scale mock-up in VR, and they can walk through it and get a really good understanding of the space.
And what if I was a tenant and I had maybe 3 different options? So oftentimes what happens is you've narrowed it down to maybe 2 or 3 buildings, and now you have to figure out with your decision committee on which one do we choose and how is it going to look. Do you do those kinds of things too and say like, here are your options, and really make them come to life that way?
Yeah, what we do on every single project is we speak to our client, we find out what their needs are. So if their needs are that, we can program all that in. So with the press of a button, you're seeing like different building options, different unit options, different kitchen options on so many different levels, all in real time. That's the real beauty of it. You don't have to build anything. It's much cheaper than a showroom.
And you've been walking around the floor a little bit today. What are you most excited about, either for the potential for Mythic VR or other things that you're seeing?
Yeah, we've gotten a great response from everyone out there. It's great. We've been seeing a lot of cool technology.
And I can hear from the noise that there must be a pretty big crowd here today, right?
Yeah, it's pretty packed out there.
Yeah, so you must be seeing a lot of people and talking to people and...
Yeah, we've made a lot of great connections, and the reality is VR is still kind of new. It hasn't really hit the mainstream yet. It's getting there, and so when people see it, they're like, what is this? And then they put it on, and they have such a great time, and they realize the potential in use it with their own projects.
Right.
So there's been a lot of that going on, and I'm hoping we're making some deals out of this. So I think it'll be a great experience for us here.
Well, it sounds like you offer a really valuable product here and service, rather, in terms of rendering architectural space. So thank you for being with us.
Yeah, no
Appreciate
problem.
your time.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Abe from Leverton. Abe, please join us.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Have a seat.
Great.
So I do know a little bit about Leverton because of JLL's partnership here, and it's a global partnership, but let me not put words in your mouth. Why don't you tell me a little bit about Leverton and artificial intelligence and how that's happening?
Yeah, so we're a 5-year-old company that was originally a spin out of the German Center for Artificial Intelligence in Berlin.
Really?
And what we have done is used machine and deep learning technologies for an actual commercial purpose rather than just beating chess players. And what we have found is that using our technology technology to abstract data out of legal contracts has been a great use case for a lot of companies, specifically real estate entities, obviously hence our global partnership with JLL.
So earlier, I think everybody saw we had a robot, and I think it's still roaming the floor and whatnot. And generally, when people talk about artificial intelligence, I think they think about robots, right?
Yeah.
And machine learning is a whole nother thing. So how does that work?
Absolutely. You know, what people think about robots immediately, we think about Terminator and sort of the robots taking over. We're very far from that. We're in an era called soft AI, where we're using machine and deep learning technologies to help with everyday tasks rather than take over complete processes from end to end. So everybody's always
in a non-threatening way.
Exactly. We're here to accelerate your business processes, make them more efficient, and use data to actually provide insights and analytics into your organization's structure.
And so from a JLL perspective, I think one of the greatest things that it's been helping us with all over the world, quite frankly, is the very time-consuming, and I don't know if that's why, I'll ask you, why you targeted lease abstraction, because there's liability involved, there's time involved, it's going through hundreds of pages of information and pulling out what are the most important terms, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think JLL, being a pioneer and a technology-enabled service organization, is finding that their clients no longer want to wait weeks or months to get data out of contracts. They want full auditability. They want to see where the data came from, not just in an Excel file. And they want it to integrate with all of their other technology systems. And that's exactly what we've done. We've integrated from their document management systems all the way to their ERP systems like SAP or other Yardi, MRI, et cetera. And so you have one fluid motion from dropping your PDF document into the solution, getting your data out, and then using it for big data analytics.
Oh man. So what are you most excited about? I mean, it sounds like you guys got this down pat, but there must be like a next evolution or things that are coming up. What are you thinking about?
Absolutely. So I think we're working right now with JLL on looking at other contract types outside of real estate. So things like loan agreements, employment contracts, non-disclosure agreements, basically any contract type where you know you want to pull certain data out of thousands of documents. And so I think that's going to be really interesting as the next evolution is we've sort of done this in real estate, we've proven the use case. Now where else can we go from here? And really excited to be partnering with JLL to make that happen.
And I know we are too. So thank you for being with us today.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Next we have George from Moto Labs. And George, welcome. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Have a seat. Join us. So talk to me a little bit. You're the Regional Director of Enterprise Sales here, correct?
Yes.
So
sounds fancy.
Real fancy. What do you do?
I am responsible for all of our existing customers and potential new customers that are not education related. So that's what enterprise means. So healthcare and commercial.
Okay. And what is Moto? Am I saying that right?
Moto Labs.
Okay.
Yep. Yes. So we are a global software as a service platform. We enable non-technical employees and staff to create useful and effective mobile apps in a fraction of the time to develop it yourself.
How?
At a fraction of the cost. So part of
You sound a little too good to be
doesn't
true
it?
right now. Yeah.
Doesn't it? So we've been in the market since 2010. We were spun out of MIT. The chief mobile architect then, Mr. Andrew Yu, is our CTO and founder today.
Okay.
So obviously MIT was our first customer and we barnstormed across the country and now we're global with about 180 university and college higher ed customers. From there, the natural progression was the healthcare space.
Yeah.
And from there, we've extrapolated out our use cases and our ability to solve major enterprise problems with the likes of General Electric and Capital One, St. Jude's, like that.
What kinds of things have you done for them?
So to answer your question, the reason that we're able to do this so quickly and so cheaply is that for the past 8 years, we have spent millions of dollars on our modules. So with our platform, we've got a couple dozen pre-built modules that satisfy and solve most of the use cases that we've seen out there in the higher ed and the enterprise space, from wayfinding around campus to dining to transit to social chatter platforms.
So it's almost like template apps that are most commonly used type of apps, and then you can customize it, configure whatever the word is that you want to use, but you can make it your own?
Absolutely. So think about a house that's almost finished being built, and you just have to pick out the countertops and the curtains and things like that. So that's what enables a lot of our customers to get to market very quickly without the typical develop-it-yourself cost and time frame, because a lot of the heavy work has been done. If your use case can't be solved or satisfied with a pre-built module, we have a customization engine that you can customize screens and feature functionality in a mobile app that way. So, we can satisfy pretty much most use cases either out of the box or with our customization engine.
And for commercial real estate, what do you see the apps? And you mentioned wayfinding, which I know is a big one.
That's a big one, right.
What other kinds of apps are you seeing that people are most interested in?
So we're helping facilities managers and real estate managers close the gap with the general employee population and their groups, meaning that there typically hasn't been a lot of technology to incorporate the employees from a facilities perspective. So yes, indoor maps is very popular, wayfinding. Some companies are even using beacon technology, so as you walk into the building or you walk by the fitness center or you walk by the cafeteria, certain specific custom messages will pop up. And so in-app banner messages and push notifications. So we're helping the facilities real estate groups close the gap with the general employee population and show that they are a technology group that can add value to the employee life cycle, from the onboarding as a new employee to the employee life cycle of the company, even to their alumni status if and when they leave. So it can really satisfy a lot of the needs from a whole life cycle perspective as an employee. Very similar to what we've been doing for years with the students in the higher ed space.
And then a last question for you here is that, is it more about, you still need to have a programmer or developer? So if JLL was to use Moto Labs, would it be just someone who decides to do it and it kind of walks you through?
That's a great question. So the reason we are so popular in the higher ed and the healthcare and the general enterprise space is that we're very easy to use. So sometimes it's as simple as copy and paste, drag and drop, and import this picture, import this file. So when we say non-technical, we really mean it. You don't need any coding experience. You don't need to have any engineer type of title. We've got a lot of interns at a lot of our customers that are running the apps. We've got a lot of marketing managers and communication managers.
And you're making them look good, quite frankly.
Making them look good, yeah.
Well, thank you for being here with us
today.
Welcome.
Thank you for having us. We're
Appreciate your
very
time.
happy to be partnering with JLL.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Speaking of apps and working in commercial real estate, our next disruptor is Crowd Comfort and Eric Graham. Been a while.
How are you? It's been a while. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Talk to us about what Crowd Comfort does.
So we describe it as a human sensor technology company. So we tap that very valuable resource of people and deliver better experience, helping them improve their productivity, comfort, and safety in their workplace.
How?
It's a mobile application on the front end, and we've created a virtual IoT approach where we basically create a Google map of floor plans. So we take a floor plan, it's a digital image, maybe a PDF, maybe three-dimensional. We put it in the cloud, we tie it to GPS coordinates, and then we drop pin drops on it.
Okay.
All virtual, there's no sensors, there's no wires.
What do the pin drops signify?
They become channels of communication. So instead of a sensor that you put in that's gathering data, we're using that pin drop and a person with this very powerful device in their pocket to deliver information through the pin drop. That information builds up over time, so you start to be able to visualize and take that sort of human intelligence and turn it in with artificial intelligence and really begin to understand what's happening in your real estate from a human perspective.
And how do people use this app?
So our customers are Fortune 500 companies typically. So we improve the operational efficiency for the facilities teams and the people managing services for people. So they buy the service, we set it up, and then employees start to download and use our app on the front end. So it's all native. Again, we don't require a battery or wire device going into a building. We work in any building. And then people start delivering information, and the people who are providing service to those people are receiving information in real time, communicating in real time.
And what kinds of things do they get in terms of, like, who's providing that information? Is it You know, is it the retailer at Domino's or some Subway on the ground floor? Is it the landlord? Is it the CEO of my company? Who's delivering information to me?
It's all of the above, and we work with our customers to understand what information do they want to gather and from who. In some cases, it's every employee in a company is asked to download the apps and use them to report.
Yeah.
A whole broad array of issues, everything from IT to, you know, conference room issues to bathrooms and hot and cold calls.
So it's a little bit like, and from me traveling a lot, it's a little bit like the see something, say something.
Yeah.
At the airports that they have.
Yes. It's like, and you know, pothole spotting, stuff like C-Click Fix, based in Connecticut, was revolutionizing the way communities could communicate about things in their community they needed fixed or wanted to improve.
Yeah.
The challenge with those is when you go inside the building, you don't have enough granularity. So that's where our geolocation methodology created a way to step inside a building so that rather than you know, stepping back in time 20 years when it comes to native mobile capability, like you can step out of your Uber into your workplace and go back 20 years. We give you that experience, that very easy to you know, receive and deliver information and a response.
And what are some success stories that you've seen? Because clearly this is something that's not just readily available, and it's really hard for people to do that otherwise, right? So what kinds of successes are you seeing?
So, I mean, General Electric is the best story. They were our first actual customer, believe it or not, which was amazing for us. You know, we're expanding with them both on the corporate real estate side as well as in the environmental health and safety area. So the EHS teams focus more on industrial type of real estate, which is a vast majority of the portfolio, and then corporate, you know, it's probably 20 million square feet of corporate offices, things like that.
Right.
And so we're working with both those groups to deliver information and provide better analytics and data around how those things work.
And it's been about 18 months, I think, since we last saw each other.
Probably, yeah.
So tell me what's new and what you're excited about.
I think as a startup and as a disruptor, you know, you start out, especially introducing a very new approach to something like we're doing. You're trying to get like a part of a building to deploy. You're trying to get a building. You're trying to get somebody who's like an innovator within a big company to try you.
Right.
You know, now we've gotten to this point where we have almost 50 of these Fortune 500 type companies, and we're starting to do
Congratulations.
these. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's like getting to 10 is like epic. You know, 40 is unbelievable. And now we've deployed across campuses. We've deployed, you know, many big buildings. We're in the Google building in New York, providing Google better data about their whole control system in that building.
That's big.
So that's amazing, but you know, now it's sort of how do we get to that next phase of growth? The portfolio scale, like 10, 20 million square feet at a time, not 200, 500,000 square feet at a time, 5,000 square feet at a time. So that's where we're headed. That's really exciting. We're there. We're also starting to expand some of our geolocation capabilities. We're partnering with companies like Beco, who you may know, right? And starting to add that for customers that want that space utilization data. We can work with Beco in a very seamless way. You know, my mantra is like, I don't want to add batteries and wires. Beco provides a great opportunity to put in a device, but you never have to think about it again. It's solar powered.
That's awesome.
And so, you know, those are the kinds of things they're exciting me, but thank you.
Well, I appreciate catching up with you and hearing more about what you guys are doing today.
And please come by and say hello.
Yeah, well, if they give me a break, I will.
All right, sorry.
Thank you, Eric, for coming.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Bush.
Next up, we're going to have a short break, and then we're going to talk to more of our disruptors. We'll be back.
Corrigo is an industry-leading technology platform providing end-to-end process for facilities management. From placing a work order to remitting payment, the process is automated and seamlessly integrated. When you notice a problem, log on to the customer portal on your mobile device or computer to easily submit a work order in a few clicks. The work is auto-dispatched to the appropriate technician or vendor with the right availability, credentials, and insurance for your site, ensuring that all work is completed to your requirements with full compliance. Real-time updates provide transparency by showing you the progress of a work order, and when it's due to be completed. When arriving on site, your technician or vendor checks in with the app. While troubleshooting, they can see a complete asset history in the app, including reference photos, update the condition of the asset through the app, document the work done, including parts used, and upload final proof of completion. When the job is complete, the technician or vendor checks out with a few taps on the app. Once a task is complete, several automated procedures occur. The system reviews and validates work order details. The facilities manager receives a notification on the portal that the work order is complete. Time on site is validated through GPS timestamps captured on the technician's mobile app. After validation has occurred, the invoice is generated and routed for payment approval. Automated dashboards allow you to easily see how various technicians and vendors stack up. Vendors are rated by cost and service level. Beyond day-to-day operational control, Corrigo provides industry-leading business intelligence. Benchmarking reports show how your spending compares to others in the area. Analytics drill down into the assets, trades, vendors, and other factors driving your costs, and where savings opportunities exist. These actionable analytics improve service delivery by allowing you to balance asset reliability and operating costs. Using Corrigo to manage end-to-end FM processes puts the power in your hands by providing you with end-to-end process automation with increased compliance, improved accountability of technicians and vendors, easier access to information and data, updated live, end-to-end asset management with actionable analytics. Visit JLL.com for more information.
Hi, live audience. Welcome back to JLL Live at DisruptCRE New York City. We're here at 180 Maiden Lane, and I have Morris Tabish with us, and we are going to talk about some of the fantastic things that you and your group are working on. So let's talk about, we were talking a little bit off camera. Let's just start with just simply, what do you guys do? And who are you looking to reach within commercial real estate?
Sure. So what we do with BoxTop is we help commercial real estate and other professional services businesses. We help the business owners focus on their business. We remove distractions, we remove headaches. We let them focus on servicing their customers and growing their businesses. And the way we do that is by moving their entire IT to the cloud. It's very similar to what Netflix did for the home video market.
Interesting.
Instead of driving to Blockbuster and renting a video and returning it, you just stream it anywhere, anytime. We do that with a business's entire suite of IT.
That's amazing. So I think, from people watching and, the folks out there, commercial real estate professionals, since the internet became a thing, IT has become a major problem for commercial real estate practitioners. So it sounds like you have a great solution for that.
Correct.
That's fantastic. So let's talk about, a success story and how it kind of you roll out and work with somebody in the industry.
Sure. So there's a real estate firm based here in Manhattan. They're about 30 people, and they're doing several things. They own and manage several buildings. They're developing a few, and they're also building several hotels in the region. Now, as a growing business, they've got a lot of things they're doing. A lot of people running around. They're wearing many hats. And they don't just use one application. They have their email. They have their office suite. They have their financials. They have their property management. They have their design and development. So they're using a multitude of systems. They approached us and said, listen, we're a growing business. We can't be dealing with things like servers, and this is here and that's there, and we have to work remotely, and we just can't deal with that anymore. We put them on our BoxTop platform about 1.5 years ago, and since then, the nice thing is they didn't really notice the difference because BoxTop, it's Windows-based. It looks and feels just like a PC.
Right.
But all of a sudden, it's accessible from anywhere. It's impervious to things like viruses, data loss, malware, and obviously natural disasters. So if their office were to lose power or anything like that, they can work from anywhere. And as their business has grown in the last 1.5 years, they have employees working out of 4 different locations now. People work from home very often. They travel.
And your product and BoxTop help them to attain that and do that successfully while they're also feeling safe. And I think that's an important thing, right?
Correct. The safety that we provide is very transparent. You log on and it works. So the beauty is we're doing everything in the background in our private cloud environment so that the client doesn't actually know what's going on. They just know that they log in and it works. It's their entire Windows desktop, from the start menu to the icons to the files. Everything goes with them anywhere they need.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
So, in talking about the client, so not necessarily the client by name, but you mentioned some of the problem points that client had. Right. And why they came to you. Do you see that as a far-reaching problem that a lot of other owners, operators have? Or is this unique to someone like them?
It's a problem that every business owner has. You know,
Okay.
as you said, IT has become the critical piece of any business these days. I don't care what industry you're in, if your IT goes down, business stops. Every business owner, when they own those assets, when they have servers and desktops and laptops in the office, they're responsible for them. Even if they have a service provider, they've got to make sure that they're secured, they're backed up, they're accessible, they're up to date, things break, they have to be replaced. So any business owner is limited by the constraints of what they have. When you use a service provider, you don't really worry about that anymore. For example, if you use FedEx to ship packages, if one day you have 3 times as many packages to ship, that's okay. You don't have to worry, will FedEx have the ability to deliver my packages? They've got that. And that's the same with us. We allow people to simply tap in and use their desktops from anywhere, but they're managed on in an enterprise infrastructure in data centers with all the safety, security, redundancy, encryption that's not normally available to small businesses.
Right.
So it becomes something that they use, and they don't have to worry about or think about it anymore. They could focus on their business.
That sounds great. So, I mean, it's amazing because I agree with you. I think that problem is everywhere. It's just not in certain pockets. So, Morris, it was so nice to meet you and talk to you.
Thank you,
Where
Simon.
can people find BoxTop
So,
and reach out to you?
So they can go to goboxtop.com is our website. We've got plenty of information there. If they're in Manhattan, we're on 37th Street and 7th Avenue. They can reach us by just stopping up.
Stop by and say hi. What a hospital New Yorker. I love it.
Yeah.
That's great. Well,
Thank
thanks
you so much,
much,
Simon.
Appreciate it. Take care. So we're up next. I'm sorry. We're gonna go. Hi, welcome.
Hi.
Stephen Hopkins.
Hi, Cindy McLaughlin.
Hi, Cindy McLaughlin. So we're here with Cindy McLaughlin. Cindy, tell us about what company you're with.
Sure.
And what you guys do.
Yes, I'm with Envelope. Envelope is 3D urban massing software that helps real estate developers analyze, visualize, and run scenarios on development potential under zoning constraints.
That's fantastic. So, oh wow, so you say zoning constraints, so it sounds like you guys have a lot of back-end, front-end work to get all those zoning loaded up in, so then when people, that's amazing.
That's right. What we do is hard.
Yeah, so that's probably a really big barrier to entry, which is positioned yourselves well.
That's right. I feel as though we've built a pretty strong moat around ourselves.
Yeah. And so where are you guys based out of?
We're based here in New York City.
You're in New York?
Yes, out of the beautiful Woolworth building.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. And are you nationwide, or it sounds like maybe that may be tough, or have you done that work to get all of that data already?
We're in New York City for starters.
Okay.
The way we're building our infrastructure, though, will allow us to scale nationally.
That's fantastic.
To large cities.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. So let's talk about, let's say I'm a developer. I clearly understand the problem that you guys are solving on a lot of different variations. Give us a scenario of who comes to you, how they come to you, and then how you guys end up rolling out with them and the benefits that they get.
Sure. We serve multiple kinds of clients. So one is investment sales brokers.
Okay.
And they come to us because they're interested in pricing a lot and selling a lot. Based on different scenarios to different kinds of developers.
And are these different scenarios than that are used to typically how they're valuing buildings, right? So are you doing something a little differently and giving them another couple data points than what they're doing to typically value something?
We are solving the problem so that they don't have to go and pay a zoning attorney or an architect.
That's really unique.
To do a zoning analysis for them.
Right. And how important are those to somebody that may not understand that zoning analysis in the whole process of building a building?
Yeah, it's incredibly important because...
Or coming up with a value as an, right.
Sure, zoning regulates everything you can build. It regulates the height, it regulates where your setbacks need to be, and so it's very hard to evaluate how much square footage you could get out of a potential development.
That's right.
Without initially doing a zoning feasibility analysis. And so if you're a broker, if you're going to value a lot, you need to figure out what's going to be possible to build there so that you can price it.
That's right. So it sounds like you work with brokers and you have a solution for them. Who else in the process? Developers?
Developers,
yep.
Absolutely developers, and architects. And we work with architects because architects do this analysis on behalf of their developer clients every day.
So you're almost, for the architect, a new advanced tool for something that they're already doing.
Correct.
That's fantastic. Okay. Can we talk about a success story that you guys have had?
Sure. Well, I would say the success for me that's nearest and dearest to my heart is that we've built this really incredible team. And it's a team of subject matter experts, and it's a team of developers who go deep, who are 3D geometry developers who know how to do the math, right, to algorithmically extrude buildings.
Right.
And it's really hard stuff. So, in terms of something I'm really proud of, it's the team. The second thing I think we've done really well is created a solution that mimics a manual process that happens today, but in a way that's fun and easy and intuitive. And the third thing I'm really proud of is that we've got almost 50 of the largest developers, investment sales brokerages, and architects as clients.
That's right. That's great. So thank you so much for being here. And where would we find the envelope, to reach out to you guys on the web? To tell everybody out there.
Yes, you can come meet us at www.envelope.city.
Oh, great. Okay.
And you can find my contact information there.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Likewise.
Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Welcome.
Hi.
Come to the hot seat.
Oh, awesome. Hi, how's it going?
I'm Steven.
Hi, I'm Darlene. Nice to meet you.
Darlene, tell us your title, your company. Start with that and what you do.
Okay, cool. I'm a senior account manager with Switch Automation.
Oh, I know Switch. So where did Switch Automation come from?
Switch Automation is actually a company that was co-founded in Australia, Sydney specifically.
That's fantastic.
And
I met your CEO.
Okay, yeah, you probably have Deb. Oh,
Deb
nice.
Knoller.
Yeah, she's
fantastic woman when we reached out the first time.
she's a bit cooler than I am, so I'm the second ranked one that gets put in.
No, she was great. So tell the people what you do, because I was really, really fascinated when Deb reached out and we were talking to her.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we're a software platform that integrates with the building systems and devices that are already in buildings. We tackle the problem of identifying problems that are not obvious today. So sometimes a building is commissioned and there are issues already operating under the radar. We work to find those problems and bring them to light.
Is that a data thing? Is that a data problem? So are you finding data and then extracting the nuggets of gold out of it, so to speak, or how does that work?
It's a data problem, and it's also a visualization problem, and then it's also a people's time problem.
Oh, so you kind of mix all together.
Yeah, well,
that's great.
A facility manager will be running around putting fires all day. He doesn't have time to look at data and trend information to find a problem, right?
That's right.
He wants that service done so he can just go and find it and fix it.
That's right. So what type of buildings are you in? What do you work with best?
Yeah, we specialize in commercial real estate, so large commercial office buildings, and then we do have some work with multi-residential apartments, shopping centers, and then we have a separate market in retail.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And let's take one of those, if you will, retail office buildings, and let's talk about a success story. Somewhere somebody's come to you and said, hey, I don't know if I even have a problem, but I think I do.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, sure. So Four City is a large commercial REIT that's based in the US.
Yeah.
One of their buildings, South Bay Galleria, it's a shopping center south of LA. It was a brand new building, brand new BMS, and we integrated into the system and identified that their economizers weren't economizing. So what that means is they're not taking advantage of free cooling, and that problem alone was costing them $150,000 a year in energy spend. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So it's problems like those that you wouldn't even know existed.
Yeah.
Until
And how often do you go in for one problem like that, and then you end up uncovering other issues that they don't know?
Well, we didn't go in for that problem.
Oh, you didn't?
They wanted a smart building platform. They wanted access to data and enabling their engineers. We found that problem.
And you found it while you were building, solving another problem for them.
Yeah.
That's
so
fantastic.
that's pretty much what we do across the board. They say, we want to be smarter about our operations, help us. And then we integrate with their systems and find these problems.
That's great. It's an ongoing trend that we're seeing. Talking to the big, some of the JLL professionals here too. That it's something about your gut that's been going on in this industry or your experience, but it's show me the data that backs it up, and I think that's very valuable. So. Thank you so much. It was great to meet you.
Nice
and where can we
well.
find Switch Automation for the people online?
In all the buildings, but
I love that answer. Greatest answer today.
It's switchautomation.com. So that's switch like a light switch and automation.com.
Great. Thanks so much.
Great. Thanks so much.
Great to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Thank you.
Bye.
And welcome to the hot seat, sir.
Stephen,
how are you?
Good, thank you.
So we've actually met Anthony. Anthony, actually introduce yourself and your company first before we get going.
Thanks, Stephen. It's Anthony Chiravalo. I'm the CEO and founder of Sign, over from Australia, and pleased to be here.
I couldn't tell by the accent.
No.
Love the accent, by the way, and I think it's another testament to how far we've come in commercial real estate and technology. Here's not planned, back-to-back companies and founders that have come out of Australia, which I think is amazing. And it just shows where we're coming. So talk about Sign a little bit, how you came up with the product and who you were working with to solve their problem.
Thanks, Stephen. So Sign is solving a real world problem. The old age problem of checking in to a facility usually involves a lot of paper.
Oh, security big time, especially here in the US, being in New York, right?
A lot of security and a lot of just arriving at the time without being invited.
Sure.
Paper, time, we're doing away with both of those things.
That's amazing. Okay, I like it. You got my attention. Tell me more.
So we also have noticed that pretty much everyone's got a phone these days, a smartphone.
Yeah.
So now, like when you go to an airline, you can check in using your phone at an everyday building, a school, a warehousing facility, an office tower. If you're invited to that building by your host, you can use your phone or you can use a tablet, and it's instant. You are straight through the queue and you're answering all the questions that facility wants you to answer.
Sure. So, this may sound really stupid, but why is that important?
Because it's the first impressions. Coming to...
so first impressions, and what do we know about first impressions?
They count.
They do count, more than anything, right? So that's incredible. No, great answer.
First impressions are very important, and this is all about customer service.
Right, another thing. Huge, right?
Customer service and the customer journey, and the word customer is not just about visitors coming to a facility. The customer is also the vendors, the contractors, the cleaners, the security guards.
That's right.
We're looking at the bigger picture of all of what we call the people flows coming to a facility. And with our product, you can see the helicopter view across one asset or an entire national portfolio of assets. And then the big data behind this is fascinating.
Right.
Now we can see average duration on site. Did the visitor arrive within a window? What were they doing there? How long they were there? Which job they went to the next? Fascinating stuff, especially for facilities.
Yeah, and you just brought this up, but mobile, right? And what we've seen with products out there, I think, on the marketplace, and especially for people, facility managers, building owners that are looking to work with a software or product like this, is that they're recognizing that it's not just the software, but they also have to invest in a lot of hardware.
Yes.
iPads or whatever kind of devices. You're saying, in your thesis was, everyone has a mobile phone, why don't we use that? Is that right?
Absolutely. So
Smart.
Case study in point, one of the largest global property groups, the Goodman Group, with business parks and warehouses all over the US, they opted in exactly like you say. No iPads, no CapEx across their portfolio, mobile check-in only.
Huge.
So they socialized this to all of their thousands of vendors and contractors, and the buy-in and the uptake was immediate. Free app, download the app, get registered. When you arrive at a Goodman facility, check in, check out, answer all the health and safety questions, and then the entire Goodman management team now have visibility over their whole portfolio.
Yeah, amazing. And I was going to get into that because you mentioned, arguably the top two things, which is first impression and what's the second one?
Time and attendance, security.
Oh no, first impression and
customer service.
Customer service,
yeah.
Right? What about, which I think you just touched on, you must be gathering a lot of data.
Yes.
Important data on the people coming in and go. You said the flow of the people,
yep.
Right? How is that playing out? What are you seeing and how these people are taking that data and actually utilizing it?
First important point is this is our customers' data. They own the data. It's private. We have no visibility over the details.
So you're not reselling it like a lot of other companies?
Absolutely
That's
not.
important. Huge.
Absolutely not. The data of all of the comings and goings and the identity of these people is not our property. It's our client's property. However, we do have overall themes and big data patterns of what we can see in terms of general movements, and we can advise our clients over those general movements.
That's amazing. And so what real life things are they seeing and how that's important? And please talk about the customer service and what kind of feedback you're getting, if any of the above.
So prior to a really easy to use system like this, which can be implemented with low CapEx, they were faced, clients like Goodman, JLL, Cushman, and JP Morgan, they had paper still on site. Across a national portfolio, you've got contractors attending, writing their names in a book.
Wow.
It's uncontrollable.
It seems uncontrollable, almost impossible to measure.
Antiquated.
For large organizations that have portfolios across the country and around the world in some cases.
Now they have an instant view, and they can tell how long these contractors or visitors were on site. So it's basic. It's as basic as that. They can now see that 360-degree picture.
Right.
And monitor performance.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And monitor performance.
Yep. Another thing that I know just from doing some offline talk with you, and I think this is really valuable, especially for companies in the US that are looking for a product like this, is that you're not just a new startup from Australia. You were in Australia, you created your model, you have fantastic traction, which then allowed you to come over here ready to work with the same type people. Is that correct?
It is, Stephen, and all due credit to JLL Australia and Asia Pac.
JLL Australia.
We've had a brilliant partnership with JLL Australia. They've encouraged us to come over here and meet the colleagues and look at the marketplace over here. But property management is now becoming agile. And this is the key disruption that's taking place apart from products like ours. The key theme that we're seeing is that property management and the property teams are becoming agile themselves and working with full-time software development companies and tech platforms like ours, instead of just putting it out to tender, getting a spec and thinking that the project's done. It's never done. It's always evolving.
Right, and do you think, kind of last question, do you think that you see the same type of behaviors from the property managers over in Australia that adopted this? Do you see the same type of people and they're ready for it over here?
I think we are right on time to help property managers save time and save paper. We're not seeing anything differently over here. There's obviously heightened security, and we can deal with that too.
Yeah, so if we have some IFMA folks, for the facility managers, so hopefully they're watching this, and where do we find Sign for them to get in touch with you?
So just visit our website at sign.co, SINE.co.
Oh, fantastic. Andy, thanks so much.
Thanks,
Great
Stephen.
to meet you.
Thank you for having
us. Good luck
us.
with everything and
Thank you.
continued success.
Thanks very much.
Yeah,
thank you.
Of course. So we've seen some fantastic companies, as you guys, between Pushpa and I have talked to, they really cover the gamut from everything from, at the beginning we started at 3D, AR, VR, robotics, data, visualization. And so we have another gentleman that's coming in right now to play off that. Come on in, please. Take a seat in the hot seat.
Thank you.
Stephen Hopkins. Hi, Scott Sidman. Scott Sidman, tell the live stream audience a little bit about yourself and your company and what you guys do.
Sure. I'm Scott Sidman. I'm the Chief Marketing and Strategy Officer for Building Engines. Building Engines, our goal is to help our customers who are commercial real estate owners and managers build stronger and better relationships with their clients.
Oh, fantastic.
And we do that by helping them improve the way they operate, manage, and deliver tenant service in their buildings and portfolios. We operate in about 14,000 buildings, about 1.5 billion square feet.
That's great.
Across the US and Canada.
Wow.
We have a web and mobile workflow and communications platform where we integrate best practices from all of those customers and share that with our install base, as well as collect a tremendous amount of data and provide that back to them so they can have.
I love it, data. So let's dig in. Let's dig in and peel back some onions on what you said there. So let's talk about, and I like to tell me a typical customer that will come to you in what they're looking for.
Sure. So typical customer might be a building like this, either a building or a building like this that's part of a portfolio, and they've been operating and managing the building with a combination of technology and
Excel
and
spreadsheets.
manual spreadsheets, which still exists.
Sure,
There's
absolutely.
still plenty of those out there. Sometimes two-way radios are still out there, if you can believe that.
Yeah,
There's a
I
way to
do.
that. And so you have these disconnected systems, right? And they're all kind of driven at doing the same thing, which is making the tenant experience and life in the building better, right, for their occupants. Right. And it's challenging to do when you can't bring all of that information together and provide visibility to your customers and to your management team about where they should focus their attention, what type of information and data points are important and relevant.
That's right.
And then what those data points mean. Right?
So you're really kind of helping decipher a lot of that stuff that they have that they just may not know that they have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and through data and things like that, visualization. Let's talk about the visualization part. That gets me excited because I think when I think of a lot of data and big data, it gets people excited, but I see it locked in Excel spreadsheets, right? So someone with my brain, right? So the visualization part, tell us, what does that do in combination with data to help, someone like me out?
Well, I think fundamentally it helps you absorb the information quickly.
Sure,
right?
totally
so
agree.
When we see something, we understand it much better than we do when we have to read it. For most people.
Sure,
Some people are not
absolutely.
visual learners,
Yep.
but for a lot of people, it's
Some people
seeing
love looking
information.
at the spreadsheet and
Some
that
people
they
do.
can get that,
and,
totally.
And they have that option, right?
Yep.
But seeing something helps you understand and absorb something fast. And that's one of the critical things in the space we operate in, which is time, right?
That's
I
right.
I don't
Time
have
is
a lot
of
of
the
time to
essence.
figure something out. But I think the visualization piece is one part. The next step is I can see it, I can figure it out. Now help me understand what to do about it.
Right.
And that's where
next
things
steps.
are going.
Right. So,
And that's
and what do you see as next steps? If you even want to take like a client that comes to mind that, okay, we've got my data, we visualize it, I see something that I can do, now what?
Well, I think the next step is predictive insight.
Predictive modeling,
Right,
predictive
it's
insight.
modeling, yeah. It's what is the information telling me about the future? It's great.
That's right.
We're at the point right now where you can kind of see things and figure out what to do now in the
Right.
moment. We've built a lot of that into our workflow platform. We can say, this is what's happening, this is what you need to go fix before you have a problem. And it might be with a relationship with a customer, right? Based on a service level agreement you have in place, like something slipping through the cracks here, we want to stop that.
Absolutely.
But then if we can tell you a little bit about the future, that's what gets really exciting.
That's right. I have a friend from the restaurant industry, and we talk about this, that restaurants, and this may be for the last couple of years, they've installed kind of predictive analytics as far as what are my clients coming in to eat, so I should use that for what I order and store, and then also how many people and when are they coming in to dine, so I can then use prediction for the amount of wait staff I get. Do you see a correlation with that into real estate?
We do. When you think about where we sit in the tenant life cycle, we operate the space right from customer acquisition, from when they take space to when they leave, right?
Right.
And we collect a tremendous amount of data every day from that tenant. Service requests, polling questions, insight into what they're doing, prox card requests, visitor entry and pre-clearance. All of those things combined can be indicators of growth, contraction, right?
That's right.
Or something going on with that tenant that's important to somebody in the building and in the leasing team, for example. So,
yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Let's talk about, you don't have to mention somebody by name because sometimes we know that it's still, working. But let's talk about a success story with a client and how, either you save them time, money, workflow, all of the above.
Sure. Yeah, one of our success stories relates to a customer that I mentioned service level agreements. Within their lease, their lease structure with this client base, and they operate in a very specific real estate vertical, and they had specific response times and resolution times for issues in their building, right? And highly detailed. And as they were heading into negotiations with some of these customers, it was a very demanding customer group.
Right.
They found that they cannot prove that they had complied with the terms of the lease, and the tenant was using that to influence leasing decisions.
That can
right?
that could
Which
be a
can
lot of money
problematic,
off the
right.
table for the owner.
Absolutely.
100%.
So by nature of the analytics and insight we were able to provide and prove that they were in compliance, and then they had the data to prove it and back it up. They also had satisfaction metrics that we collected based on the quality of service. That they were able to walk into those meetings, and what could have been a very difficult situation turned into a really promising.
And then that client gave you the rest of their portfolio.
They actually did.
I believe that.
They
That sounds amazing. That is a great story because you hear a lot of these type of nightmare stories. And again, this is another reoccurring theme: is I have the experience, I have the gut feeling because I'm good at what I do, whether I'm a broker, an owner, but I don't have the data to back it up, and I haven't, or maybe I do, but I haven't been able to extract that and put it in a meaningful way to somebody.
Correct.
And now we do, which is really exciting.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's what's changing the game for a lot of people, right? Is that ability to pull all this information together and share that insight back.
Right.
Yeah.
So talk about. I'm sorry. So. I really appreciate you being here with us today.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Where can people find you on the web?
So company is buildingengines.com. We've been around for a long time, active web presence. We have blog.buildingengines.com. We provide a lot of content and resources and best practices for the marketplace as well. Twitter @BuildingEngines, or me personally @Scott Sidman.
Okay, perfect. And before you go, Scott,
Yeah.
can I keep you here and ask a couple more questions?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's talk about what's next for you guys. You know, where are you? You know, you see you have 14,000 buildings on the platform. You're growing. You know, we've heard some great cases. What do you see next for you guys, and where you go and where you bring it?
There's a bunch of things going on, a lot of interesting things. I think one of the things we're really working hard with our customers on is connecting to more people in the building and helping them manage what we call the tenant experience.
Sure.
Right. So
really important.
There's been a bunch of kind of fundamental market shifts that have taken place, both demographically in terms of the nature of the workforce. Right. So millennials now make up 54% of the workplace, and you know, they're very challenging, demanding demographic.
Do you see do they have different expectations from what you're used to, or you see from working with these folks?
Yeah, it definitely from what our customers are used to, right? So, and they're trying to get a handle on what that means for them, and trying to connect with what they recognize is they need to get more insight from more people in the building to help them figure out what to do next, right?
Yep.
So those are the important things we're helping.
I want to. You brought tenants, right? And it sounds, and we've been talking about clearly how this benefits like the owner, you know, the property manager. Let's talk about the tenant side, right? Because we shouldn't get lost as the customer inside of a lot of this stuff. You know, because it must benefit the tenant when these building owners are taking this data that they haven't taken before, and they are able to be more transparent. Which therefore, you know, what kind of benefit does that mean for the tenant?
Well, it means a lot. I think it's meeting their expectation about, you know, it's what they want their work-life experience to be like, right?
Helping culture, maybe validating why they chose that space.
Yeah, I heard an interesting quote recently, which to me was just mind-boggling. It was the chairman of BOMA who said that he believes that the responsibility of owners and managers today is to help their tenants attract and retain talent.
Wow.
Right, which is just a huge fundamental shift.
That's a huge fundamental shift.
When you think about what that means
Absolutely.
for a management team.
So
right?
what do you take out of that? What do you think that means?
Well, I think it means it's about the building experience, right? It's what is it like? You know, buildings where we spent the majority of our lives, right? When we come to work, and even though you're working remotely for a lot of people, and there's hoteling, but still most people spend their lives in buildings, and that experience, the expectation is that it's a good experience. It's not just where I sit at my desk. It's what's it like walking into the lobby? What kind of amenities do we have in the building? What's my relationship like? How do I engage with the property management team? Because I don't want to call you on the phone anymore.
Or put in a ticket, which
never
get answered, and I
want an app on my phone. I want to be able to dial up services when they need them. I want a voice.
Instant communication,
instant feedback. And those are the kind of changing things that are happening in the space.
Right.
So.
That's it's great. You know, and I like to see and to hear. You know, again, another reason why I love working with JLL, because they are and they have been a global leader in this stuff. But it's great to hear an organization like BOMA, who's been around for a long time. Great group professionals that come together to support that, and to hear a head and leader, you know, going, as you said, kind of outside of the box from what we're traditionally used to as lease the space, give me my money, I don't want to have any communication with you. Those days are over.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a big shift. And you know, if you're a management organization, then you have to think about what that means in terms of the way you bring in your own people and attract talent. What type of people are you looking for? How do you train them to deal in that environment, right?
That's right.
I came out of the hospitality space. You know, my background was working in hotels when I first started.
So you know a lot about customer service.
A lot of parallels there, right?
Absolutely.
Between what you're going for, from treating someone like a tenant to a guest, right? Or managing an experience, and making sure you deliver that to not just one or two people in a tenant organization who you typically as a management team engage with, but to everybody in that organization. So.
And so what kind of, I don't like to talk about pushback because that's negative. Let's talk about the positive side, right? So are you excited because you see now the building owners, the facility managers, they're on board with this stuff?
Yeah.
More or less now at this point, more than before?
They're starting, it's growing momentum, you know, it's gaining momentum. Absolutely. I think they're on board because they realize they have to be on board. Change is happening so fast, right? Besides the demographic change.
Especially being pushed by the tenant, which always helps, right? The customer when they push that.
That's where it has to go. If we pushed it, would go nowhere.
We
but
go nowhere, right?
It's really the tenant that's driving it. So it's the individual, it's the type of tenants, right? Technology tenants are driving a lot of the change that's taking place because of the nature of how they operate. They're even having influence on traditional tenants like law firms and financial institutions, both in terms of how they want their space to look and how they want to engage and so forth. So yeah, there's a lot happening there.
I'm excited about it. Commercial real estate in general, and I always say because we don't, the typical person doesn't think about commercial real estate. They think about when you say real estate, the association is my home or my apartment, right? Mm-hmm. But you brought up a point, which is what gets me and keeps me in this industry, is that it's lagged so far behind in innovation, yet it touches everyone's lives at some point or another, no matter when you're born in a hospital, which is a facility, right? Yeah. Or if you're born somewhere else, but most people, right? Yeah. You are matriculating in a school all the way from elementary, which again is a commercial facility, all the way through to college and beyond, hospitals, all of that, commercial real estate. So as this changes, it's literally going to change the world, and it is.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah,
and the people participating, which is what you're saying, which is being a part of that change, I hope people more realize that because it's exciting.
I think it is too. Yeah, that's what gets us excited, right? It's great to be a part of this industry. It's great to participate and support what's going on. We try to balance carefully listening to our customers and seeing what's going on in the marketplace with a healthy dose of innovation, right? We want to push people forward a little bit, but what we're seeing now is that we're being pulled quite a bit by what's happening in the market, right? And these changes are making a big impact, and I think people are on board, which is exciting.
Well, Scott, I really appreciate it. I'm really excited for you and what you guys are doing in your future.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
You guys have participated and been here with our DisruptCRE disruptors, and now we're going to bring you into the next video. So thanks so much, and we'll be back soon.
Thank you.
In corporate real estate, it's important to have one source of truth, which provides ready access to occupancy data that you can trust. Real estate is typically the second largest line item on a company's budget. Are you able to confidently make critical decisions based on the occupancy data that you have? Can you quickly respond to changing business needs or requirements? Do you understand what your space is costing you? At JLL, we know that average vacancy is 20 to 30%, and our focused approach reveals additional vacancy. Leverage that with actual utilization data and analytics, and cost-saving opportunities can be found. State-of-the-art technology is coupled with a rigorous space management program to ensure accurate data and floor plans are at your fingertips. Access to cost metrics and meaningful occupancy reports can influence how businesses utilize space economically. You can benefit from an efficient method of collecting and managing up-to-date supply and demand data, and equip your teams to rapidly respond to business growth and contraction. More than 70 dedicated accounts covering over 400 million square feet. More than 350 occupancy planning specialists using 12 different computer-aided facility management and integrated workplace management system platforms to help our clients. You can benefit too. Let's talk.
Hey everyone, welcome back to JLL Live. We're here at DisruptCRE New York City on the 29th floor of 180 Maiden Lane. What a fantastic building and views. Back with my co-host and partner in crime, Pushpa Gowda. Pushpa, let's talk about some of the stuff that we've seen here today because I'm inspired. I'm inspired. Let's talk about it.
What are you inspired to do?
Well, as I just said in the last segment, I'm personally, what keeps me in commercial real estate is the connection from everyone, right? Yeah. Everyone experiences a part of commercial real estate in some aspect of your life. But again, the association, when you ask a general person, hey, real estate, what do you think? It's my house, it's my condo, my apartment. Mm-hmm. It is not those things that I said, right? Mm-hmm. And so those buildings have always been old and stodgy. The industry has been for a long time.
I mean, that's one of the most interesting things though, right?
Sure.
Is how much residential real estate has adopted all these things. I mean, we can
at lightning fast pace, right?
We can almost buy houses, we can do
right.
whatever we want, right. And the brokers have, they're just adopting and they're keeping up with it, and
Why
buyers
do you think
and
that
sellers.
is? That's a great question, Pushpa.
Yeah, that's a good question, right?
Your gut feeling. You don't have to have data on this. Why do you think it is in residential? They're much more apt to be quick, whereas in commercial, because
I think people have more knowledge about residential, and so there isn't that block necessarily. So if you're thinking about people who aren't focused on real estate, right?
Right.
So we were talking earlier about tenants. Like the last thing they have time
the
to focus.
customer.
Yeah, all right, the
That's
customer.
right.
That's
no,
how
and I love it. I want to start calling the tenants a customer because that's what it is, right?
So we'll go with it. So when the customers are, their primary business isn't real estate. So that's not what they're thinking about. That's not what they know about. They don't know what terms to ask for. They don't know what matters. There's a whole lot of negotiation, right? Residential, I think, is a lot more sentimental. You know, what can you live with? What can you not? You're not stuck with this, 10-year lease with all these other clauses and termination and, stuff like that. And so I think that in the residential world, it just makes it a whole lot easier and people are more knowledgeable. The customer is more knowledgeable. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think that, some of the things that we've been talking about today in commercial, which is changing it, has been transparency, right? That's what helped get them there faster, and that comes with data, transparency to that data, and then a vehicle like a Zulu? No, what are they? Sorry. Zillow. Thank you. Sorry, Zillow. But yeah, they
didn't pay us. It's okay.
Right, exactly. So next time, and I'll get that right. And I think it's those type of advances. And also maybe a willingness for people the customer demanding that, right? Whereas when I'm in my house and I'm buying my house or I'm renting my apartment, that is the thing that I'm focused on. When I'm, as you pointed out, when I'm building a business and starting a business as the CEO,
right?
It's one of many things that I have to worry about is the space, right? So I think that maybe is one thing. And I got to be honest with you, I don't think the commercial real estate industry has done a great job until now of being as transparent as they can, knowing that transparency is a really good thing most of the time.
Yeah.
Right? In the customer, I feel, and that's one of the things that we've seen driving commercial, the customer is now able to focus more because of the transparency and more data and mobile, say, hey, I actually understand more of this stuff, give me a better experience.
And you hit on that, and that's exactly what JLL has been focused on, right? I mean, we showed a video earlier and talked a little bit about RED, which is all around data and analytics.
Tell me about RED. I don't know, they got to see the video, the commercial, but tell me your aspect of RED a little bit.
Yeah, so RED, it's the first of its kind, right? So within the commercial real estate business or industry, there's not an easy way to see all different information from different systems without it just being in spreadsheets. It also brings us into...
logging in tab by tab by tab and going...
I get a headache. So... But, it takes a long time. And so that also speaks to data visualization, right? So you can look at spreadsheets, but why? When a picture tells 1,000 words, wouldn't you look at something that's more of a powerful dashboard or maybe a map that has pop-ups and different kinds of information? So what RED is doing is it's standardizing information across a bunch of different systems that are all commercial real estate related, but also bringing in other information. So you might be looking at demographics, you might be looking at sales information, you can do a whole lot of other stuff and bring everything together. And not just with RED, but we're doing that with a lot of other stuff too, because quite frankly, you have to, right?
Yeah, it's about the experience.
We were talking to Aaron from our research group here in New York earlier about Blackbird, and Blackbird allows you to,
Oh, I'm sorry, Blackbird, is that another JLL product?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
So it is. It's a data visualization tool that we use. We use it for, either the customer, we can also use it for investors and whatnot, but, one of the biggest uses is for site selection. So why go tour around all these different properties when you could be a lot of people just sitting in one room together and having like flyovers and like stop at this building. I mean, it gets into a little bit of like the Superman stuff and whatnot.
Totally.
That's a little fun.
That's okay, that's
right? Fun. So flyover stuff, and then as you land on things, you can see right inside the building and you can see market information.
Wow.
You can learn all about what you need to learn about, in addition to like, where's the nearest subway or what's my commute time and all that kind of stuff. So it's really taking, picture this entire table just full of stuff and then people manually trying to figure out how do you piece it all together, and instead it's like just there.
So RED,
is that available for customers, or is that more of a internal tool?
No. Totally for our customers,
For customers.
right?
That's
So
fantastic.
again, getting at that transparency, 24/7, real-time access, and live information.
It's what has to happen in today's state, right?
It's when people want it. And
Right.
so again, just going back to that whole, people aren't going to focus on it necessarily during the day, or maybe they will, because we do have corporate real estate functions, right? And people who it is their primary job. But still, how many different systems can they have? And then how can we best help them if they're using something different and it's not connected to, so if we're all on the same, it feels so basic and obvious when I say this, but
Well, sure.
we should be looking at the
It
same
does.
information.
Yeah,
No kidding,
absolutely.
right?
So the customers that are using this product now, right? The JLL customers. What's some of the feedback that they're giving, you guys about the experience?
So
in
it
that
helps you make
transparency?
decisions that, again, like a lot of things are just gut feelings.
That's
right?
what we've been talking about this for the last hour. I love it. Expand on it more, please.
And believe it or not, I haven't heard any of that because I was out there.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it's been an ongoing
so it's
topic
really
today.
funny. Yeah, so many things are like either gut feeling
Or my experience.
That's
Oh,
what I was
trust me,
going to
I know
say.
it,
I've
right?
been in the business so many years. I know, and we're not taking away that value
Yeah, they're not
because we
incorrect,
still
right.
need that.
What's
right?
the famous, politics aside, what's the famous Ronald Reagan line? Because I'll give it if you want me to feed it.
About the truth?
Trust, but verify.
There you go.
Right?
So that's what this does, right? So people can actually see, okay, well, these people are complaining it's too cold, these people are complaining it's too hot, and then you have this visualization, dashboards, and powerful things that are working off of sensors, right?
Right.
And this isn't necessarily part of RED, but just our overall, what are things that are happening, and we're doing stuff with that, IoT, Internet of Things, and the sensors and whatnot.
Let's stay on this topic,
Yeah.
unless you want to finish with Red.
Well, no, let's do it. So I guess the point is that whether you're looking at smart buildings and sensors, or you're looking at RED and that information, which is more not from sensors and whatnot, right, but more the static information that you're getting, you're able to make decisions. Things are coming to you instead of you having to go look for them or figure out what does this all mean. There's interpretation that's already happening, or easy things that are like, you know what, I need to decide whether or not I should renew now, I should wait 12 more months and exercise an option later. And these are the
Those
kinds
are really
of things.
big decisions, right? Let's not
Huge.
light of that's really big because that equals a lot of money to those people, right? And that could be salaries of new employees, right? That we're getting rid of employees if you make a bad decision. So critical.
And we can look at benchmarking stats to show like when is the right time to do certain things, or
Right.
how do you compare, or how do your projects in Brazil compare to the ones in Singapore? There's just so many things. But what I was talking about there in terms of when do you make a decision to renew, expand, all that kind of thing, we can also match that up with some of our predictive information.
Interesting.
So if you do it now,
Is JLL getting into the predictive side?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
if you do it now, and let's just call it, if you do it in 12 months, it's going to be a tenant's market. If you do it in 18 months, it'll be a neutral market. So you can match up your information with what's going to be happening and get a better idea of when should I make a decision. That's more than gut.
That is. Well,
right?
it's super important.
And when you have to report out on decisions you're making, financial decisions that have a huge impact, makes a big difference.
Well, especially when people
gives you a
know-
little bit more confidence.
It gives
too.
you more confidence,
You
but I
can sleep at
also
night.
feel like people know now that that's available. So if you're choosing
right.
to not, quote unquote, bury your head in the sand and
Mhm.
not extract that data using one of these companies or working with a JLL, I think the end is in sight for you.
Yeah.
Right? So, go ahead.
Well,
we're going to follow up with that.
I was just going to switch over to, along those same lines, we talk about the transparency, actionable information, and that kind of thing. And, it's the same type of thing we're doing with some of the acquisitions that we've made. So someone earlier asked me about, or maybe it was you, about JLL and investing and whatnot. And we were talking
that was
about
me.
the buying, building, partnering. And in some cases, we have been buying. And Corrigo is a great example when it comes to facilities management. And so Corrigo is something where it takes all the work orders, and instead of all these pieces of paper, I feel like throwing these all around, but I need them.
That's amazing.
So
No, I hear where you're going with that.
instead, everything's on a mobile app, everything's cloud-based, everything like you put in, you see something, you put it in.
We were talking with Scott about that with building engines literally before you got here, because we all know if you've been a part of a ticketing system, like I have something wrong in my, well, you need to take out a ticket, and that's going to go to a property manager who's probably not going to answer you within 24 hours or 48 hours, right?
Right.
So this is changing a whole customer experience, I
Right.
hear you saying.
Right. Well, and because it automatically will send it out to the right vendor with the right credentials and the right expertise. So you don't have all these middlemen holding things up.
That's right.
So we're going to cut to a video for a few minutes here, and then we'll be right back.
How do you keep track of all your commercial lease data? Are you capturing, tracking, and analyzing the right information to make smart decisions about your real estate portfolio? Where do you look to find opportunities to consolidate or dispose of your underused assets? Did you know that missing critical dates and failing to identify opportunities to renegotiate your leases could actually end up costing millions of dollars? Failing to identify and act on renewal triggers can lead to holdover penalties and inflated costs associated with unplanned moves. At JLL, we understand that corporate real estate teams have to strike a balance between matching the demand for real estate with organizational growth in key markets and simultaneously right-sizing in other locations. Compliance with recent changes in lease accounting regulations is becoming a major administrative task, with an increased need to collect data and calculate the impact for financial reporting. Using our best practice technology, we can centralize all of your lease management data, helping you to avoid missing critical dates and identify opportunities to renegotiate. We deliver a full lease administration service with robust data management and controlled financial data processing. With our SOC1 compliance audit programs, you can rest assured that the best processes will be in place to provide complete and accurate data day in and day out. With real estate ranking among the top 3 largest expenses for organizations today, intelligent management of your lease portfolio can give you the strategic oversight you need to make the right decisions. JLL has more than 650 professionals providing lease administration services to organizations like yours in more than 160 countries, in more than 40 languages. We manage more than 120,000 sites for our multinational and blue-chip clients. So wherever you are in the world, talk to us about setting up a centralized, consistent, and accurate lease administration process and start getting strategic insights on your real estate portfolio.
Welcome back, everyone, to JLL Live at DisruptCRE in New York. Today, or at least at this moment, we have our executives panel, a couple of our representatives. They just did a panel out in the DisruptCRE floor, and we're privileged enough to have them here to talk about what was going on out there. So if you don't mind,
sure.
Just tell us a little bit about yourselves. And
my name is Robert Enton. I'm the Executive Vice President and Chief Information Officer for Vornado Realty Trust. As you may know, we're a large landlord in New York and in Washington, mostly almost all commercial buildings, and my role is all things technology throughout the buildings and in running the business.
And John?
My name is John Gilbert, Chief Operating Officer and Executive Vice President for Rudin Management. We're a privately owned real estate company here in New York, 15 million square feet, 10 million of it commercial and 5 million of it residential. Latest projects are the Dock 72 with Boston Properties and the Brooklyn Navy Yard. And also we're just finishing up the Greenwich Lane, which is the old St. Vincent's Hospital in the West Village.
Nice. And how long have each of you been in the business here?
Well, for me, it's actually a lifetime. I'm a computer science engineer by education, and started my career as a software developer and have been in kind of property management software for my whole life, and have been working with landlords and owners, and have, I guess in the last 10 to 12 years, found myself kind of parked in one spot at Vornado as their Chief Information Officer. So I've been all about real estate automation my whole career.
Very nice.
And I've been with Rudin for 25 years, and before that, always, as long as, other than wrangling horses in Montana, I've been involved in real estate in some way, shape, or form.
I love it. So you guys have seen all sorts of changes going on, right? So let's talk about how has that affected what you do, or what are the biggest changes that you've seen?
Well, I think for me, the world's changing fast in all areas of the business, both in the building side and in the application side, and new ways of transacting and doing business, all incremental. I don't think there's been anything revolutionary, but I think one of the biggest challenges is that unlike the consumer space, where something new comes along can affect behavior quickly, new things take a much longer time to affect behavior in the corporate world. So that's not just real estate.
Yeah.
So I think change management culture and trying to stay, the technology is moving fast, trying to get the organization to move as fast as it needs to in all the areas is one of the big challenges.
Right.
I agree totally with Robert that the world is changing very quickly. And so what we saw was the need for a true operating system for the built environment. Your phone has an OS. Robert's iPad's got an OS. Why doesn't this 2 million square foot building have an operating system? Why shouldn't we be able to take external data, mix it with internal data, segment out non-BMS and BMS data, bring that all together, throw it into the cloud, wrap analytics and machine learning around it, and then ultimately allow that information to effectuate and not only predict what's going to happen, but prescribe actions that will allow us to be as efficient as we possibly can. That's what we saw was the need. We didn't find it in the marketplace, so we spun off a software company called Prescriptive Data that actually built a brain for buildings. And that brain does all of those things that I just mentioned, including integrating all subsystems into a single cockpit, using machine learning so that rather than collecting data every day and then chucking it, we actually not only remember it, but we learn from it, so that will effectuate a prescriptive path for tomorrow in terms of startup times, midday ramp downs, afternoon ramp downs. We shrink our operational day.
Yeah.
We have a little mini ramp down in the middle of the day as people go to lunch by modulating fan speed and correlating that to occupancy. We're saving in a single building over 1 megawatt a day in those 2 hours in the middle of the day. Our energy curve is not that big bell curve. It's actually a double humped camel, and that divot is saved energy. So as we look at that, it does a couple of things for us. Number one, it future-proofs all our buildings. It standardizes everything across our portfolio, the 40 buildings that we own and operate, so that everything is on the same platform. It's agnostic to BMS type, elevator type, anything, because it's ultimately feeding up into Nantum, and then Nantum basically takes that data and ultimately cleanses it and expresses it in a way that makes sense.
I like how you called it the brain of the buildings.
You can't have a smart city without smart buildings, and you can't have smart buildings without a brain. And it's an early brain, it's a primal brain, but nonetheless it's remembering and learning and telling the operator what he or she should be doing the very next day.
And Robert, from your perspective as CIO and across the portfolio, what are you seeing, and what's your main focus or keeping you up, or do you see coming at you?
Well, to John's point, obviously, building efficiency and machine learning in buildings is a big space, and there are a lot of people investing in the space, which is a great thing. So we play and dip in that area. We're spending a lot of time on. We have wide area networks that connect all of our buildings in both major cities that we're in, and actually it's all on one building network. Our building networks and our corporate networks are kept separate. Originally they weren't, but now from a security point of view, the answer is we have to.
Yeah.
And on our building network, we're really converging. The BMS systems always lived there, but the elevator systems, the camera, the visitor management, security systems, we're taking all of that in-house now. A lot of the security systems, outside integrators typically did the work for the various turnstile systems and such, and we saw that as actually a pretty big potential leak. Because when you think about the number of identities of the tenants and RFID identities that can open turnstiles, that's probably one of the more important pieces of data in the enterprise to protect. So we're spending a lot of our time on building out further and strengthening the WAN that runs the buildings, and particularly with the push to make sure that we can look at video on any one of our many thousands of cameras from anywhere else that we want to. In fact, command centers being built, that's really where it's all going to take place, but being able to be mobile with both security, turnstiles, and all the BMS. It's that side of the business has emerged to be a pretty big side of the business.
Yeah.
Always used to be the corporate network with all of the software that runs the business, still very important. A lot of play in both spaces for us.
And so you both just came off of the executives panel out on the main floor. Tell me a little bit about what you talked about there.
Well, we talked about the type of technologies that are out there. We talked about, there's really three buckets. One's data, one's product to effectuate that data, and the third piece is infrastructure. So what does a building owner need ultimately to put in their building so that they can future-proof that building? And I think we talked a lot about, there's systems out there that do certain things. We really look at it from the standpoint of, we had to build a system that was built by people who run buildings for people who run buildings. Because we know that some data is valuable and some data may not be valuable today, it may be valuable tomorrow, but that what we need today, we know exactly what we need to look at, and we know exactly what we need to measure in order to manage our properties the best we can manage them.
So, the building management space is an important space, and that's one of the aspects, and open data and open systems is important there too. But, all around the enterprise, you have apps popping up and the need to connect to data.
Right.
And so I think that's one of the things we spent some time there too talking about is how do you deal with the challenges of needing to be able to go out and fairly efficiently procure whatever application you want to procure and meaningfully connect it with the other data points and applications in the business. And the need, our industry suffered from not being the most open of industries out there in terms of software products.
Yeah.
All of the new things that are being built on new modern platforms where openness is a part of the platform, quite frankly. APIs are what's used to build the actual software itself, in which case they're API ready for the most part. But we're dealing in an industry where many of the products that we use weren't built that way, and the vendors are both struggling physically to get them open enough and culturally. I think some of the vendors haven't really bought in. So we spent a little time on those challenges in this space as well.
And I tried to make the point that, for the real estate folks in the audience, if you think you're in the real estate business, think again. You're really in the data collection, expression, and sharing business. And if you don't look at that,
that's hard for some people.
It's really hard for some people, but the minute you do it, it changes everything.
Right.
It literally changes everything. And then you suddenly begin to understand the power of creating relationships between these data sets that never ever talked to each other before. That's huge.
Yeah, real estate people traditionally have been really bricks and mortar.
Yeah.
So, my background's IT, and we grew up recognizing data is everything, right? But it is the old conventional owner and manager. It's still taking a while culturally.
We like to say that chemistry and physics, the hard sciences that ran our buildings, are being not replaced, but certainly augmented by biology and sociology. We need to understand people patterns. We need to understand the behavior of what people are doing in our buildings in order to deliver them the services that they require.
And Robert, you were just talking a moment about, the older systems, the newer systems. How do you feel about, especially as coming from the investor standpoint, it's a big investment for people, no?
In what regard? Which systems?
In the older systems and then the newer ones, and not having them talk together, and then even having the brains of a building together.
Well, I think that's the friction in the space.
Yeah.
The friction in this space is all of those systems, Nantum being one of them, and the 25 or 30 other that run your enterprise and that run ours. That's what we toil on every day, is how do you get that friction to go away and get these systems to more meaningfully connect. At Vornado, we're a larger scale organization, so we internally can build a lot of the integrations.
Right.
But I see it in this space, for, I'm trying to say smaller lands, but a lot of people are just unable to get that to go away, and I think the industry's got to address that.
See, Nantum solves that problem because it rides on top of everything. So all the data from the silos comes to Nantum, goes to the cloud, is analyzed, and then expressed. So it solves that issue. This doesn't have to be a modern building. It can be a building built in either in the 50s or the 40s or the 20s or in the 1800s.
Yeah.
That's terrific.
On the building management side, right? But you have financial systems, analytical systems, earnings model systems, all of it to,
It's information.
Yeah, and we're toiling in all of that, and that's, I think, one of the biggest challenges in the business.
Well, I appreciate you both coming and
Thank
joining
you.
us today. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much.
Good to meet you.
You too. Thank
Pleasure.
you.
Thank you.
We're going to go to a video next, and then right after that, we'll have Ben Breslow, who's JLL America's Research Director, coming to talk to us about research and innovation in our industry. So stay tuned.
Facilities Flex is a new offering that allows you to choose the facilities management services that you need, an alternative to fully outsourcing your facility services. Select from a menu of services to increase the productivity and efficiency of your existing facilities team. You only pay for what you need. Facilities Flex integrates seamlessly in your existing team and system, complementing your current staff and empowering them to increase their productivity by equipping them with technologies and processes that increase efficiency. Choose and pay for only the services that help you reach your business goals. Facilities Flex can look different for each client. Enabled by Corrigo, workflow, reporting, payment, and analysis are all managed in one user-friendly platform that integrates seamlessly to existing technology. Mobile engineering gives you on-demand support with access to over 1,200 JLL technicians ready to address your hard service needs. JLL Marketplace allows you to easily order supplies from multiple vendors, leveraging JLL rates with a single invoice without a fee. Facilities Flex is configurable, efficient, reduces risk, it's cost-effective, and scalable. Regardless of your size, you always have access to industry-leading tools and JLL's extensive expertise. Visit JLL.com for more information.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Pushpa, as you already know from the last few hours. And I have the pleasure right now, one of my good friends coming to talk to us. Hi, Benjamin.
Thanks for having me.
We have Ben Breslow, who's the head of our Americas Research for JLL. You've spent a lot of time over the last few years with innovation and with your focus being on research. How is that affecting your world and what's going on there?
I'll say it's an exciting time to be in commercial real estate, right? Welcome to the 21st century.
It's fast.
It's fast, but it's really fun. I think you can look at it two ways. One is scary, the other is incredibly exciting, and I think we've chosen the latter. And it changes the research world fundamentally in a couple ways. One is research typically is about supply and demand, analyzing markets, talking to our clients about what's happening in the nuances of the markets.
Right.
But really to advise our clients, we need to think about everything that's impacting real estate. So our research is now on innovation, right? We are researching not only real estate markets, bricks and mortar and buildings and sub-markets and vacancy rates and capital flows, but we're actually researching.
I was afraid you were going to bring up absorption.
Do you want to talk about absorption?
No, man. 20 years, I still can't do it.
But now we're actually spending time researching innovation. Our research isn't sort of set. We do the same thing every day, every quarter. We research what's most important to our clients, and guess what? Innovation, technology, digitization. So we spend a lot of time, our research time, thinking about how does that impact demand in the markets, how does it impact how buildings work, how does it impact how we work, and how do we use it to help advise our clients in the mix with all that other stuff.
So we talked to Aaron from your group earlier today
Yep,
about Blackbird.
one of our superstars.
And he did very well.
Yep.
He was talking about Blackbird and data visualization and how does that really help with site selection and things like that. What other kinds of things do we offer as a research group that are along those lines of taking it to the next level?
Yeah, so this innovation wave has impacted not only what we research, but also how we research, right? And then how we present that research. So there is a ton of sort of automated data collection process stuff that's helped make our lives more efficient. There is quite a bit of data science that's coming into our world in terms of advanced analytics and predictive analytics and things that we're starting to do that are different from what you used to do, in a spreadsheet or in a PowerPoint slide, that really have transformed how we can analyze and interpret data. And then the point you made about what Aaron and his colleagues that do our GIS and BI kind of technologies around our research team, that's becoming a core part of our offering. So it's not just about.
Let's talk about that because back in the day, we used to have a map and we'd rub dots on it, and it's so much different now, thankfully. But that's become a big part of what we do.
I'm wondering, Push, because you and I have seen that in action in our earlier days, even though we don't look that old, but we have seen that in action.
And we're not old.
I still hear to this day brokers reminisce like nostalgically about those days when they see us on these new tools. They say, I remember when, and they always talk about rubbing the dots on and then how hard that was to change if you got it wrong. And
or if your hand was holding it down and you rubbed 2 dots at one. I mean, it was a nightmare.
Yeah, we could have a whole session just on that, like the dots on the maps.
So why is it?
Well, what's interesting, if you even take a step back, and then I'll come back to that in a second, like our industry, a lot of I talk about our research because that's what I'm focused on, but a lot of the segments of our industry really haven't changed that much in the last 30 years other than like letters going to faxes, going to emails. When you think about a lot of the process stuff that we do. So this is really an opportunity for us as a company, and we're on our front foot with it and working with a lot of the startups out there to help us. This is an opportunity for us to really think about process, think about how we interact with clients, think about not just the dots on the map, but all those other things that we do where you should, finally we have a way to say, well, is there a better way to do that? And really, make ourselves even better. And the stuff that you heard from Aaron earlier and our whole GIS team used to be sort of research, and then on the side over in the corner there was someone working on, there was a mapping specialist.
Right.
Now it's just an embedded part of our team. It's just what we do. It's analytics, it's research, it's analysis, it's data visualization, both with GIS, with other really cool visualization tools that are coming up. And so that's becoming a core skill. And really, again, I talked about it being an exciting time. In our world, that's much better than being stuck in the spreadsheet or the PowerPoint slide of the past.
It must help retain people too, attract new talent, retain, that we're not doing things just the same old way that we used to.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. And the key there, I think in some ways, as taking myself out of just the research discussion, as part of our leadership of the firm is, we have to be brave in hiring people that know more than we do about all this stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Because I love the Steve Jobs quote that I don't hire smart people so I can tell them what to do. I hire smart people so that they can tell me what to do. And I really feel like that's just got to be a core element of innovation if you want to do it right. You got to hire bright people who are passionate about what they do and let them run.
So, I don't know if I'm putting you on the spot here, but what kinds of things have you learned from people telling you what to do in terms of the talent that you've hired? What kinds of things have come up that you either wouldn't have thought about, didn't realize were as hot topics as they really are? Are there any examples there?
Yeah, so I think this whole kind of BI analytics, data visualization, which we talked about already, is a really good example. So I grew up as a real estate economist and a property researcher. You've known me for a while. I've been doing this for a long time, and so you get stuck in your ways. And having a fresh perspective about how to look at data, how to interpret data, how to bring in really different sciences. Real estate economics is a fundamental science and modeling, and we've done that for a long time really well. But this is becoming kind of omni-channel, to take a term from retail, right? This is becoming really about tapping into data science, tapping into psychology, and sort of how humans work with space and interact with space and what makes them most productive, how to tap into physics and chemistry when you're talking about some of the environmental stuff, how to tap into computer science. And so I think I've learned a lot from people coming in.
It's way different than traditional research.
It's way different. It's way better. It also has its risks and flaws. So it's not about blindly going where no one's gone before. It's about testing those things, in some cases doing them in parallel with the traditional way until you figure out what works and what doesn't. But we tried purposely to run pretty flat, and we've had more great ideas, including some things that have become real products, like Blackbird, which is a core product that JLL uses to visualize.
And that started out of just someone's idea.
That was someone.
I mean,
that was a broker and a couple of brokers,
plan.
and then a researcher at a desk in a local market that we said, hey, that's a good idea. It didn't come top down, but now it's been really embraced by the whole company, and it's one of those things that in hindsight makes so much sense. Like, real estate doesn't work in columns and rows. It's a visual 3D dynamic experience. So why not view it that way? But you need creative people and people who are willing to break the mold and be willing to fail at some things to get those things right.
Right. So, I mean, here today at DisruptCRE, you've seen there's lots of different startup companies, and your team is really monitoring the hundreds of startup companies. What are they doing in the different categories? We've talked about Blackbird and a lot of our GIS platform in general that we've built. What about some of the partnerships that we have? I mean, it's something like MIT out of Boston and Cambridge.
Yeah, so we're one of the things we realize, this is the researcher's perspective, one of the things we realize you have to do is really research the landscape. It's just like researching the real estate landscape, but as I said before, researching. So we actually have a team that is tracking the startup community, as an example, and meeting with the CEOs and the founders and the CTOs and the product people and giving them feedback, because we believe that if we play in that ecosystem, we're going to be much better off. We're not going to develop everything. We need to. The other thing we realized, and this goes back to my point about the sciences that you need to tap into, which is a little different from bricks and mortar real estate, is that it's all about getting the most intellectual capacity focused on whatever the issues are. And so we have a big presence in Boston, where I'm based, and so I had the good fortune of having a good relationship with the folks over at MIT. The MIT Center for Real Estate, which is one of the foremost real estate programs in the world by any measure, has a new innovation lab, a real estate innovation lab that they've founded, and we are a founding partner of theirs in that effort, and exchanging ideas about research, about innovation, about what technologies are likely to come into the real estate space, how they're likely to impact real estate, what those implications might be for the industry from their perspective, from our perspective, from our clients, both investors and occupiers, and then what do we do about it? And that's really fun.
And so, is it top secret, or can we talk a little bit about how? How does that? I mean, it sounds
what's it worth to you?
I'll buy you a drink. So I know we both need one.
No, it's. I mean, some of the stuff that they're doing obviously is intellectual property of MIT. We have the good fortune of being, as a founding partner, being under the tent with them, but they are really doing a lot of amazing things across the spectrum in terms of figuring out how to look at data and how to tap in to the capacity that they have to crunch data and to look at the science behind it. They're looking at things like blockchain and the Internet of Things and autonomous vehicles and artificial intelligence, and really like this range of things that's the next level. We're focused on process improvement and incremental innovation within our company and connecting with startups, and they're already looking ahead. What's 3 to 5 years out, and how might that enter the commercial space, and that helps us be ready for it. And it's really, really fun. And we can be sort of a commercial sounding board for them. There are incredibly smart people over there, as you might imagine, and in a way they're sort of inspiring us, which is great.
And helping us push forward.
And as a company, we also want to we want to be contributors not just to our success and our client success, but to the landscape. And so by helping to support research at the Innovation Lab at MIT, we sort of feel like we're helping to contribute as well.
And you're out there a lot as a speaker at different conferences, at clients, and just helping them understand what's going on. What's the feedback you're getting from clients around innovation? Because it doesn't have to necessarily be in real estate, but as it relates to their needs, what are you hearing from them?
Yeah, I think as it relates to their own needs, in a lot of cases it's where do we start? How can you help us? We're bombarded with offers, whether it's from service providers or the startup community or anything else. We're sort of bombarded with offers of technologies, and it's I overheard one of your earlier guests, and I think it's true. One of the real challenges is the integration part. So what we've tried to do is, for ourselves, as you know well, but also for our clients, is help them think about which components to start with and how to integrate. But the next step always is, well, where should I invest in order to tap into what's happening? So there may be we may see a trend of for example, a boom in cybersecurity as it relates to a part of technology in general that's really booming right now for a variety of reasons. The international sort of hacking issues and so forth. And so that you may want to invest in Northern Virginia real estate, because that's a that's an area where cybersecurity is really prominent. Or people looking at autonomous vehicles and they know that there are hubs in the Bay Area and in Cambridge, but they may not know that in Pittsburgh there's a lot of activity around autonomous vehicles, and so there may be demand for real estate. So there are all these levels of the CRE tech world, both how it can innovate or disrupt companies, how it can help you
Where
get
they're
ahead.
like the consequences or the implications
the
of
downstream
that you wouldn't necessarily.
Yeah, how do you make money off it? Where are the value plays going to be? How do you get ahead of that curve?
And so is your group monitoring those kinds of things and helping
of
to
course.
advise on that?
Yep.
And what's the hottest stuff right now then? Is the cybersecurity, that's one of them, right?
Yeah, cybersecurity is a big one. There's a ton around IoT, Internet of Things, and that I feel like is a big one. We're starting to look into the autonomous vehicle piece, which I think is really interesting in terms of the implications.
So what does that have to do with real estate?
Well, if you have autonomous vehicles, you may not care when you buy real estate or when you're an employee and you work in real estate how close you are to public transportation, as much as you do now. You have to figure out what to do with your parking garages that currently take up a lot of space. Look at an aerial image of a lot of big cities and you'll be amazed at how much surface parking lots there are or parking garages there are.
Right.
You have to figure out where to put the servicing stations for the autonomous vehicles. You may be more willing to live in the suburbs instead of in the city and commute in if you can be productive during your drive. You don't have to be on the wheel. So you think about all those things. That's just one example, but there's a ton there that is really interesting. And the one other thing I'll mention, just in
you say it, and I feel like now it should have been obvious. Like I'm kicking myself.
No, it's not. It's not until you get into it.
How these self-driving cars would matter.
Yeah, and the question then becomes: Are we a year away from that being a reality? Are we 3 years away? Are we 5 years away? All of these, you got to figure out where are they in the cycle, and the reality also is that they may not all work at the beginning. Like, you'll have some mistakes, and one of the things you know about innovation is you have to be willing to fail as you go.
Right.
And so, trying to figure that out is really interesting. Like I said, it's a fascinating space. It's an exciting time, and we're spending a lot of time and effort on it.
Clearly.
So.
But it sounds like it's all worth it because we're finding out some really cool stuff and great partnerships like the one with MIT and a lot of the startups. So thank you for being here,
Absolutely.
Benjamin.
Thanks for having me, Push, anytime.
It's kind of fun, right?
Yeah.
You're going to come back?
Absolutely.
All right.
Love it.
Thank you. Next up, we have a quick video, and then we'll be right back.
Hey, I had a business-related question about the business we conduct.
Oh yeah, let's find a room.
I think that you could have synergy.
There's an empty conference room.
Oh, great.
Okay, the conference room just opened. So.
Oh, did you guys need this?
No.
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 You're fine.
I'm gonna work from home.
I'm good.
Hi, we're back here at JLL Live from New York on the floor of DisruptCRE. And next up, we have two of our panelists from the latest panel that just wrapped up, Tech Tools, I believe, right? So we have Mike and Laura here, and I'm gonna let them introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about yourselves, and then we'll talk about the panel.
Good. Go ahead, Laura.
Okay, great. So my name's Laura Jamer, and I work for a company called Dirt Environmental Solutions. I am lovingly referred to as one of the dirt bags here in New York City.
Oh, that's awesome.
It is awesome. And depending on my mood, sometimes I deserve the title. We don't have titles across the whole company, so everyone is actually a dirtbag, which is kind of fun and tongue-in-cheek. So we are a clean tech interior construction company, and essentially what we do is we provide a turnkey build for the interior space, but rather than using raw materials arriving on site and people for that process, we actually use video game technology and virtual reality in conjunction with manufacturing to prefab the entire interior space off-site. So we build spaces faster, cleaner, more flexibly, and at the same price point as conventional construction.
We're gonna have to come back to that.
All right.
And I'm Mike Denamer. I'm a VP for JLL Smart Buildings program. We work with clients to figure out how to navigate the world of IoT and smart buildings and determine what it means to them, what it means to their business, and how to deploy it in their buildings. So I thought first off, it's great to be here. I love the title of DisruptCRE because it's been a calling card of my career for 28 years is how do we do something better than what it has been done before? And the technology is available, the results can be proven, so there's lots of people today talking about really cool ideas, and it was a great panel we just came off of.
So tell me what you talked about during that panel.
I actually want to mention something that you said during the panel, which I thought was great. He mentioned that a lot of far more progressive technologies are available today that we're not actually employing in the spaces that we build out because, you kind of expanded upon that, but I thought that was a really interesting point. And actually, I have the luxury of getting to travel largely over North America, but also the Middle East, and I always find—
Also where?
The Middle East.
Yeah.
I am new to New York. I've only been here about 2 years, but as much as this is an amazing city, very fast-paced, and there's a lot of disruptive companies here, construction in this market especially is actually very antiquated. So I loved some of your points if you want to share those again.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the big keys that came out of the last panel is that so much of the result of technology has become focused on the experience of people in buildings as opposed to just energy. And there's nothing wrong with focusing technology to save energy and sustainability, but the potential leverage in terms of the outcome is so much greater when we talk about making people more productive. So that was one of the things that came out of the last panel, and I think Laura, to your point about in my entire career I've seen that technology has outpaced what clients and customers are expecting. And so, the one takeaway that I try to leave with everybody is just get educated, ask for more, expect more, because the industry is very capable of delivering more. And frankly, that's why JLL created the Smart Buildings practice inside of the organization, is to help clients understand how to do that.
Right. And what's the biggest thing that you're seeing in terms of what people are willing to do, right? Or asking most for.
Yeah, when you start to open their eyes, and I talk about maybe it's not everybody. This isn't for everybody, but for the 1% or the 5% or the 10% of really courageous owners and developers who are willing to ask for something better.
Yeah.
We're seeing them, create better solutions that really impact their employees. And it goes back to, does an employee want to come and work for your organization, or are they going to go work for the organization down the block? And if you're in Santa Clara and you're pulling graduates out of the colleges out there, they have their pick of the litter. So what the building is like has an impact on what goes on, how they make those decisions. So yes, part of it is about, do they have beanbag chairs? Part of it is, do they have ping pong tables?
Or beanbag chairs. They've really become the brunt of this millennial movement.
Right, but some of it is, can I interact with the building?
And they're not even good for your posture, man.
No, they're not.
And what do you see, Laura, in terms of the different technologies that are in the buildings or the spaces that you guys are helping to create?
So we're largely seen as the disruptor in that industry, and so I think kind of to add to what you were mentioning, we really see our most successful projects largely coming from when you have a client that is really going to mandate something different, that's going to push the envelope with the space that they're building, or is really not willing to accept the experience that they've had in the past with how they've built out their spaces or the results. I always muse that we build the exterior of the building and the interior of the building with the same permanence and rigidity, and yet we know that innately technology and our people are going to change within the first few days of moving in. And so our most successful projects are with clients who are really veteran in the industry, but also soured to that process, or with stakeholders in the community who are in a position where they have to look at innovative technologies. I was chatting with someone earlier today, actually here at the event, and she was saying, so New York must be one of your largest markets. And I said, well, actually, it's places like Fargo, North Dakota, and New Orleans, and Dallas, where we have huge gaps in availability of labor. So if you think about the construction industry, and this is a trend that's picking up, but certain markets across the US and Canada, and also places or internationally, have been experiencing this huge labor gap over the last 10 years because the baby boomers are retiring and they're competing largely with, in the places I just mentioned, the energy sector. So if it's not a client that's really pushing the envelope forward, we really see it being a lot of the time the fact that they don't have the luxury of continuing to build the way they always have. They have to look at integrating progressive technologies, and so it's almost like a push instead of a pull.
And what are some of the coolest things either of you are seeing out there?
Go ahead.
Oh, coolest things in terms of spaces being built or technology?
Both.
Technology
in the spaces that are being built.
I think one of the coolest things that we're seeing as a building trend is probably, and I mentioned a lot about virtual reality, but in terms of the physical environment that's being built, we're seeing a huge move towards hospitality in work environments, and also in healthcare and education. And I think that's something that I personally wasn't really anticipating, but we're spending so much more time in the office that now when you go into some of the firms, they really do feel a lot like home. They have warm woods, there are beanbag chairs and things that you might associate with your kind of living room furniture. So trying to create this less structured corporate environment, instead bringing in collaborative space that makes people feel more comfortable and more at ease in that work environment.
And when you talk about hospitality, are you talking about things like, you know, I want to be able to just have my dry cleaning picked up and delivered here, or are you talking about you know, even further beyond that with you know, technology and self-serve kind of stuff that?
Well, you know, I can give one example there that, you know, let's reserve a conference room because we're going to have a meeting and it's going to be from noon to 1. And let's make it possible to set up the catering at the same time we do the room reservation.
Right.
You know, the coolest kinds of technology I think that are coming out are allowing building occupants to use their smartphones to interact with the building, whether it's to say I'm too warm or I'm too cold, or I want to reserve a conference room, or wayfinding. Think about wayfinding. We use wayfinding, you know, in your car to get. I took the train in. I used the train app to figure out what time I could take the train, and the taxi, and to call an Uber. But as soon as you step foot inside of a traditional building, all of that technology is gone. So I think it's really bringing that technology into the workplace. That's the expectation.
Mm-hmm. And you know, that touches on a great point, because in our society today, anything we want, we can basically have when we want it, right? And so in some ways, it's just the buildings we work in catching up to that.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
So what other kinds of things did you talk on the panel, or were there any questions that the audience asked you? What were they most interested in?
You know, the audience didn't have any questions. I'm trying to pick
We didn't
up on
really
some
give
of
them
the
a
other...
chance, to be honest. We talked a lot.
It was pretty fast-paced.
Yes, it was, yeah. Something that, sitting through the panel before and our panel as well, is we did talk a lot about, and not as much on our panel as the prior panel, but we talked a lot about the role of VR now in the process. So whether it's before, during the design process, during the construction, that's becoming a lot more of a trend now. I mean, actually doing a scan of the space during construction, so you don't need to have those walkthroughs on a weekly basis. And then obviously after the space is built, trying then to get it leased. And so I think one of the things that has been a hot topic today has been what's going to be the next iteration of bringing in some of that virtual reality and allowing people to not physically need to come and work through or be on site when they're viewing the space. Or something that I had kind of offered during our panel is, what if we could take that the next step, and someone like myself who comes from a finance background, I don't have the ability to dream up what a space is going to look like or really understand it looking at a 2D floor plan. What if we can have the virtual world as we're walking through it with the walls and the furniture and really understand what that space is going to look like, but taking that a step further where we'd actually know in real time exactly what that space is going to cost and be able to interact with it. No, I don't actually like the overhead location there. That's a bit high for me. How much is it going to cost me if we move that lower? Or
and then it's like, never mind, leave it where it is.
Exactly. But without having to build it, which would be really nice for everyone.
Right.
So just putting a lot more control control back in the hands of the decision makers a lot earlier in the process, and really not requiring them to take as much risk when they're walking down that path.
That's a good point, Laura. I talked about kind of backing the cart all the way back up to the very beginning and incorporating technology into the early design charrettes, because too often today technologies are delivered in silos, and then at the end of the project you get what you got as opposed to getting what you planned for. And getting what you got work as a whole.
Right?
Yeah. It's very difficult to make it function as a comprehensive whole entity. So really getting that going early in the process is very key. The other thing I think we talked about on the panel was collaborative spaces, and the fact that you've mentioned flexible spaces and the need for many more collaborative spaces. It's not just one size fits all. We need a lot of common areas, a lot of different kinds of spaces, and technologies played into that to make the space really functional.
And you're both based here in New York. What are you seeing in your own spaces for technology that makes a difference in how your space is laid out, or what you get out of the building in general?
I think we're seeing what is probably typical. We're seeing a migration from old to new. So, I know when we go to the JLL headquarters in Chicago, there's a barista and a coffee shop that has great coffee and great collaboration space and a wonderful view over the lake. And that's a very productive space. It's a very popular space for people to hang out in, and it's also a very creative space.
Well, I want to go and work there because I don't have a barista, and that's probably the biggest
really
thing
cool.
I'm missing. You've had a coffee cup in front of you all day, so I know that you like that. One of the things that...
Who said it's coffee, though?
Yeah, that's true, that's true. I'm making an assumption based on what I would be drinking. One of the things that we really see as very popular in our spaces, we actually don't have a single private office in our entire company. And so
no one does?
Not a single person.
And how many employees do you have?
1,200.
No way.
Yeah, I had to move across the country because I used to share a cubicle with our CEO, and that's a lot of responsibility depending on what flutters into his mind at any point in the day. But because
so you don't have titles, and everyone shares space.
Correct. Yeah, it's a very different culture. I love it though. But because we don't have any of those private spaces, the office has to innately be set up to have that collaborative environment for everyone to have a touchdown space if they need to kind of meet and convene as a team, or having some of those maybe office or private areas where they can make a phone call. One of the things that we've really enforced though is if we're not going to have walls in the space because we're not going to have those offices, the walls that we do have, they need to be technologically advanced and they need to be usable vertical surfaces. And so we actually embed televisions within all of our walls in our space. They all become touch screens through the glass that's on them. And that way, anytime someone has a touchdown moment or we're having a team meeting, the space that's dividing them from the next group isn't just dividing them, it actually becomes a functional part of that interaction.
And you both spent some time here this afternoon. Tell me about some of the disruptors you're talking to and maybe some surprises that you've seen or didn't think of.
Well, I think one of the surprises is just the number of new companies, right? Everybody is moving into this space. There is so much activity. It's very exciting, the fact that what could be viewed as kind of a stodgy environment, right? Commercial buildings, bricks and mortar, that there's this much excitement and energy around it. And I truly do believe that this is a great time to be in the commercial real estate industry and the tech side of the commercial real estate industry, because the sky's the limit in terms of what is possible, and there is lots of interest. And I think the ability to focus on the end user experience and the fact that many more people are asking about that and valuing that really drives this home and makes it possible.
Yeah, I was startled by how many tech companies there were and how many of them self-identify as tech companies before they do companies working in commercial real estate. I think that was very interesting to me. I think it's a really strong way of positioning that because it probably makes them more akin to some of the other firms that they're trying to brand themselves like. But I guess I was just surprised by that. Large volume of, again, virtual reality throughout the space through different applications. And also there's a huge consolidation of data. It seemed to also be a focus. So a lot of companies that are looking to take big data or data that otherwise the firms have but don't know how to use functionally and offer services to be able to turn that into something with a tangible ROI.
Yeah,
So
That's a really good point, is that, you know, this is a buildings industry, but it's really now about a data industry. And there is a lot of work that still needs to be done about organizing the data that comes out of buildings, normalizing the data, making it accessible, making it usable by others, by third parties. I think that was another theme that was talked about in the panels today, is you're not going to get it all from one company, but you need to be able to tie technologies together to enable an outcome. And that's going to start with this vast sea of data.
And what areas were you seeing that applied to in terms of the data, and what either the companies out there or some of the things that you talked about? What areas were hottest?
To me, it seemed to be about building management, which isn't an area. I mean, we build the building or we build the interior of the building, we kind of hand off. So it wasn't something that I had a lot of experience in, but that was largely what I saw as a trend.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with building performance and identifying the things that are hidden behind the layers of the building system. So systems are smart enough today to figure out how to make the space 72 degrees, but maybe you're sending super cold air down the ductwork and then reheating it right again at the space. So if you can find the areas where you're doing simultaneous heating and cooling and eliminate those and just send the right temperature air to begin with, that's something that is sometimes hidden. Finding the leaking valves or the stuck dampers, or the points that have been in override for the last 3 months,
right.
And nobody knows, right? That's an area where
avoiding
data
disaster,
analytics,
perhaps. A little bit.
Finding the things that you wouldn't have found otherwise, right?
I was on a panel actually late last year with I can't remember his title, but one of the directors for facilities for Bloomberg in the city, and he had a really funny slide that he put up that was I can't remember, I think it was like 12,000 calls in the last 2 months had been due to the temperature at the Bloomberg headquarters, and then the slide that he put up
Their
was,
own headquarters.
Yes, was 49% of the calls were because it was too hot and 51% of the calls were because it was too cold. And so he was talking about how one of the technologies that they had introduced in the last year was just to have a little bit better heating control and democratizing heat, which is kind of this new concept. But he was actually already able to monetize some of the benefits. So I think to your point, sometimes there's these very small functional things that there's already an existing technology that we can use to solve the problem.
Right.
And there's huge gains for the organization.
Yeah.
So.
Yep, there's a good point about making the occupants be the sensor network in the building. We're all here, we all know what we like, we know whether we're happy or sad, we know whether we're hot or cold, or there's too much light or not enough light. So give the occupants the ability to interact with the building.
That makes a lot of sense, huh?
Yeah.
Too much sense.
Well,
Why didn't we think of this before?
We had talked
Yeah.
to, earlier, a couple of the disruptors here, they're talking about how they do have mobile apps that allow people in the building, if they see something, then they can log it in themselves, or,
Right.
to your point about the hot and the cold.
Right.
And also just from all the sensors, right? We can get a lot of that information in terms of understanding, are people even here in this space? Because that could be why it's too cold. We're doing uniform heat instead of cooling more where there are more people, and not so much where there's three people in this wide open space.
It's got to be real time, and it's got to be done, with real time input from what's going on in the building. I think also, if you give occupants a really easy way to provide feedback, or a fun way to provide feedback, they'll do it. But
They want to, right?
But if you have to go to the clipboard in the storage room and write out the fact that there's a problem in this space, that's difficult. If you can pull out your cell phone and you can open up an app and you can say, I'm happy or I'm sad, that's easy, it's fun, and I think it will get more feedback.
And the fun factor
Yeah.
is what it's all about too, right? Well, this has been fun, quite frankly. So thank you both for joining us today, and thank you for being on the panel and then sharing everything that happened with us. We appreciate that.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
We're going to show you one more OfficeRenew.com video and talking about what Mike was saying at our Chicago headquarters. So take a look at that, and then we'll be right back.
Here I am, wielding a hammer. The turkey's looking up at me like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Like that. And I wield the hammer, it's Thanksgiving. Grandma's in the corner. She's wondering, what's he gonna do with that hammer?
Hello?
So what I did is I nailed up
Oh,
a nice
hi,
little
how's it
hanger
going?
for the turkey's feathers. Just kind of hung it there? Hung the little feathers up there.
My Thanksgiving, I spent it in front of the TV.
Oh, of course you did.
Yeah.
Bag of
Plop
chips.
down.
That's it.
Listen, let me find a little more quiet for us to talk.
Dip. Oh my God, dude, the queso.
Excuse me.
Arf, 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 don't forget about doggy.
Okay, I think I finally got a spot. Yeah. Finally got a spot. So you were saying? Yeah.
I'm printing 1,000.
Okay. Hold. Yeah, I gotta find another spot.
I'll see you later.
Nobody came to my meeting, and it was really embarrassing.
More authenticity. Sell it. Sell it. There you go. A little more transparency.
So sorry about that. I think I finally, found a spot. So, you were saying? Hello? Hello? Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Oh!
Hi, we're back, JLL Live from DisruptCRE in New York, and as you can see, Mike's still with me, but we're going to talk about something a little different now than just tech tools and what they're doing in the buildings. We're going to talk a little bit more about smart buildings and the JLL program, and what do we do for clients? Why do we have this? What's going on?
Right, right. So it's a great question, and it's a very needed practice that JLL has built inside the firm. There's so much activity, so many questions going on about IoT, right? Who isn't talking about IoT? But what does IoT really mean? Who's not talking about smart buildings and hasn't seen something in an industry magazine or read about it or seen it on TV, but what does it really mean? And I think that's the challenge that many of our clients have, is figuring out, how does this relate to our business?
Well, that's what I was just going to ask. What does it matter?
Right.
Which kinds of our clients care?
Well, I think this can have an impact on any of our clients, but the benefit of smart buildings really comes back down to 3 or 4 or 5 main areas. Number one would be around reducing operating costs and efficiency, increasing efficiency. 2, making the occupant experience much better. 3, increasing the safety and security of the people and the property. And then 4 is really helping to create and reinforce the company's brand. So imagine that you're a tech company and you are pulling people into your organization, and your facility is looks like a 1960s build.
Yeah.
That doesn't represent your brand. So an important part of this is creating a space that reinforces what you're up to.
Talk to me about that brand piece of it. How does IoT, or Internet of Things, right? How does that affect someone's brand?
Well, if you're in the business of making chips or routers or network gear, all of that can be represented in your building, right? It's part and parcel to a smart building, so they want to showcase that. It's also important to your brand in terms of recruiting and attracting new employees. So we've got the baby boomers moving on. We've got not enough people to backfill for them.
Yeah.
There's competition for the new graduates that are coming out of school. So having a facility that is an engaging place to work, a fun place to work, is sometimes going to be the differentiator between this place or the place down the block.
So let's take a step back, if you don't mind. I've got a couple stats here for you.
Okay.
So according to Gartner, by 2020, the number of devices connected to the internet is going to exceed 20 billion.
Right.
And it's something like, I don't know, a bunch of quintillion bytes per day today that are being generated in terms of information. I don't even know what a quintillion is, but I mean, come on, it's a lot, right? And so what is all that information? What types of information are we getting through when we talk about commercial real estate?
Yeah, it's everything, right? It's are the lights on or off in the space? Is the temperature, what is the temperature in the space? What is the set point for the temperature supposed to be in this space? How many people are in this room?
Right.
Is this room reserved? Is it, when is the room reservation going to end? All of that information is coming back from systems. Now, some of that information is siloed and contained within the lighting system or the room reservation system or the HVAC system. Our challenge is to make the connections that allow that information to really become important and have value. So, normalizing the data, gathering it up, turning it into actionable information is really important, and it's challenging.
And what do they do? What kind of actions can people take
Well, so as a great example, so if you and I are in this conference room, and our reservation is from now until the top of the hour, and how often haven't it been the case where somebody comes and knocks on the door and says and pokes the door open and are you guys done yet? Wouldn't it be great if the lights could just simply dim and then come back up again 5 minutes or 15 minutes before the next reservation is up, so that we know, hey, you know what, it's time to wrap up that meeting.
Right.
That's it's a very simple application, but another great example is if I come to Chicago and I want to know, are you in the building today or not? Because we had a great meeting here today in New York. I want to touch base. Wouldn't it be great if I could use a cell phone app to find out whether you're in the building or not? And then if you are, where are you? And can we find a meeting room to meet in? All of that information is in different silos, and we need to find a way to bring it back up, organize it, put it together for good use.
And so if I'm a tenant and I've got space and I want to look at all this information, what kinds of decisions can I make on how to change my space?
Wow. So the sky's the limit on that one. I spoke with a client about 3 weeks ago who said they're looking at the space occupancy and they're looking at the real-time energy prices to determine what pieces of equipment they should run today. Should they run an electric-fired chiller? Should they run a gas-fired chiller? Based on the space utilization and the price of energy. Now, can you imagine doing that in a real-time environment? It's very difficult for them, and part of the reason that they were talking to us is try to figure out how to make it easier to do.
Did you come up with a way?
We're working on it.
Very nice. And what about things that affect the employees directly? Like, for example, heat maps, right?
Yeah.
So if we're tracking traffic patterns and things like that, so what? What are people going to do with that?
Well, it comes a couple of different ways that could impact the occupant. First and foremost, they could say, look, I'm not comfortable right now, so can I tell somebody about that? And we heard before the number of hot and cold complaints that happened, and it's a telephone call to somebody, and are they really going to do anything about it? Instead, we can use a cell phone to indicate I'm warm or I'm cold, and then something can be done automatically. So that's helpful. I think the other things that tie back into end users, let's make it fun for them. We talked this afternoon about how do we get employees to be a part of this ecosystem of the technology. Some of them may not want their employer to know if they're in the building, or did they leave to go take a break, or did they go to the bathroom? Okay, valid questions, right? But if
They're
we can
watching
also
us everywhere.
Right. But if we can also bring value to the employees in the building by bringing information to them that's important, like, hey, you know what? I like to be in a cooler environment. The southwest corner of the building is cooler today. That's the place where I'm going to go and hang out. Or I'm thinking about going down to lunch. How long is the line on the cafeteria? Can I get that information? Or it's the end of the day, I'm going to go to the fitness center and work out. Are there any treadmills open right now? Or should I finish some more emails? Should I finish some more emails before I go to the fitness center? That information is rather helpful to occupants. And gathering up that presence detection, that utilization information, that temperature information is super useful to the building owner and manager.
Do privacy concerns come in? I mean, when we were talking about energy consumption, okay, maybe not so much, but now we're talking about who's on a treadmill, who's in the building, who's not in the building.
So,
how does all that factor in?
Right. So I think
I don't know how I feel about it.
There's two ways to look at it, and the first one is simply anonymous information, and all of that can be kept can be kept anonymous. Is someone on the treadmill? Yes or no, and we can do that through presence detection. On the other hand, if I want to know, are you in the building today? Then I need to know not that someone is in the building, but that you in particular are in the building. And the only way that happens practically is for you to opt in. So you have the choice to say, I want to allow others to see that I'm in the building today, or not. So I think it's clearly going to be an issue, not only with the types of things we're talking about, but so many more of the personal privacy issues that are going on a daily basis. And frankly, people give up a lot more privacy using Facebook and LinkedIn and other things than they do in the types of building applications that we're talking about.
Right. And do you see this more on the tenant side or on the landlord side, or it just applies to everyone no matter what?
I think on the owner-occupied side, this has even more value. When you're on the market side of the business, It still has value because it can differentiate your space from somebody else's. But if
and when you say the market side of the business, you mean the owner of the building?
The REITs and the leased spaces,
right?
The multi-tenant spaces. But on the owner-occupied side, when it's your people in the building and you're talking about their productivity and your costs at the end of the day, and your ability to retain and attract and increase employee engagement, that's huge. So I think that's where it happens first. And the more of those examples that we can show and demonstrate, the more it will be an expectation across the board.
And are you starting to see that in certain areas?
Yeah.
Are there?
We have more business than we can practically keep up with right now from people who are saying, we want to learn more, we need to learn more, we need to know how to take this idea of IoT and smart buildings and turn it into a strategy.
Gotcha. Well, I love this stuff. I'm really fascinated by like the heat maps and privacy aside, I think it's all really cool stuff and it is making a difference. So I'm glad that you're part of JLL and that you're focusing on it for our clients.
That's great.
Thank you for being here
Pleasure
with us
to be
today.
here. All right.
Thanks,
you.
Mike.
Yep.
So we're coming close to the end of the day, so we thought we'd bring the band back together again, and we'll do that right after this next video, so stay tuned.
Thank you, Susan.
What's going on with our chairs?
Oh, corporate says sitting is the new smoking, so each one gets one of these. Try them out. Yeah, get those balls out of here. Thanks, Susan.
What's going on with our balls?
Oh, they say that balling is the new sitting, so yeah, give these a go. Christy. 2 skates for each one, Susan. Thank you.
What's going on with the trampolines?
According to corporate.
With the end result there. Yes, I was so much for all the hard work.
Thank you.
You bet.
Lose an hour when you go back, it's one forward. So if you leave here.
What are these?
Dwayne?
I'm just trying to get a file. Okay.
We're back for our final segment, and thank you for all of you who have stuck in there with us today and at our first attempt here at going live.
I think it went well.
We're back with my co-host Stephen, and then we also have Marielle coming back. You were with us at the beginning of the day, and we didn't know how exactly things were going to go, either in here or on the floor.
It's been a long day.
So what's up? How's it been?
It's been a long day.
Like 4 hours since we've seen you.
I know. You guys have been doing
on?
a great job. It's just been a whirlwind of such fantastic content, insights. For me, it's just awesome to sit back and have the education of these speakers and panelists who are implementing the technologies within their respective portfolios and to hear about how it's going. It's just mind-blowing. So a couple of takeaways. I mean, it's still all about data. I think it's nothing new.
We've heard that a lot today.
We know about it. So data is always a central theme at DisruptCRE. Today was no different. A couple other just quick takeaways from today is really the idea of systems being able to connect, integrate, and talk to each other so that we can create those really actionable insights from the data that then they produce.
Yep.
I've heard it probably 5 different times today.
We've heard it in here too, right? Data about validating a lot of experience and those type of decisions from people who have just kind of done it because they thought it was the right thing to do or knew it was the right thing to do.
Absolutely. We've talked about buildings really having their own operating systems, which is very exciting, but also a little bit scary if we want to talk about the cybersecurity aspect.
And when they were talking about the brain of the building,
the brain
right?
of the building, absolutely. So that brain is really now connected to all of its systems. It should be able to learn from its systems and create actually a more tangible experience, live to its occupants.
Right.
So just a couple of things.
Yeah, I have a question for you. So
Sure.
you've now been doing this for 3 years, Marielle. What have you seen as far as growth in numbers of companies? You know, do you still see more coming online for all of the different things, AR, VR, that we cover, all these topics? Or
Absolutely.
do you think we've hit our peak new tech startup
Absolutely
moment?
not. And I think it's frankly, a major misconception about the industry that we are slowing down in the terms of the influx of new tech companies. There are companies in Dallas that just sustain their whole business in Dallas that do unbelievable marketing, VR, data and analytics, financial technology, and their businesses thrive in a local market. You don't need to be everywhere to be a successful commercial real estate tech
That's right.
company. So here in New York, we see people from New York, but we also have people from, like we said earlier, Australia, New Zealand, Finland, India, all kinds of different places that have businesses that thrive where they live and breathe.
Right.
And just as an extension of what they do, are here with us in New York today. It's amazing.
Yeah, you know what's interesting from that is what I found from talking to those folks from those countries is that although we are from different cultures and you go there and it's clear to see, they're dealing with the same real estate problems,
Absolutely.
right? And they're very applicable for what they're doing in their, in their country and coming over here. And I think that's really interesting.
Absolutely. So it's been a really fun day. There's a lot going on. We still have, a few hundred people here excited to wind down with some cocktails, hors d'oeuvres.
I thought we were going to have happy hour here on live.
Next time. Marielle, I think that, do you have a few people that you would like to thank today for putting on the whole day? And I know we'll give you a little time if you want to get that out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first and foremost, you two for, being here all day, being energetic. I hope they were as entertaining as I know that they can be for you watching out there.
We toned it down a little, I think. We were good.
But you guys, you've been really fantastic all day. JLL, just for taking the risk even to do something so out there and exciting like a live stream for 5 hours, its own live digital conference. This is a way that we really can reach the masses beyond just the physical being in New York or San Francisco or anywhere we happen to be in the United States.
That's a good place for a global leader to be, is to take that step. And so
absolutely.
It's
the more
big
global companies can be agile and be progressive with the decisions and risks that they take, the more reward comes with that. So we'd like to see more companies out there doing, taking risks and doing kind of things outside of the box. And it's a challenge in commercial real estate, but I think we're evolving into the right place.
And Marielle, I unfortunately, the folks that are with us today and will be with us in video, they didn't unfortunately get a chance to see 180 Maiden Lane on the 29th floor where we've been today, which is a Murray Hill and Clarion partner property.
Absolutely.
Right?
Murray Hill and Clarion partners have sponsored our venue today. We're in a beautiful 30,000 square foot blank floor plate, which is really just has the most spectacular views of Brooklyn, the downtown financial district, and some of our other outer boroughs. We couldn't have asked for a more beautiful and functional venue for us.
And what about the food? Because we have to mention David.
Well, the building truly.
Steven's obviously spent a lot of time with you preparing.
This is a vertical campus. It really is, and that's what they call it. It's a vertical campus. It's 1.2 million square feet of a building. They have just a phenomenal, culinary experience, fitness experience, just anything They have a lawn downstairs, an indoor lawn, just anything you could possibly imagine that you would want as a tenant is in this building, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're so excited that they were able to host us. So yes, certainly thank you to Clarion Partners and Murray Hill Properties for having us. NAOP, New York City, has always been a great, fantastic association partner for us. We've had some really great media partners here today, The Real Deal, Connect Media, the Marino Group, New York City Wired. I'm sure a few that are just,
Connect Media.
Is that the Connect Media? And so thank you to everybody who made it possible today, and thank you everybody who's watching out there right now for joining us today. Hopefully you've had a great experience, and you can join us again next time in Chicago on May 4th.
In person, right?
In person or on live stream.
Or
We'd love
online
to
with
see you
JLL,
either way.
right?
Yes,
we'll
absolutely. That's why we're here.
That's great. So,
what are you doing next?
Yeah, what's next, Mark?
Well, I'm gonna, talk to some of the companies, see, who they were able to meet, hear some of the feedback from what happened today from them, and enjoy some cocktails.
And how do you both stay on top of all this stuff? You know what I mean? Like, to your point, they aren't some of the same companies. We're seeing them, conference after conference, but then there are still all these new ones coming in.
Absolutely.
How do you each stay on top of this?
I think it's a combination of a couple of things. I think it's just making ourselves hopefully as discoverable as possible, and more so every day, where we can be in touch with companies that are pre-launch, that are in beta, that just come to the conferences half the time for feedback on their products and see how it, what the response is before they go and spend money on development. There are companies that are just popping up in these very specific sectors like virtual reality. You have a million different types of virtual reality companies and different ways to capture a virtual reality experience. So it's been a really great day. It's my full-time job to know about these companies. So for me, it's the most fun I could ever have, is just learning.
Well,
so
we appreciate your efforts, because it results in things like this.
Yeah.
So we'll let you get back to the party now that it's starting.
We're wrapping up here, so I'm gonna say goodbye to our live viewers. Yes.
All right, we'll say
Thanks
goodbye.
for having us.
Hey, Marielle, thank you for putting on such a great show and conference for not only us, but for everybody. And I'm sure that everybody's the better for it. So
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so see you later. And
so Steve and I are just going to do our little wrap up too. We're not talking about you or anything like that. Come get a little closer though.
Are we going to break, or is this the final?
No, this is it. We're coming up on 5
fantastic.
o'clock here. So tell me your final thoughts. I've got some of my own, but
Well, I'll answer the question
I'll let
that
you go first.
The question that you just asked for me is how do you stay on top? What keeps you
Well,
on
yeah,
top of all
because
this
we
stuff?
have Ben Breslow in here.
I meant to talk to Ben too. Is he hopefully still here? But anyways, what was
He
you
is
saying?
still here, by the way. But he's here, and he runs our Americas research, and we were talking about how we have people on our research team that spend time tracking these hundreds of companies and collaborating with their CEOs and understanding where they are and what they're doing. So that's why it amazes me that we have this kind of effort, and yet you as individuals are putting together conferences like this and figuring out who should be here, what the hot topics are. So how do you do that?
Well, Marielle does it all, and I'm going to be first and foremost. She runs the entire thing. I, if anything, do supplemental information because, to answer your question, for me at Real Liquidity, first and foremost, I'm fascinated by all this stuff. It's just truly personally interesting for me with my background in real estate. So that makes it easier.
Yeah.
The other part, kind of like what Marielle said, I look at it as my job. And I think for a lot of these companies, they should be looking at it too, because for us at Real Liquidity, we're laser focused on providing liquidity for GPs and LPs of real estate, giving access to new investors that are going to take out those positions. But as our platform and we develop, I can almost guarantee you that we will have new tools. And we're going to build new tools that maybe we don't know yet, that our customers, as they're trading on the exchange, when they're trading on Syndex, I think that we're going to be able to maybe see some companies out here that are already building out those tools. That it may be an acquisition for us, or it may be, a strategic alliance and integration. So if I don't know what's out there, how can I know what, in that scenario when it comes up? So I really look at it as the second part. It's my job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I learned a lot today. I mean, I lost count of how many people we talked to.
Absolutely.
It's probably understandable at this point. But,
yeah, and
but I mean, the topics that we were covering and the things that people were talking about, like some of the coolest stuff to me is obviously like all the Internet of Things, in terms of like just how much is being tracked. I said this a little earlier, but that feeling of always being watched, or people knowing what we're doing because things are connected, and anything that is a mobile device or just anything that connects to the internet is capturing information and then being used. It's fascinating, and I think that's really, really the tip of the iceberg there. What about you? What would you have the most fun talking about today?
I had the most fun with the robot, obviously.
You're supposed to say hanging out with me.
Oh, I agree.
That was a test.
Hanging out with you.
All right.
Totally, and I can't wait for Chicago.
All right. But go ahead. We'll go back to the robot.
Yeah, no,
VR2
we've been talking about it all day.
Though.
VR, he does need to give him a name. She. This is maybe something, if you're asking out there or you're watching, we're going to be back in Chicago. Hopefully, virtual APT will be with us, and we should be able to come up with a name for the robot. So, please tweet me.
Tell us their name.
Tweet us at, at PushMIA or at Stephen J. Hopkins with a PH. And for the next time in Chicago, we have a month or so where we can come up with some good stuff. So if you're interested, great. But that was exciting for me, to see what's exciting for me is to see people not from the real estate industry. We have people from aerospace, right? We had people that were launching rockets from NASA that said,
Right.
you know what? This isn't exciting anymore. I'm going to go into the commercial real estate industry.
Because that's where the opportunity
And that's
is.
because there's opportunity and
Yep.
there's really smart people, great companies like JLL, right? And and that to me is great, is meeting the people, right? And it's the same, even the practitioners, the real estate professionals themselves, and you could speak to this, great people.
There's a lot of wow factors.
Right, yeah, it's really interesting, right? Just, great people are really interesting.
Yep.
And that's what keeps me excited. So, again, Push, you have been the best part of my day.
Aw.
You really made this awesome for me
You
and
try to
made it
make it
super
up.
easy. I also want to thank you guys, Margie, right?
Yeah,
Margie
the
Sweeney.
whole Accrete team. Thank you
The
so
whole
much
Accrete
for putting
team.
this together for
Yeah,
us.
absolutely. And we also have to thank our fantastic production crew, Ryan and his staff. You guys, thank you so much, because without you guys, we wouldn't have been able to do this.
Because we
And-
don't really know what we're doing. So thank
Right,
you, thank you everybody who stayed with us watching us.
We have the easy job of just sitting back and chatting, and again, Push is so great. So, again, thank you all production staff. Thank you everybody for being here. I can't wait to come back and do it again in Chicago. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, we are. We're going to have fun.
Cool.
Thank you, everyone. See you next time.